RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Hallgruppen. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Brilliant year to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in RallyX. A brilliant drive, unbelievable. Welcome to the Estering, Buxtehude in Germany. We're here for the final round of RallyX 2024. That's actually made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Those are the front runners in crosscar, which is one of the most closely fought championships this year. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge.
Hello, mate.
Last day at school this year, mate.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? We're having such an amazing weekend.
Yeah.
I want it to continue, but it all comes down to today, and there's championships to decide, but also every single driver here wants to end on a high, don't they? You're only as good as your last result and all that. So yeah, it's going to be an amazing day here in Germany.
Yeah, it is. This corner we're by here is such a tricky one. It's downhill off the gravel section. They're coming back through again now. Someone will probably head into the Joker lap. They do indeed. Svensson. Yes!
The precision is mad.
That's Eek Murstad backed in from about here. It's a very tricky Joker running up the hill on mixed surfaces. We saw people win and lose races by the tiniest of margins yesterday, including Larson, who we're going to go and take a look at in a minute. There's a great crowd in here today, much bigger than yesterday for the final day of the series. Look at these lovely people here from the rescue crews. Look, they had some work to do yesterday as well. Round of applause for the rescue crew.
Hey!
Thank you guys, Danke. Let's go into the paddock. We'll see you later. Have a great day. So, in all seriousness, we did actually send one of the junior crosscar drivers off. We'll have to get an update on
Crosscar, he's fine. He's
fine.
back to driving today.
Brilliant. So he's back in the car. You may remember, was it semi-finals?
Yes.
So semi-finals.
The long semi-final session.
Ended up in the wall up there, and when we drove out last night, you realised how fast he would have been going, and that's why he went off for a check-up, and that's why we had the short delay yesterday while we got some another ambulance in, basically. One ambulance, we need two. Right, let's head in here. What a great day yesterday for JC as a squad, Hal.
Yeah, well, they were top qualifier in every class that they compete in. Matt Soman took the victory, an emotional victory in the open four-wheel drive Pro-Am, and Robin Larson, of course, took the outright win in the Pro category.
Some battle scars here. Have a quick look at that, Peter. It gives you an idea of how much you touch the wall here at the Estering. But also, we have got a fantastic treat for you later. We've managed to get an onboard in here with Matt Soman with his incredible hand controls. I went up and saw the podium yesterday, and I'm not going to lie, I was super emotional. Two of the mechanics lifted Max in his wheelchair onto the top step of the podium, and everybody in the paddock went nuts. And I feel it right now. It was brilliant. What a legend.
There's no other word to describe him, is there? It's absolutely that, and
when you see the onboard,
for him to win is against the quality of someone like Martin Enland, who is a real up-and-comer and a proper sender, as we always say. But
and he's on it.
And around here, the precision is, as we just saw with the crosscar drivers, you've got to be so precise. There's no room for error, and Matt is a hero for sure. Yeah,
he's really very, very good indeed. Now here's somebody else who's very, very good and very much on form ahead of heading into his Nitro Cross season. Of course, he's the double Nitro Cross champion, but he's been here a lot before, being European Rallycross champion twice in Supercar and once in
just
touring
twice
car?
in Supercar.
Twice in Supercar, sorry. And just brilliant yesterday. You know, I know he came here and he tried to lower the expectations by saying I need time in the car, and we don't doubt that. But he is Hal says it's nonsense, and it proved to be.
To be fair to Robin, he said he was nervous, didn't he?
He did.
Because this is very different to what he's been doing more recently in America. But yeah, this car is absolute quality. This is the car that Matthias Ekström won the World Championship in here at this event in 2016, yes. And Robin then drove it to title success in 2019. And I was just talking to some fans. He's an A-lister now, isn't he, Robin?
Oh, massive.
I think when he came into the World Championship in 14 and delivered those amazing performances, certainly at Lyddon and various other rounds, he was quick. But it was all on talent and not luck, but it was all just on raw talent and delivering what he saw in front of him. Now he is an absolute full package.
Yeah.
Yesterday he was driving within himself for sure. In the final he was pushing harder. You can guarantee that.
He won by, what did he win by?
A tiny margin.
6.484 or something.
But he's not running right to the walls. He's not putting the car. It's not his car. He's standing in for Stefan Christensen, who's unfortunately injured. So he's got that maturity and ability to drive within himself in that way, and that's amazing.
Right, I've grabbed the old Christoph. I was actually looking for him a minute ago, if you're wondering why I had my owl head on. Come and join us in the middle here. Mate, what a great day for you guys yesterday across all the different classes. So, talk us through your day. I mean, it must have been pretty stressful for you.
Yeah, it was a stressful day. I think I was a bit surprised that we have that good pace. We did a proper pre-season test here in May, and we had 2 good days here. So I think the job we did there play out well here today.
And was that with the junior drivers as well in the cross car and the lights cars?
Yeah, everyone was here except the supercars. So and the supercars we have done a lot of laps here before. So
yeah, of course.
We had a good pace. Robin did well. I mean, not a single lap before he started yesterday.
Yeah.
Straight on the pace. Yeah.
And then had to fight back from P3 in both the semi and the final. And what about Matt?
Yeah, he's impressing me. I'm impressed every time we go out. I mean, but yesterday in the final, it was goosebumps.
Yes, yeah.
So
same for us.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him, and he have taken big steps this season again, and now we are consistent starts and getting that system to work much more. So yeah, great day.
Hal, the lights title.
Yeah, just to finish on Matt's just quickly. He amazing passion for the sport, like we all have, but he's also commercially invested in this as well, isn't he? He puts a lot into JC and the sport, and you have to really love it to do that. So he enjoys to succeed as much as you do.
Yeah, of course, and he's, as you say, big partner to the team and helping a lot of juniors here, and he really loves and he have a big heart to this sport.
Juniors, lights
is the big one, isn't it? Simon Olofsson has been nowhere this year relatively in the points, but the drop scores really plays to his advantage. It was chaos in the lights yesterday. Kevin Eriksson said he wanted to disqualify everyone from the final because it was absolutely mad. How do you work with someone like Lucas? It's the end of your second year, big pressure now coming into this weekend. The points are so close, anything can happen at the Estering. What's the thought process?
I mean, it's difficult, you know. We as you say, we have been really good during the season. We have a good pace, but these 2 last weekends have been tough for him. But the pace is there, but a bit bad luck. And I think I told him that now we go out here, do it race by race, then we see what's happening tonight. I mean, he's still 16 years old and fighting for the championship with Simon and Casper, that both have been in this situation so many times. Yeah. So I think that is the biggest what he will be learning from this season, how to fight in the championship for the whole year.
Thanks, mate. Right, we'll leave you to it. Let's head out here. This is Derek Tohill, who's reversing his open 2-wheel drive into the 10. Another new engine, Volvo. How many litres, Hal?
3.2.
How many?
3.2.
3.2.
That's only half as many alternators as they used yesterday. So. I talked to him this morning. They're not disposable items, alternators.
Yeah, you don't use them like tyres. Anyway, open 2-wheel drive is settled. Simon Tiger won yesterday, as we know, with I think his 7th win of the season. A brilliant performance by him, quite dominant. Still nice to see some other open 2-wheel drives here this weekend, but
fantastic.
That title's done and dusted, so we can just enjoy their racing tonight.
Yeah, Simon deserves a title, doesn't he? I think Victor Johansson, had he had his good engine for the full season, that could have been a bit of a different picture, because Victor was quick again yesterday, like he was last weekend. But that's old news now. It's history, and Simon's done a brilliant job to win the championship. But the strength and depth of open 2-wheel drive, we said yesterday, has been brilliant, and the Belgians coming. the Irish coming. Hopefully we see more of that in the future. The racing today is going to be great, but it's all about building the open two-wheel drive class for next season.
Got a couple of junior cross cars behind us here. Now, the big surprise to us all was the announcement this morning that Hampus Hagström is the junior champion, and the reason for that confusion is that yesterday in the final, Hal, we saw Carlson come back, didn't he? Wasn't it? I think
it was Carlson, yeah.
Yeah, with the front left wheel completely ripped off.
Well, we had a delay and we didn't know why, and then we saw the car. The TV truck were looking for the delay because they couldn't see it on the cameras because the car was hidden.
It turned out Mr. Hagström, unfortunately, was involved in a contact with Mr. Carlson.
Master.
They're both kids.
Master.
Yeah, Master. They're both kids. And as a result of that, basically, Hampus was disqualified from the final. Now, we know his lowest result has been P2 all year, so that was undoubtedly going to be his drop score. Kevin was, do we DQ him? Do we penalise him? So we didn't know. But
another scenario where Rainers Niches was remotely involved.
Yeah, on the phone. Kevin was like, what the hell do you do with this? He's like, this black flag, the blue car, black flag. Anyway, the blue car was black flagged, but even with the penalty, it was actually enough for Hampus to scrape enough points that he can't be beaten today. So Hampus Hagström is the junior cross car champion, and again, we just enjoy that racing today.
I've been in this sport a long time now, a good proportion of my life, and many different championships. Drop scores always a nightmare. Always an absolute nightmare.
Scoring in rallycross is a nightmare because you score in the semi-finals, the qualifying first, then the semi-finals, then the final, and that's what we were going to explain today, isn't it, for you guys at home? Is I know
we will try and explain it.
I know you think we're stupid. Actually, no. We are stupid. We just, what is it, Hal? We like cars.
I like cars.
We like cars. We don't like maths.
Not maths.
So during the course of the day, let's give you this, and let's turn around so you got this in the background, so I want to look at this next. In the simplest terms possible, let's say Ronald Bowdens has a 15-pointer from Tierp. Until he scores 16 points today, that score counts. Now, as soon as he beats that low score from his season, whatever it is, whether it's 0, whether it's 29, remember 30 is a maximum, until he beats that previous score, that's his drop score. So if he was top qualifier here, he'd ditch the 15-pointer from earlier, and these are made up, they're not actual scenarios. So it's really complicated. Then, of course, after that point, he can continue to score in the semis and the finals. So we will keep adding it up during the day, and crosscar is actually the most complicated one, isn't it?
Yes, all of that is correct. And the way that you can determine who's won a championship already is by accounting for a drop score being a 0. So if they dropped a 0 today, then they're still 30 points ahead and they can't be beaten. Crosscar, Supercar Lites is going to be an absolute nightmare, and there's nothing we can do about that because it's so close. Crosscar, there's a few variables that make it. I think it will be done
qualifying, I think.
Maybe by the end of qualifying, definitely by the end of the semis, if the drivers have the sort of day we expect. But crosscar is so competitive, that makes it an absolute nightmare. You could easily get Svensson qualifying 14th and Bowdens taking TQ and Eekmerstad being P3 or P22. That's what makes it so difficult, because there's so many variables.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that's really important, because it can happen in that series, is the 3 drivers could finish theoretically on 200 points each. Now, it's highly unlikely, but if they do, it doesn't go like some other series do on the number of wins, it goes on the result today. So if in any of the championships they're equal on points, whoever had the better result today is the champion.
Yeah, the tie breaks on the final round.
Yeah, that could be P12 and P13. It doesn't matter where they are, it's their overall position. It won't be, because they need to score more points than that. But
it's always a shame when titles are won in qualifying. I think it's just the nature of how the rallycross scoring generally works, but it is a shame, because really you want the driver to get to the end of the final like a circuit race and have their moment, whereas when it happens before time, that's not ideal. Right,
come in here just quickly. We won't go around the front because I don't think they'll like that, but we'll have a look at the back at least. This is the very latest spec of Seat Ibiza, which of course is being used in
this is the latest
World one. World Championship, European Championship. The boot's not open on that one, so two different. This is the last evolution. That's the latest.
Yeah, this is the last evolution of the previous model. That's the new Seat Ibiza evolution.
They both look absolutely stunning.
Always.
Yeah, I mean look how immaculately prepared it is. I love seeing the amount of work that goes in. The box work to get the rear turrets on the suspension, the amount of roll cage. Yeah, the FIA spec seats now are bolted into the back of the roll cage with this extra bar. All of this stuff in relative terms is fairly recent. Look at it, Hal. I desperately want to have a go in it.
Yeah, and Rene's stuck with the front cooling, which is most significant here. Traditionally, a rallycross supercar would have a rear cooling package. Front cooling quite unusual. First used by the Killer Polo.
Yeah.
OMSE tried it. Proved to be.
Do you remember cooling around when they brought the cars out onto the grid in Barcelona and everybody was on their knees cooling around underneath to see where the cooling package was?
Well, it's because they tested here, and for
the
a laugh, they tested with the stickers on the side to look like rear ducts. So
they were all spy photos of the car being tested in test livery with pretend holes on the side. Everyone's like, oh no, they've done that, and they hadn't. But it was a tricky day yesterday for Rene.
Yeah, and this is Rene's new car, so this is the very latest evolution of Seat Beef, where they've changed basically everything. That almost every aspect of the entire car, geometry-wise, engine-wise, engine position, everything in the rear you see that's so significant. Fuel tank, even things like the battery are moved into to improve the centre of gravity and the balance of the car. So this is a massive project for the All-Inkle team, and I don't think we saw the best of Rene yesterday. He was frustrated after Heat 1 when someone else jumped the start, and it was close at least, and then he was on the back foot a bit, got stuck on the outside. If he gets on the inside of the grid and gets a good first corner, I think we could see brilliant things from Rene today. He can definitely be up there with Robin and Peter Hedstrom and Ulrich Lindemann and the likes.
Yeah, so we had some absolutely amazing racing yesterday in Supercar. We got a couple of titles, Supercar Lites and Crosscar, which are so finely balanced today. Some titles that are wrapped up as well, fine. But we're going to enjoy a brilliant last day of RallyX here at the incredible Estering. If you're not familiar with the circuit, how dare you, where were you yesterday? Take a look at this. Estering, the legend, the second oldest track in the world, rallycross that is. 60% tarmac, 40% gravel, 952 metres, and we only do 3 laps. So how the qualifying races have been, I think, hectic is
intense,
a good word.
Aren't they? Absolutely intense. And this circuit is drama filled. Where the red is just finishing at the top of the hill there over the gravel is super difficult, as we'll see in some highlights from Q1 I think in a bit. The Joker at the end of the lap always produces plenty of action. We had some brilliantly close finishes yesterday, and now this is a very special onboard experience with the one and only Matt Oman, Andrew.
So left hand is taped to that lorry-like adjuster, if you like, with a knob on a lorry wheel. Look at the lever that he uses, but it's his right hand. How look at the work his right hand is doing.
So let's watch his elbows. So basically his arm's in a cradle, back, completely back is for throttle, all the way forward like that is for brake, but watch his elbow going left to right, that's changing up and down the gears. The little flick of the wrist is for the handbrake, and you need the handbrake so much around this circuit just to help rotate the rear of the car.
I could watch this all day, I'm not even joking.
This is the onboard of all onboards, isn't it?
It is, because he won yesterday. If you missed this, he won Pro-Am against young drivers, fully able-bodied in their 20s, who are bloody good at driving rallycross cars. This man, who's paralysed from the chest down, won. And he's won before. Don't get me wrong, he's won before. When he wins, the emotion in this paddock is incredible. Look at it, he's up to the rev limiter, up a gear.
So RallyX are going to publish this on social media as well, and when they do, make sure you watch Matt's face when he launches, because you can see him release the most supercars would have a launch button on either the steering wheel or the handbrake, depending on the rules of their series. But Matt releases a switch from his mouth, and when you watch it on social media, you'll be able to see that.
Look at the balance as it comes over the crest on the loose. Look, opposite lock now. He's going to flick it back the other way, round the other way. Look. Oh, indeed, hearing the revs rise like that, when you see the revs rise up and you see the car, well, what? You know how much physicality and the dexterity that's necessary to do that, and we've had the very great privilege to do it, not as well as Matt does it, but to hold a car on the limit and slide it right up to the curb, but then to do that with the hand controls is mind-blowing.
Because
it's mind-blowing.
For context, when I've been lucky enough to drive supercars, but you're when the car's sideways and you're holding it with your hand, you can use your other hand for the gear lever or the handbrake, whereas Matt is doing almost everything in one fluid motion.
Yeah.
And I cannot explain how difficult that would be for someone not used to that system. It's absolutely amazing. I cannot hold that man in high regard.
So something else that's amazing is there's an inflatable dinosaur behind us, and a load of people I hope have been on the jar train since. Sorry, Hal. I have to film them for just a second.
I'm watching the YouTube stream of Oman's onboard in the background.
This is live right now. Here we go. Look, there it is. That's us on the telly, and that's this lot dancing with an inflatable dinosaur. German rallycross fans, you guys are the best.
The lad in the dinosaur costume just came over to us and said, "It's
how are
my
you?"
goodness me." To paraphrase, he said, "My goodness me, it's jolly hot in here."
It was not what he said. He said, me it's hot. This is about right. It's boiling hot
It
here,
is hot.
but they're great sports. To be fair, they've been there for 10 minutes. They know what time the stream starts. So I heard them come around the corner. I was eating. I was I'm like, what on earth is that? And then I turned around from eating a bratwurst with some mashed potato, and there was the inflatable dinosaur. So yeah, 20 minutes in that bad boy. Whew, hot diggity dog. Right, what are we doing? Shall we have a look at the recap of Crosscar Junior and Crosscar? Remember, we're coming up towards the end of Q2 for the other sessions. Roll that in for us, lads, and we'll have a look. And we can fill you in on what's going on. So, how Carl Svedland is currently in the TQ spot for Junior Crosscar. Hampus Hagström, remember, if you watched the Open, just now won the championship last night. Now, the reason we didn't know about that is because it was completely under Stewart's inquiry, basically. He took out another driver in the final. From Kevin Eriksson's point of view, he wasn't happy with what had happened, so he's beaten the driver you can see getting the whole shot here, Oliver Solly, who's currently sitting P2 in the standings after 2 sessions, and Solly basically done a great job, will be P2 in the championship.
How good was Svedland though yesterday to take his first win and carrying that momentum forward? We see that so often, just like Hagström at the start of this season, that sometimes drivers just get in that groove, and Svedland's clearly in that weekend. Great job from the JC driver.
It is indeed. P2 Pira here getting the whole shot ahead of Hume up into turn 1, running a bit wide. Look, turn 1 has provided so much action yesterday. It's Gregor Gino-Mutic in the background as well. Hume took that race, and these are the standings. So Carl Svedland with the TQ. He got TQ yesterday, didn't he, Hal Svedland? Was it yesterday he got TQ?
He did indeed, yeah.
Yes, he did. So Solly P2, Hagström P3. Big step up for Svedland, and at the end of a season, that's what you like to see, because you like to think he's going to be in that championship mix next year. It really has been a two-way fight this year between Hagström and Solly. But Hagström, the champion, after being DQ'd for the final yesterday, he had just enough points to make sure that he can't be beaten. On to Crosscar. Now, this is one of our closest championships. We've got this and Supercar Lites, which are ridiculously close in terms of points. And Hal is between 3 drivers: Thomas Eek Merstad, Elias Svensson, and Ronald Bowdens as an outside shot.
And it's Bowdens here in the shot, really executing in the Joker, as you say, so close. It's one of the headaches for us today, isn't it, Crosscar? And we see one of the big headaches for the Crosscar Championship fight in this race. We're not going to see it. That was contact between one of the pace cars and Isaac Setra, I think. But critically in this Q2 session, Elias Svensson has picked up big front right damage. The team were on were preparing it in the awning. We just saw a bit of it there in that highlights package. Svensson is down in 14th with the 19th best time in Q2, so he's still in the semi-finals, but does have work to do to make sure he gets through. Meanwhile, Thomas Eek Merstad is in 6th, so it's not going perfectly for the 2 favourites for the title. Meanwhile, Ron Bowdens in 3rd. It's all going to be reasonably complicated at the end of qualifying.
Yeah, Bowdens needs the other 2 to have an absolute shocker, doesn't he? Which
Svensson's on the way to doing that,
close to
unless he has a good run in Q3.
But he kind of needs both of them too, doesn't he, really? As we said in the preview. Oh, look at that. Wow, look at the spin over the line in the background. We're seeing these shots for the first time, as you guys are at home. That was close to being a very high-speed collision. Good awareness from the drivers to use just a little bit of the gravel trap to try and get through. That's Hume leading. Lots of, I mean, this class is just so wide open that it's been fun all year. Kong, Stenison and Tree rounding out the session. Getting all my championship standings in a row. Hal, we're going to be in for a fun afternoon, aren't we? But it'll get easier as we see people's stories pan out. I also can't wait to switch these studio lights off because it is so bright in here we can barely see the screen. I do enjoy some sunshine, but Yulalami is the TQ at the minute from Romet Cerner, Bowdens, Osterberg, Ugar and Thomas Eek Merstad. Elias Svensson looking P14, must be inside the top 18 to continue on today. Wouldn't actually mean that he wouldn't win the championship because yesterday's points put him up ahead of everybody anyway. But yeah, doesn't want to have a shocker on the final day. It is hot here in Germany. It's a great way to finish off the season. We have met so many fans from so many countries here. 4 British guys who were here earlier on, all live down close to me in the southeast. And we've had fans from all over. We've seen Stefan this morning, Stefan Spies, who's done plenty of Nürburgring 24, came and showed me and Hal a load of pictures of Golf kit car engines, which we very much enjoyed. And just a lovely atmosphere. Hal, you got given a present for your throw yesterday.
Yeah, it's been amazing, hasn't it? And you can see the banks in the background. Actually, you can see them on the monitor there. It's packed full of people here at the Estering, and there's a massive love for the sport here. Like you say, we've had some lovely fans come up and have a chat, but there's just the general atmosphere is brilliant, isn't it? And you look at the amount of people in the paddock, and they do like to get here early. I got here at about 7:45 this morning, and there was people queuing to get in. People already sat on their chairs half an hour before practice.
The British
they
guys,
love it.
The British guys said we missed a trick. We didn't bring our chairs, so you got to be fast if you want to beat the Germans. It's like being on holiday. There were a couple of Germans there who laughed as well, so don't worry. They share the joke about the Sun Loungers. It's a brilliant series, RallyX. Me and Hal were very lucky to join in 2020, which was the strangest of years for us all, I know. And I remember that glimmer of hope when motorsport came back, and we thought, okay, you know what, this is going to be okay. You know, there's that brilliant dance tune, isn't there? We've lost dancing, and that always reminds me of all the social things that you lost. And we'd lost motorsport, and it came back. It came back with a very special weekend in Hollius. We've got highlights of that for you from 2020, the Magic Weekend, the All-Star Magic Weekend, in fact. So take a look at this.
So stay home, stay safe, and let's get this Magic Weekend started.
Done the fastest time of the weekend, Hal. Oh, he's gutted. Niklas Gronholm is putting his earpieces in. Niklas Gronholm, I know you don't. Look at Johan. Johan loves it. Oh dear, Niklas. He's faster.
He is fast. He is fast.
And Nicholas just leaves the building. He could not believe what he saw on that screen, and that was an incredible time, a 2:58, the fastest time so far this weekend.
That's a bad fire.
Christopherson goes into the joke lap. Ericsson just ahead of Brinderson. Christopherson is coming out of the joke lap now, clearly in front.
He is so composed, and this is laying down a marker to the World RallyX Championship contenders this year, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant return to form for Christopherson. 2 world titles to his name. Struggled a bit on Thursday to match the pace. We said when it would rain he'd bring out the skills. He absolutely destroyed them in the semi-final, and he's done the same in the final. The world
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the camera. You only live once.
Yep.
Niklas Gronholm and Marcus Gronholm is still one of my all-time favourite moments of rallycross ever. Any series. The look on the faces of Ericsson and Kristoffersson and co. It was brilliant, Hal, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah.
And it was lovely, wasn't it, to come back after the weirdness of everything that went on that year.
What a weekend that was, indeed.
Yeah, it was. Right. On to today's proceedings. The man who's on pole position, Simon Tiger, is up against Jurek Mainix, Christoph Becks, Bart Bell and Michael Persson. Tiger gets away well on the inside line, actually moves everybody across just a little bit to make sure he's got enough space, but then he's going to get passed around the outside by Mainix if he's not careful. He pushes Mainix wide, but it is Bart Bell who's gone all the way around the outside. Persson goes up the inside.
Tiger
he loses another space.
Badly on the wet surface there. Look how much water's run down the hill from where they've watered loose. And that's what you get for being the first out in the session. Oh, it has a problem there. Tiger's stopped in the background, or very slow at least. What is going on with the new champion? Wiggling the wheels side to side. Let's try and have a look. That's also Becks, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. It was on a go slow down the bottom of the hill as well.
What a disaster for the fastest, or two of the fastest runners from Heat 1 earlier on. Persson, who's been in and out of the Joker, his windscreen is absolutely destroyed from the stones here at the Estering in these rear-wheel drive machines. There is Bart Bell. Yellow flags are out. Oh, what a shame for Becks, because Becks is one of the drivers who could really take it to Tiger and co at the front of the open two-wheel drive order.
I'd forgotten how noisy it is here, Hal, from yesterday. We've got about 10 million supercars and Supercar Lites in behind us in the pre-grid area. We're just playing with our volumes a bit. Park down the bottom of the hill there will affect the lap times a little bit, but not a huge amount. They're ever so slightly online, aren't they, in the braking zone at the bottom of the hill.
I don't really know why Mainix hasn't jokered there, because Persson already has and come out ahead, and Mainix is all over the back.
He's just losing time for no reason, aren't you? Just get in there and get yourself some clear air. The others
so hard to get the chance on the inside.
Now getting stuck into a race. Who's dropping fluids down the hill, Hal? Do you see in the braking zone?
No, that's water from the track. That was there.
So for a minute I thought it was Tiger coming slowly to the side.
Yeah, so Tiger's there.
What a gent.
Well, he is being lapped, so it's the only thing to do. Yes, it's the right thing to do, but that's what you should do, and I'll call you out if you don't. Bell's into the Joker for this final time. Mainix has got all the hard work done of passing Persson, and then Joker's, which is only going to harm his overall time, and Persson's actually going to get to the line first. Bell sets the fastest time of that race. Of course, we're taking the race win on a 2:12. For context, Tiger won the previous session on a 2:06, and Bell did a 2:09 in fourth. So substantially slower, but they've just watered the track, so that will play its part. Let's see if we can see what happens.
Tiger was winning sessions, wasn't he, by huge margins, 6 seconds sometimes. Certainly, I think there was one driver who got close in one of them. He got muffed in turn one.
I wonder if Tiger's got steering damage.
Oh yeah,
the wheel's broken. Yeah, it is steering damage from that contact. Look at the wheels.
Yeah, it's just going around wherever he wants to go. So yeah, or does he get clattered for the air? Both sides. Have some of that, Tiger. Look at the stones. Wow, Vigo was lucky there. He literally got fired upon from both sides. And as you said, Hal, if you look at the screen, a person, like, it's absolutely smashed to bits, like someone's gone at it with a gun. That's from the gravel that gets fired up. It's proper gravel here. Well, there we go. Not what we normally like to start a session with, the retirement of two of the fastest drivers. But that's how it goes sometimes. We're sending the Nissan out to drag them back in on a rope. As soon as we've got those cars out of the way, we'll get underway with the rest of Open 2-wheel drive. But don't worry, things will get faster and more exciting as the day goes on, I am sure.
Von den Marshals zurückgeschoben Richtung Fahrerlager. Da muss er einmal quer durchs ganze Fahrerlager bis hoch zu Fahrerlager einfahren, weil da steht sein großer gelber Truck, wo oben auch schon seine Mechaniker draufstehen. Da wird gleich mächtig Arbeit auf die Teammitglieder von Christoph Becks zukommen. Hoffentlich werden wir ihn im dritten Qualifikationslauf dann wiedersehen. Gestern war er auch schon nicht im Finale vertreten, weil er dort auch eigener Fahrfehler beim Ausbeschleunigen.
So we switched the mics off because they're clearing the throttles again on the FC2. Kevin found an issue with the handbrake this morning, so he wanted to change the handbrake release unit, which allows you to pitch the car in. How Kevin went for around the outside this morning, didn't he? And you were watching it, and it didn't work. And the reason it didn't work is he had a tech issue with the handbrake.
Well, it already hadn't worked in practice. So I was up in the first corner in practice,
fine. So
you can see all four wheels locking. So
he didn't have time to change it before Q1 either. So there's Simon Tiger. That's going to take a minute or two. So
on his scooter.
I love the fact someone's taken his scooter to him already.
It's because they don't want to pick it up. It's clearly they're having a discussion about how to recover the car there.
All right, stay with us.
Das ist das nächste Starterfeld, was bereits aufgebaut ist. Interessanterweise hat man den Pole-Setter, nämlich Kenneth Konge, letzten Endes aufrücken lassen. Man hat nicht die Startposition 1 freigelassen, sondern man hat Peter McGarry aus Irland auf die 1 gesetzt, anstatt auf der Bahn 2, Hammer auf 3, eigentlich jetzt aber auf 2, Thomas Liszkowicz aus Polen auf der 3 anstatt auf der 4, Ruben aus den Niederlanden auf die 4 gesetzt und nicht auf der 5. Also, ganz interessante Startausstellung. Wir haben sowohl Tour Drive Pro als auch Tour Drive M, also Thomas Liszkowicz ist der Pole, der bei Tour Drive M startet. Das Auto von Tiger ist noch nicht oben, danke. Tiger ist noch nicht drin oder der Schlepper kommt jetzt raus, weil Tiger steht nämlich draußen, er wollte gerne draußen stehen. Und er ist aber noch nicht, oben ist die Strecke noch nicht frei. Und deswegen stehen die Fahrzeuge jetzt hier noch mit geöffneten Türen und lassen ein bisschen frische Luft rein, wenn man überhaupt von frischer Luft sprechen kann. Konge, wie gesagt, nicht dabei, Bahn 1 eigentlich frei, aber besetzt von McGarry, von Hammer, von Liszkowicz und Ruhl von Ruben, so die Startaufstellung für die Fahrzeuge. Und auf die Nachfrage bei Andreas Eriksson gerade eben noch mal zu fragen oder zu hören, mit welchem Auto er denn gerne an den Start gehen würde, kam nur eine ganz souveräne Aussage, indem er nämlich sagte, natürlich mit dem schnellsten. Wir werden sehen, welches das schnellste Auto sein wird. Mit dem vielleicht, er würde gerne wieder mal hier auf dem Estering in ein Lenkrad greifen. Mal sehen, mit welchem Auto, denn Andreas Eriksson hier eventuell in der Saison 2025, wenn denn der Estering wieder dabei sein wird, mit Rallycross Nordic, mit welchem Auto dann eventuell Andreas Eriksson nochmal in einen Wettbewerb einsteigen würde. Lange, lange Zeit ist er nicht gefahren. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie lange er das letzte Mal gefahren ist. Andreas aus Simon Tiger wird jetzt gerade mit dem Stapler auf die Schippe genommen und reingebracht.
Good old Facebook.
So, Sandy Williams gibt jetzt das Zeichen an McGarry, an Hammer, an Liszkowicz oder dann gesagt auch
Hello, Clara Anderson, by the way. She messaged on Instagram last night. She's always watching the stream. Clara, you're a legend. We'll sort you out with a How True t-shirt at some point. She promised me she'd wear it to Extreme E. Well, let's hope this one's a bit more exciting than the first one was. McGarry gets the whole shot up to turn 1. Nicely done. Got to try and hold on to that. The exit does. Great exit. Finds the traction. Go on, Peter. Let's go up the Irish.
Unless he messed up the exit, it was always going to happen, wasn't it? Because Hammer had gone so tight that, as Robin Larson explained to us yesterday, Hammer gets a massive lock up at the end of the straight.
it was always going to be Peter. Now Peter can get his head down and set about catching the time set by Bell so far. So McGarry last time did a 2:12.8. This time around, Bell's done a 2:12.9. Track's a bit slower probably, so could be on this for McGarry to get closer to that overall time.
Another wasp in the commentary box. Sorry, Hal. Need some sort of flamethrower. It's on your head. Anyone got a deodorant and a lighter?
On your head be it.
Or can we possibly just get the FC2 round here and park it? It's under your desk, mate, right next to your arm.
I wonder if McGarry's got a problem here because Hammer's reeling him back in. I really dislike wasps.
Yeah, I don't like wasps at all.
Now Peter's going to just antagonise it, and that's going to make things a whole lot worse.
Well, it's on your neck, mate. So yeah, it was. Oh, I'm going to kill it.
Hammer's going to joke it this time around. McGarry continues to lead onto this final lap. And he's now
I've got a hand clap it, but I'm not going to hand clap a wasp. I
would like you to do that.
Get it. Where is it? Where is it? Come on, dare you? Come on.
There's Vigo's drone.
Oh!
In the background.
It's on my neck. Get off! Where's it gone? Bloody wasp! Go away! As if this job isn't hard enough.
McGarry fastest lap of the race so far on a 42.0. It's all about trying to execute the Joker now.
Hal, thank you for being a professional.
For McGarry, here he is in the extra route. You keep fighting. Oh, McGarry's run deep in the Joker. That's not going to help his cause. The time has already gone, I think, 2:15.8. That is going to put him third quickest so far behind Michael Persson. Probably lost a good few tenths there in the Joker section.
Well, I lost a good few tenths. Yeah.
Did you get it?
No. It flew off after I tried to clap it into the stats folder. I hand clap mosquitoes, but I'm not going to hand clap a wasp. Oh,
I would have been amused had you done that. That would have kept.
What, hand clap the wasp? That would have really hurt, wouldn't it? Like, just no. Oi, oi, oi. Kevin Ericsson's having a wander around. Edith Tornholt has managed to repair her car, Hal. You said she had quite a big shunt, didn't you, earlier on?
She did, yeah, and
was threatening not to go back out.
She was adamant she was going home, but obviously she'd been persuaded otherwise.
She was having a chat. Oh yeah, Andreas, right. I'll tell you what, we'll give you some calendar news in a minute. Andreas Eriksson gave us an exclusive over lunch. He said the calendar will be ready when his pool is clean and he can sit in it and have some time to think. So I said, well, that's not going to be until October at least, because he's going to America tomorrow for Rally Nitrocross in Richmond. And he sort of laughed. He's like, no, the pool is clean. I will have time to get in it soon. But he's already thinking about next year's calendar. Oh my goodness me, there's more car warm-ups going on. I used to really love car warm-ups. Johansson, getting beaten by Towell up to turn 1. Johansson looking on the inside though.
They've worked on the balance of Towell's car overnight because they looked at the sectors from yesterday and realised that not a million miles away, temps-wise on each sector, it's just about tying it together as the Manta and the Mercedes go side by side down the hill, closing on Towell in the braking. Crook goes around the outside, loses out to Victor Johansson, who gets up the inside. Now Johansson gets about chasing down double European Rallycross champion Derek Towell at the top of the hill. Towell goes a bit deep on the brakes. Johansson now nails the apex. Krog Joker's ahead of Stur.
This is a good opportunity, isn't it, with Simon Tiger out and who else went out? Bex went out in that first one for a couple of the quick drivers who are not there to capitalise on that and try to get a good result.
Well, Bell had a good run in the first one to take the win, but he was hampered by the track conditions. The track is significantly drier than it was. It's still not dry by any means. Look how much they're struggling for traction. Johansson all over the back of Towell. What Derek needs to not do now is drive on his mirrors, because Victor is a gentleman, and by that I mean he's not a driver that fires people off unnecessarily, and they'll both be looking for a quick time here. I would suggest that Derek should go again, Johansson should joker, and they should both be striving for the best time. Derek may try and cover him off by jokering now, chooses not to do that, and there indeed Johansson goes in.
I think Johansson could have gone slightly earlier, should have gone accelerated around him, yeah, but he didn't, and he may well lose out. Now let's see if Krog can get there before. No, he doesn't. So Johansson and Towell then have got good pace.
Towell's lap time is quicker than McGarry's was by a few seconds. So
is it close enough to Bell or not?
I think so, yeah, because McGarry also made a mistake there in the Joker section, was only 3 seconds or less than 3 seconds behind Bell's time. Towell needs to not compromise himself in the Joker, and that's so easy to do here when you're on a charge, just to run that bit deep. Everyone can carry the speed in, but it's getting stopped in the middle apex. Flick of the lights.
Watch him turn in, turns in. You've got to get as close to the right wall as you can. Brake early, turn in, get the car straight, a little bit deep of the apex and a little bit wide, and Johansson's going to beat him on the way to the line. He holds on to P2. Not the perfect joker, not been over-critical, but Johansson was probably just took his time a little bit more in there.
Second and third quickest times overall for the pair of them, though, so that's a good job by them both. You saw Derek on the way into the joker, just nose of the car dropping that little bit, with him feeling for the grip on the brakes, and of course, Derek's a supercar driver now, isn't he? He has been for quite some time.
Yes.
So,
well, he was always saying, well, I missed the front pit, wasn't
just getting used to the braking. The braking in a two-wheel drive car is so different, especially rear-wheel drive, so different to a supercar. You can see there, look, on and off the brakes. That's a great bit of footage there from the Joker. Runs a bit deep in the middle of the Joker, misses the apex slightly on the exit. That's super critical, but these are fine margins, and if you can nail those two elements, then your time's going to be good.
Victor Johansson from Derek Tohill, they go P2 and P3, but it's Bart Bell who wins the session. I think that might be Bart Bell's first session win.
100% it is, yeah. Until I'm proven wrong.
Yeah, until somebody says no, it isn't.
But I'm sure it is, because he only came to Julius last year, had a great time, but wasn't right at the front.
Oh, there are my grids. I lost those halfway through the race when I was attacked by a vicious wasp, a vicious German wasp of similar colours to Martin Odd's supercar, which is parked next to us. Casper Janssen, Simon Olofsson, Julian Meunier, Tobias Darback and Eric Hesselberg. It's a good start on the inside. Meunier does a sensible thing and moves across after losing the start. Casper Janssen is there. Olofsson looks inside. Darback's trying to go outside. Olofsson gets alongside Janssen on the exit. So looking down at the bottom of the hill now, are they still side by side? They are, so Olofsson should be able to outbrake Casper Janssen on the inside line. Janssen now just needs to slot in front of Darback, goes the long way round, and you've got to be careful, you're going to end up with a Darback alongside you to the left and the right. Now he has to give best.
Risky not to cut in there, because I don't think there's much to give. Oh, Darback's in the wall, just keeps it out from being a big accident. Run the rear into the wall. There's Meunier into the Joker. Great decision there from the Frenchman.
And attack as well. Came in hot.
Ran deep though.
Won't be the perfect Joker then. That's a shame. It was a good decision and great execution on the way in. Janssen's got a good exit here, but so has Olofsson. Now, how Olofsson is right back in the mix in this, isn't he? We reckon there's a point between them, did we, after drop scores?
The point between Anderson and Olofsson, yeah, and Janssen's that bit further back. So, drop scores critical.
And Olofsson really trying to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Casper Janssen won the Q1 from Olofsson.
Anderson was down in 9th.
Yeah, so really wide Olofsson into the right-hander. A little bit too wide and a little bit too wild. Needs to gather it up. Janssen is tiny behind him. Bergen goes into the Joker.
At this stage, Janssen's committed to running behind Olofsson, hasn't he? For the rest of the race onto the final lap. Loses a bit at the top of the hill. Now it's all about just staying, of course you want to overtake, but you also just want to be as close as you can be in the Joker section. Doesn't matter how close you are now, it's just when you get into the Joker you want to be right on Olofsson's tail. You cross the line as close as possible.
You only see this with drivers who are of a very similar ability, who are looking at the overall standings and going, I want to be at the top of the qualifying standings. They know that an alternative strategy is going to cost them 2/10 because the exit of the Joker here is better on the last lap. You follow each other through. It's the one time that you break the rule of doing something different to everybody else. Darback's
so
in
much
there
speed
too.
carried by Olofsson through the Joker section. Brilliant Joker from Simon Olofsson.
He wins by 0.8 ahead of Casper Janssen. Darback does hold on to 3rd, Meunier 4th, and Birgit is in 5th.
It is such a risk though, Andrew, to follow in, isn't it? Because all it takes is for Olofsson to drop it and then you're
absolutely
got nowhere to go.
Yeah, but if they're looking at times, aren't they? They're knowing Anderson's coming up next. And by the way, this will mean Olofsson and Janssen are now equal with a session win and a P2 each, depending if Anderson splits them.
It's indicative of the amount of contact in Supercar Lites yesterday that there's 3 plain white front bumpers in this race. That could probably increase by the end of today as well. Darback was lucky there not to get too far into the wall. This is Olofsson. Didn't nail the entry, but carried so much speed, and that is a sort of precision you need to be executing.
And then he hit the wall on the left.
As he did yesterday.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a bigger hit. That's going to be new wishbones again. Janssen's raiding the parts store. How many bumpers were there on board last weekend? How we counted 12, didn't we? But I don't think the truck will have been home in between events because it was in Denmark. Maybe that's why there are so many. I doubt there's many bumpers left in the parts store now. Invoices firing out almost as quickly as TQ times. Soderholm, Lars-Erik Haug and Marceau Launay. Lucas Anderson on the outside. So Anderson in the title fight with Olofsson and Janssen.
from slot 4 on the grid's going to need a good one. It's a brilliant reaction time from Anderson. That is one of the best starts we've seen all weekend in Supercar Lites. Moves from slot 4 to P1, clearly on the way into the first corner, gets picked up by Soderholm, clattered from behind. Soderholm now inside, might lose more time here. Haug's almost going to get alongside Anderson, loses out. That's a shame.
Unnecessary contact from Soderholm in the rear of Anderson. It's the push to pass there, isn't it? It's so difficult in the first corner in Estering.
He's going to get the outside almost.
He's going to have the outside for the next one. Too risky to go side by side there because then you're in the wall quickly.
I wonder if he'll joker from there. He can't really, can he? Because of the risk of the slower cars behind. And he does! There you go, we're both wrong. Good.
We are both wrong.
Good.
But Haug is a risk here because Haug, to be fair, doesn't have championship winning pace at this stage of the season.
On the other hand, it is only 3 laps. The joker delta's 3 seconds. You know, you've got to gain quite a lot of time. He says, I bet he's on him by the bottom of the hill.
And there's a lot of tactics in the spotters tower as well. There is a spotters tower here. And if I was Lucas Anderson's spotter, I'd be going over to Haug's spotter now and just saying, just a bit of a favour, mate. Would you mind going in? And you see that a lot, and that's something that's a bit untapped in rallycross coverage because there isn't often the infrastructure to do that, and you also need someone there analysing it as well. But there's a lot of tactics in the joke. You do see it's not going to happen.
No, it doesn't go.
Maybe they haven't been through that process. All the spotters
also,
aren't there.
you were saying earlier about the spotters not being there. This is one of the hardest places for them to spot.
Well, really,
circuit visibility is really hard.
Really, you want to spot on the outside in the crowd, but getting there is a nightmare because you can't cross the track. So, and to be fair, Haug is all over the back of Soderholm, and we know that Soderholm has great ultimate pace. So this is all being undone because Anderson's not catching him up anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
It needs a tunnel or a bridge, the Estering, one or the other. Can be easily done. We saw a tunnel last week made out of containers, didn't we, in Denmark. Anderson is 1.6 off the back, no, 2.2 off the leader, 1.6 off P2, so he should get P2. Soderholm's coming quite hot. I think maybe 2 hot runs too wide. Anderson should take this easily because that is not a good joker. So Anderson nicks it at the line. Turns out the joker strategy worked okay, and Lene misses out with a couple of ropey jokers in front of him.
Remember, Soderholm is ostensibly a teammate of Simon Olofsson as well in this championship fight, so I'm sure he wouldn't have been particularly kind to Anderson. Not suggesting he was firing off deliberately. Anderson was a brilliant launcher. Look at this first corner. It's so, as I was starting to explain, it's so difficult in the first corner here because the momentum's carrying, everyone's in their throttle at a different time. But it's one of the only major contact rules is you can't push someone in the rear bumper and then overtake them. So I think that will at least be looked at.
So do
but in the first corner scenario, maybe that you have to be a little bit more lenient.
Remember what Larson said, here comes the train, and he's right. So Lindemann said to me, I spoke to Lindemann after racing yesterday, you remember he hit Larson hard in the semi-final, and he said Robin braked so much earlier than I expected, but he's done that because he's expecting a little bit of contact from behind.
And you're sort of bracing yourself in the car.
Back the pack up, so you know it's coming, and you know you're going to get like €1,000 worth of damage, but you've also got the whole shot.
That is, mate. Just to park it in the middle of the corner and let everyone run into you.
Stop them, and
that's why the joke lap was conceived. Look, all new white front bumpers in this one. That's
the truck empty. That's the truck empty. Haug, Kevin Darback, Christensen and Tornholt. Kevin Darback was very impressive yesterday. Me and Hal have been impressed by his progress this year. Christensen gets the best start, but Darback gets a better run to the first corner. Darback takes the lead. Are they going to be kind to him in turn 1? Yes, they are. And Darback carries actually good pace through the apex there, Hal. Decided not to park them and just drove through.
Christensen getting a great run out of the first corner, side by side with Haug. Despite that contact in turn 1, they were getting into each other a little bit, and that cost them both time. But as you say, Andrew, Darback has
checked out.
Clearly checked out. He was so disappointed yesterday, wasn't he, after that big contact? And if the Lites class was a bit carnage, the biggest carnage was something that was totally unintentional. Kevin Darback was actually trying to relieve himself of that position, and then it was an unfortunate bit of contact that meant he had that big accident.
Yeah, it was a whopper, wasn't it?
A whopper indeed.
So lap time 39.5. How does that compare? Don't know. Yeah, the lap times, unfortunately, that's something we need for the timing screen next year. His fastest lap from the previous race. I'm sure we can figure it out.
I usually write it down, but I've been far too excited by Supercar Lites in general to.
We're making a list, aren't we? We're making a list of things we want for next year. No drop scores. It's quite high on it. Or alternative scoring systems. Let's put it that way. We hate maths. That'd be another good T-shirt. How we hate. I like cars. I don't like maths. That's a good T-shirt. Maybe we can have that one made.
There must be a line in T-shirts by now.
That's what I mean. Yeah. But I need a mega. You need I like cars. So if I like cars, I hate maths. We've got Team Haldrew, we've seen already. Christensen now with the fastest lap, 39.0, so goes 3/10 quicker than Darback, but they're both on the last lap and they'll both have to joker together. Christensen coming in quite hot.
Great momentum carried in there.
But now got to get it back the other way, and actually does. It's a good joker from Christensen, but Darback's going to hold on. Is he going to get the quickest time? 205.5, 1.5 off.
Third.
Nice.
Just splitting the championship trio there, Olofsson, Janssen, Anderson.
And going quicker than his brother, Tobias, who's tended to have the better results this year. It's a great drive by Kevin, well done. Open four-wheel drive Q2 race 1 coming up. Linneman is missing from the lineup. That's a bit of a shame. Linneman was P4 after Q1.
He drove in, didn't he? He drove past us. The bumper was hanging off because he'd run deep.
Is that him at the... No, I was saying is that him at the back, but that's not. That's the Supercar. That's the Darback car coming back in. So are they waiting for Ulrich, or are we waiting for a clear-up out on track? Anyway, meanwhile, Martin Enlund, Joni Tapainen, Peter Hedström on the outside, Maiko Tam.
Nicholas is scurrying. Nicholas Dubinard from PureRallyCross.com is scurrying off to find out where Ulrich is, but he will not start this race.
He certainly won't. So Enlund, who was the winner of Q1, doesn't get a good start. The nose of the car rises up high, but Tapainen thrashes him on the run to the first corner. Tam sweeps across from inside to the inside. Hedström's out wide on the loose. Enlund slots into P3. Not the greatest start from Enlund who won Q1, but Tapainen leads from Hedström.
Enlund carried so much speed into the first corner. Hedström, meanwhile, was burying the throttle, trying to go right the outside of Tapainen, but couldn't make it stick. And Tam took a whole chunk of barrier and stuck the car up on two wheels in the background. Was Enlund going slowly there? No, there he is, popping underneath the drone. So Enlund's lucky to be driving today, Andrew. He goes into the joker this time around. After the AM final yesterday, this is why he wasn't in the Pro final, the oil pump seized on the engine. But as he was trundling back into the paddock, they were so lucky that didn't happen during the race. So on a supercar engine, the oil pump is externally belt driven, so it's bolted to the side of the engine and it's driven by a belt, and if that seizes, normally it's kaput. The engine will go. They were really fortunate there, and great job they were able to get back out for today, and a fastest time earlier on, largely by virtue of right here, Robin Larson skipped through that bump and smashed the rear wheel off the Audi S1. So he did finish the race, but at a slow pace.
And was going to win. Was going to win. He took an early joker, didn't he? We were like, oh, he's got an early joker. He lost the start, took an early joker, but had great pace, closed back up. We were like, he's got this. Literally, last lap went from P1 to P5. So
speaking of great pace, Tapainen is absolutely showing Peter Hedström the way round here. Hedström hasn't been into the joker yet. On the last lap, Tapainen did 37.0. Hedström did 37.2, but he's just eking the gap.
It's really good to see, because Tapainen, to be fair, hasn't always had the greatest of rivalries this year. You know, he's been a very clear front runner and favourite for both the four-wheel drive titles, and doing a great job here today. Checker flag falls, and he is a 157.6, which is about exactly a second slower than Enlund went in Q1, but obviously track conditions are different.
So Linneman, Nicholas has come back. Linneman is gearbox issues and he's probably out for the weekend, which is
that's a shame.
A big shame.
That is a shame. He was saying yesterday how he was so pleased to be here, his sponsors and help find the money. Look at Enlund in the background. Triple Scandi flick on the way in. The first one was him saving it from the previous corner, flicked it back the other way. He's like, come on, please. Not quite.
That is proper raw, natural
driving talent
of car control.
We were saying yesterday, weren't we, how this place undoubtedly suits Enlund. It's just that kind of a circuit.
And not all drivers have that. You can be very quick as a driver, but not all drivers have that just innate car control, and he's got it in abundance.
Love it. Good photos.
not best lap times. Final race of, second race of qualifying. One more to come. Larsson's in the final one. So this one is Rennie Munich, Martinovs, Oman, Toren and Ericsson. Oman yesterday won the Pro-Am final. It was brilliant. The podium's on my Instagram story if you want to see it. It was wonderful. They had two of his mechanics there. They lifted his wheelchair up. His daughter was there as well, Elena. And the crowd went absolutely nuts for him, and we loved it. If you missed the onboard, if you missed the start of the show, there's a 2-minute GoPro onboard with Oman in the pre-show. So when this session's finished, go back and watch it. It's about 13 or 15 minutes into the show. Kevin Ericsson with a problem on the line. So Kevin doesn't get away well in the FC2. They've just changed the handbrake release on that so that he can drive around the outside, but he won't be close enough. Munich runs deep. Oman almost alongside. Oman gets a tap though and drops a little way back. Ericsson passes Martinovs on the exit. He might have done around the outside from P5 to P4, but we'll never know.
This though is Rennie Munich's opportunity to show what both he around the Estering circuit and this brand new Seat Ibiza for 2024 can do, because he hasn't been in the position to set some proper lap times this weekend so far, and this could lay down a marker.
It's stunning how that car, looking around it earlier, look, a lot of the cars here are well prepared, but that car looks like a factory weapon, doesn't it? It just looks beautiful, it really does. Okay, so Munich with a 37.3 for his opening lap. Oman, Ericsson, Martinovs, Toren went joker. Ericsson's kind of in that window where he's not quite in touch with the front two, but he'll hope to gap Philip Toren by enough to... I'll tell you what, he might be getting closer to them. You know, it was a terrible start for Kevin. Look at this, Hal, in the background, chucking the FC2 about. Go on, Kevin!
Kevin Enland absolutely sending the FC2. Oman jokers this time around. That's to try and get the overcut on Rennie Munich when Munich jokers on the final lap. Kevin Ericsson though is going with him, and if Kevin can eke out the gap, he could get Oman here as well.
Go on, Kevin, I'm loving this, Hal. This is kind of Kevin Ericsson's manner, isn't it? You've never seen Kevin Ericsson round the outside. That's an outrageous move. It has been everywhere. It appears on Instagram once a month now, and at the time it went properly viral. He won a round of the World Rallycross Championship. It was his only win, wasn't it, Hal?
It was,
and
yeah.
It was just brilliant. It was against Solberg and Ekstrom and Co. He goes into the joker. This will try to cover off Oman behind him. He might have done enough, you know. This is a brilliant drive when you consider what a terrible start Kevin Ericsson had. Oman's going to get him at the line. Munich takes it though.
Not quite quick enough to beat Topinen. That shows what a great job Topinen did, because Rennie had a clean run there.
Yeah, a 58.2 sees him go P2 in the session.
36.8 for Ericsson on the middle lap there. Best lap of the race.
Look how good that Ibiza looks. It really does. Watch Kevin Ericsson here. Look, awful start. Gets away. Oman and Munich got away nicely. Oh, see, Kevin wasn't that far back, and he does, Hal. Look, on the handbrake, all the way around the outside of Martinovs, and then just opens it up. Yeah,
not
brilliant.
Quite legendary that, was it?
No,
but it was
it's not
effective
legendary, but
pass.
I love the fact he still did it. So it's almost a prerequisite, isn't it, for Kevin?
I think that's the only reason he's racing today, isn't it? Otherwise he could let his brother get on with the development of the FC2.
I think it's good for them to have two people sit in the car,
yes.
isn't it? Oh, look at this. That's a little test for the FC2 as well.
And that's largely why they're racing it. You can't simulate those things in a test scenario.
Hal, he did the best lap. 36.8 was Kevin Ericsson in the FC2. Oh, you said that. Sorry, I didn't see that. That is good.
Yeah.
I was looking at papers or something, mate. I don't always listen. You may have noticed that by now. It's been a long season, Hal.
And you don't listen anymore.
No, you're right. Yeah.
It's like being in the rental car.
Yeah.
What did you say? No idea.
I have no idea. I've absolutely no idea. Right, Martinson, Dahl, Larson, Donahue, Mandy August is missing from the outside. Larson needs a good start from the middle of the grid and gets it, but Martinson's got a good start too. So Larson, will he go for the full send? He does! Backwards entry, Robin Larson gets the whole shot, gets in! That's how you do it!
Job done. You can see that coming a mile off. He hadn't made the best start, had he? Martinson had got the run on him into the first corner. Larson had two options there. Either you back off and try and go for the inside, or go for the full send.
But I love the fact that we knew which option it would be with Larson, didn't we? I could do the over-under here if Martinson runs wide.
It's also safe here because you're not going to run into any harm. You can go for the big send and nothing worse is going to happen is you end in the gravel, and that's exactly what Kevin Ericsson said when he pulled that move off.
Victor did it yesterday, didn't he? Victor Johansson ran so deep we thought, oh, he's completely, and he's done it again. Oi, oi!
The British fans that were here earlier, I was like, isn't it great that you get to see Larson? So they booked their trip before they knew Larson was entering. They're like, oh, we've got the best slow-mo of him into turn 1. So he goes in backwards on every single lap, and I just think that's fantastic.
That was probably a bit too much backwards last time around. No, this time around, on this lap, because he was very close to hitting the barrier head-on, nose first, then you feel a bit silly, wouldn't you? But
I hope he does it again.
I love it.
I don't think he will, but I hope he does it again. Come on, Robin. Full send for the 3rd time in a row. No lifting.
He's lost a lot of time on that lap. He lost a second on that previous lap compared to his best lap time in this session of 36.1 is substantially quicker.
He's a talented boy, isn't he? He really is. So he's gapped Martinson, just driven away from him on these last couple laps, even with the messy turn 1. Only Donahue joking on the first lap. Donahue is 4.6 off the previous, let alone the leader, so isn't going to trouble these two. Here goes Larson. Let's see how good this is. Tight on the right. He said to me last year he loves technical joker laps. I think all the drivers do. It really challenges you, and that's how you get out without tapping the wall. To 1:56.1, Robin Larson goes 1.5 seconds quicker than Tapinen.
Not massively quicker though, is it?
No, but with a messy turn 1 on lap 2 in only 3 laps, it's still a lot. It's a lot.
It is, but
you said he lost a second.
Yeah, okay, but experience.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm not doing it, not taking anything away from Tapinen, but that is epic, isn't it?
It actually, look from that angle, it's not as epic.
That's the one.
But if you watch it from the rear angle, he's actually just pointing square at the exit, so it's almost perfect.
I love it.
It looks much more wild from that rear shot. I wonder if we'll see the next one around, because he reverses it in, look, and almost just drives straight at the wall.
He will know, because there's this horrible point where you have to come off the handbrake and the throttle and start winding it out.
No.
Yeah.
As usual, absolute perfection in the Joker, just skips the wall there. Great job.
Wonderful. Larson then takes the session 1:56.1. Great stuff. Boiling hot here in Germany. But some great racing so far. So Larson wins that session. Who won the first one? It was Enlund, and Larson, of course, with his wheel off, was down in P13. So we should be in for some good stuff. Mandy August is out, Hal, isn't she? Because you said she looked like the engine was gone. They were changing it, but
they have changed it. It was mostly back in when I saw before. So
yeah,
she
but she missed
that
as well, didn't she? Would she make, how many cars are there? 15? Who's had retirements?
Not enough.
No, not enough.
We didn't see Dahl then, though, either, did we?
I can't remember.
Don't think so. Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah, Dahl was in.
Sorry,
yeah.
Magnus.
All good. Anyway, right. So Tapinen, class of the field in four-wheel drive this year, a fin. If you want to win, you need a fin. That's what they used to say in rallying. Is it true of rallycross as well? In 2022's RallyX series, it certainly was.
Oh, that's it. He's done. Away because Kevin Eriksson goes up the inside line anyway. Oh, yeah. And it's Eriksson who's going to take it out the line. They've both been previous champions in these cars, and they've shown their class. Ollie Eriksson takes the win in lights for round 2 of RallyX 2022. It's up, and here he goes. Oh, it's a decent start for Eriksson on the inside line. Going to get up alongside Kristoffersson, going to push Kristoffersson wide. Ekstrom going to follow him. Oh, 2 wheels. Kristoffersson goes around the outside. Ekstrom going to go Joker straight away. Kristoffersson's in the wall. Ekstrom's in the wall on the outside line. Kristoffersson's piling the pressure as they come down the hill. Taps the barrier on the inside line. Through the right-hander. Awesome. He's got one last corner to try and have a go. And some will try and cover him up. No! Broken suspension. Kristoffersson up the inside of the final corner. Oh, the reigning champion wins in the last corner. And Marken holds on with broken suspension. Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
Oh my God.
Get it launched down to turn 1. Good start by Kristoffersson on the inside line. Ekstrom going to move across, try and cover off Brinderson behind. Brinderson looks to the inside. Can't get there. He's the reigning RallyX champion. To be fair to Ekstrom, he's been out of a rallycross car for 2 years. He's put on a hell of a show here, and it's been great to have him back. But it is Johan Kristoffersson who's going to take his second win of the weekend. Double victory here for Kristoffersson. Great drive by him. Is Ekstrom going to hold on to P2? Comes through the last corner. He's been unchallenged most of today. It's an absolutely brilliant drive by the top qualifier. Goes through to take the win. Olofsson wins round 3 of lights. Ola Henry's times up with the first podium, and Jesse Callie on his return to the series gets P3, and he's easily in front. It's a brilliant win for Simon Olofsson over the finish line. Double win here in Finland. Fantastic by him. A spin for, I think it's Mattis Janssen. Or Kalliokoski looked like he blocked, but Kristoffersson did too. Not a great start. Brinderson going to try and shut the door. Baby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kalliokoski up on two wheels. Gronholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brinderson, Kristoffersson, OC, Baby, Kalliokoski into the rear of Baby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kalliokoski parked, and so's Baby in the background. Wide the smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Kristoffersson struggling. Brinderson looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brinderson can't quite get there. Kristoffersson shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brinderson takes it from Gronholm. Kristoffersson P3. Unbelievable. Wow, what a final lap. Oh, great start by Evgen from row 2, but a good start by Kristoffersson. Polevsky moves across, shuts the door, slots in the third on the inside. No, he doesn't. Baby's going to get into that gap. Sideways for Gronholm. In the background, 3 cars wide. They're going to need to funnel out of that. In the wall again, Brinderson ends up towards the outside. Dust flies up, but I reckon he's got it. Kristoffersson has, through the long right-hander. It's a third time on the top step of the podium. 4th podium for Kristoffersson this year. Gronholm P2, and Evgen comes around to take a deserved P3. First couple of laps were fire, but Kristoffersson then just gapped Niklas a little bit, and the breathing space allowed him to stop cooking the tyres and keep the polo a bit straighter.
Delayed him, he's lost time, and so Simon Olofsson is going to make it 3 in a row. Martin Expian is going to be 2nd, and 3rd Jimmy Wolfridsson. Simon Olofsson wins the Supercar Lites final, and Kasper Janssen is set for a maiden victory within Supercar Lites this year. He makes his way now through that last corner for 2nd place. Steinholt tries to jump ahead of Schlockvist. They're side by side. Kasper Janssen wins, and 2nd across the line is Steinholt. Down to 3rd is Schlockvist. 4th Mattis Janssen. Simon Olofsson is 5th. It is blast off, a dreadful start by Gerben, a good start by Gronholm. Good start also by Belitsky. He's up into 2nd place and has to go to the race leader. Brinderson is 3rd. Eid on the inside of him, and then down in 5th is Baby. Gerben staggers off the line, but it's Gronholm ahead of Belitsky, who's going to have a go on the inside line as he thinks about it as contact. He gets into the side of Gronholm, and off he goes. Gronholm in the wall. He spins and spins, and he gets collected by Baby. Got a black flag then for Yuri Belitsky. I assume he's been told about that from his spotters. Here comes Brinderson. He's going to get ahead of Enzo Eid, but only just up to the checkered flag. Thomas Brinderson takes the win from Enzo Eid behind on the road, the disqualified Yuri Belitsky.
I owe an apology to Niklas. I'll be on the way to him.
Sorry from my side.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. Obviously shows some level of intelligence.
A good getaway by Beletsky. Is it good enough to clear Evgen on the run down towards the first corner? Baby makes his move around the outside there of Eid. Also Brinderson tries to get in on the act as well. Baby clatters off Eid. Eid gets run out wide, and that means Brinderson gets up past him to 4th place. This has been absolutely inch perfect. The Peugeot 208 comes out of the last corner on Joker lap. It's going to be a first win in RallyX this season for Yuri Beletsky, who comes across the line to win in Riga.
Hoping for an absolute banger. I've got to be honest, I want to finish the season with an unbelievable race, but we've been treated to so much good action this year that that's maybe being a bit greedy. We hope you've enjoyed it. One race left to go for the 2022 RallyX season. We finish here at Strängnäs with Supercar. Your champion, Niklas Gronholm on the front row. Sondre Evgen alongside would love to take a debut Supercar win. Brinderson on row 2. Belevsky on the outside. And row 3, German and Baby. Green light on the last race of the year. Brilliant start for Gronholm. Great start for Belevsky. Going to try and squeeze Brinderson. Evgen in 2nd place. Brinderson has the inside line of Belevsky. German looks to inside as well. So German now up alongside Belevsky. Goes down into P5. Gronholm leads into turn 2 through that treacherous braking zone. Holds on. Evgen is in P2 and Brinderson 3rd.
Great start for Belevsky, but drops back again. That was such great awareness from Philip German up the inside on the exit of the first corner. Sondre Evgen wants that first Supercar win so badly, doesn't he? All over the back of Niklas Gronholm in these opening corners. But Niklas just pulling out that small margin yet again at the start of this race. He has been brilliant this season. Belevsky Jokers in the background. That's just to get some clear air. OC Baby has continued though from the back of the pack.
Yeah, I thought Baby might go with him. I think Baby was looking to rotate the car in. I was actually quite surprised when nobody in the top 4 went in. I thought the top 3 might go straight on, but I figured 4th place might go and they didn't. So Bolevski's gone, now wants clear air in the Peugeot. He can put some laps in, but he's going to struggle to get up towards the top end of these guys.
Really depends what some of these guys do as well, doesn't it? Because if Gurman stays out, then Bolevski is going to be on the back of him and Baby reasonably soon. Bolevski has had great ultimate pace. His Gurman's going to go. Look, he's already slowed it down on the apex. His crazy teammate Baby goes again.
Gurman going to try and cover off Bolevski. Here is the merge, going to slide the car out wide. We needed to see the merge. Oh, Bolevski's got it. So Bolevski gets in front of Gurman, drops back. So that was tight at the merge. I think he tried to push him off wide to the edge of the circuit, but couldn't quite get there. That braking zone, Hal, is getting cut up bad. That's the one place that you just feel a bit nervous about for punctures. We've seen it for Ollie Eriksson. Gronholm will be aware of it. Jumps up over the smooth tarmac crest, jump towards the end of the lap, comes around the right now. Anybody going to go Joker this time? Brinderson maybe, no, stays out as well. The top 4 still staying out. They've only got the next lap to do it on.
Evian's going with Nicholas here, but has had a slow lap that time around. Lost quite a few temps, Sondra, to the race leader. Nicholas Gronholm managing the pace at the front of the order. Sondra Evian spent a long time looking at the rear of that Hyundai this weekend. He's been the next best runner consistently. I think Bolevski's had the best ultimate lap time apart from Gronholm, but so consistent has Sondra Evian been, and he's shadowing the race leader throughout this final.
Not going to make it easy. This time now they'll have to split the strategy if they want to stand a chance. Evgen goes in. Brinderson goes too. Where does Baby go? Is Baby going to go in the Joker as well? No, Baby goes standard lap.
His mind, I think.
Or sideways on the exit for Evgen. So Baby going to go on the last lap with Gronholm. Moves up to P2 but should drop back down. Bolevski's managed to gap Gurman in the background just a little bit. And he's right behind Brinderson. Here comes Baby now. Sliding across that loose dirt section. Where is Niklas Gronholm? Coming through the right-hander. Gronholm going to come up over the crest this time. Lands the car on the nose. He's aggressive in the Hyundai. He said earlier on today things haven't gone his way come the semi-finals and the final. This time just a little flick round to the left-hand side. And Niklas Gronholm going to come down to take a win. Finally this season, he is your Supercar champion and he wins the last round of RallyX 2022. Oh, ultra close on the merge. Ultra close contact between Baby and Bolevski. Bolevski just avoids the barriers. It was Evgen who got second and Brinderson third. Great to see Gronholm take that win. He's fought for it all year long, had some rotten luck. He's been second twice, but he wins here at Strangnass and he is your Supercar champion for 2022.
Great drive through the final. Absolutely underlined his performance all weekend. A deserving champion. Was absolutely awake for the start as well, wasn't he? Unlike his self-proclaimed sleepy moment earlier on today where he just didn't make the perfect launch.
It was funny, wasn't he, at lunch talking about I was asleep.
This was a great move from Philip Gurman up the inside of Bolevski in the exit of turn 1. That Hyundai looks so good on jump landing, doesn't it? They've got it absolutely nailed with the hard work they've done with Boss on the suspension.
When you see the tyre squash as well, you know, and then on the last lap, I love the fact that the last jump was just that bit more aggressive, you know, landing on one wheel. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. This was Gurman coming out. In fact, I thought Gurman was going to be alongside Bolevski, but not quite enough to push him wide. Maybe a more aggressive line would have forced Bolevski to take avoiding action, but
Evian really went with Gronholm there. Only a couple of tenths back on the fastest laps for each of them.
Been impressed, to be fair, by Evgen all season. Been absolutely fantastic. Couple of P3s, P2 of course in Riga last time out for Evgen, and a P2 here to finish off the season. Got to be feeling very much the supercar contender, but Niklas Gronholm with a brilliant win here at the very end of the race. Look, that's the line you take if you want to put someone under pressure on the main lap. OC Baby sliding out across into the side of Bolevski. And to be fair to Yuri, doing a good job not to just put some paint on that barrier at the very end. Here's Molly with our Supercar champion.
Niklas, congratulations. That's a win and a title you take with you from this weekend here in Sweden. Sum up the season, all the effort that's gone into getting this.
Yeah, it's been a
lot of up and downs, to be honest, and yeah, the speed's been there, and like I said earlier, it's always seemed to go wrong in the end of the day in the semis and finals, and yeah, this weekend we had really good starts, and I could just do my own thing, and yeah, we were a small group of people working really hard, and yeah, Jussi's effort doing everything, and also to our engineer back at home, Ray has done an excellent job. Yeah, big thanks to everyone involved during the season. There's been a lot of mechanic changes because we've been building cars, racing cars. It's been a mess, but yeah, big shout out to GRX and Set for yeah, making this possible and really putting in the work. Thank you.
I think a little emotional there from Niklas Gronholm. Good to see.
The GRX and Set team are pretty amazing, really, for what they do, and like everything he referenced there, they're a very small bunch here and working incredibly hard, and I think this result is just deserves for that effort.
So do I. Niklas Gronholm takes the win from Sondre Evjen and Thomas Brintersen, and with it, the championship this year. DQ for Veiby. That will be for the line at the end. The big trophy's just being removed from the commentary box now. Headed down to Niklas Gronholm, and then it'll be off to the engravers. Podium down there on the right. Here are the championship standings finally for Supercar. Niklas Gronholm takes it with 143 points. Thomas Brintersen second. Sondre Evjen in third. Johan Kristoffersen fourth in his absence this weekend. We know he's been watching. Hello, Johan and Colin. Yuri Belevsky in fifth. OC Veiby sixth. German seventh. Enzo Eid eighth. Hans-Joran Ostring ninth. Victor Vranks in the RX2E car gets 10th place. Ekstrom on the list. Markland. That's some great drivers taking part again this season. It's been an absolute pleasure. Cars are on the grid behind us, getting themselves ready to head into Q3. I'm just looking at the big screen. There they are. Crosscar Junior. Crosscar will be down here soon as well. We've sent, yeah, pointing. Nicholas Dubinard has been out and seen Martin Enland. Let's see what he had to say.
Martin, it has been a difficult end of the race run yesterday. What happened to you, and how it was a long night for the mechanics?
Yeah, the oil pump broke just between the Pro-Am and Pro Final. So we managed to change it, and we got very, very lucky that it didn't happen in the race. Not much damage to the engine, I hope. So yeah, it got totally stuck, and I actually don't know what happened. The oil pump broke, and we couldn't manage to get to the Pro Final. Yeah, Q1 today, which feels very, very good, and starting on the pole for hopefully we can do something good out of today.
What's the plan for today now?
Yeah, just enjoy, to be honest. It's the last race of the season, so this track is so much fun, but it's hard to overtake, so I mean, we'll try to do a good start and then just flat out.
Thank you very much, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Crosscar Junior Q3. Remember, this title has already been won by Hampus Hagström, who is on the outside. An amazing performance by him to take it. Where are my stats for him? It was no lower than P2 up to round 8, which is incredible, really. And then he was third yesterday until he was DQ'd, actually. So he ended up 6th yesterday, didn't he? Hagström in the final. I scribbled the results down as they crossed the line, and of course they're wrong because he got a penalty. His title rival Solly won the, won the previous session, and is currently sitting second in the standings. The leader in the standings is Carl Svedlund, who's second to him on the grid. You got Oscarson in the middle, and Dennis Vick in the white car. Vick's had a good start. Oscarson's dropped back. Solly's going to go P2, and it's Svedlund, who had such a good run yesterday.
Oh, Solly gets picked up in the front there as well by that bump and just washes a bit wide. Handed it to Carl Svedlund, who's made great starts all weekend, and it's they're 3 wide down the hill, but Svedlund is well gone from there.
4 wide. Hagström comes round the outside. If he can pull that off, that's an incredible
by the champion, goes over around the outside, then back to the inside.
Solly was unlucky there, but Hagström made hay, didn't he? Just slotting the needle through the haystack, as it were, all over the back now of Pontus Oskarsson. Hagström will surely joker this around. Indeed he does. And we'll have some nice, yummy, fresh air to run in now with Solly so far back.
Svedlund is just clicked, hasn't it, Howes? And just looking at, I know we looked at this a little bit yesterday, but, you know, with respect, last year, not really threatening at any point. You know, qualifying 18th, 19th, best qualifying last year was 11th. Then this year has just snuck up there, just during the course of the year, has got better and better. Made the, well, okay, Q19 in Tier, but was 4th on day 1 with the rally sprint, a 5th, 6th in the semis in Kovala after a 5th the day before. Then Alspin was the real big one. Alspin, Carl Svedlund got a P2 and a P3. Last time out in Nissen, last in the first semi-final, 4th in the final. Yesterday, TQ and win. And that progression, you just see it, don't you? We've just seen it all year long. And I bet he's gutted it's not carrying on for another 6 rounds. Now he's in the flow.
It's also nice to end the season on a high like that. They can go and do some proper testing to really understand where those gains have been made, and that's why running with a squad like JC is so valuable, because you have all those people around you. Even if the likes of Robin Larsen aren't giving you direct input, you know, you can just learn so much from them. And understanding what you've done this year to go that bit quicker will really help going into next season.
Into the joker lap goes Svedlund with Vik right behind. Their little green lights come on. Hagström is on the standard lap, but isn't going to get there. Svedlund gets to the line, and Vik before Hagström, the champion. I bet he was nervous yesterday with all the steward stuff and what goes on and what penalty do you get. And say as it goes in the end, it didn't matter. It was enough.
Could well have been nerves that saw him put Arvid Carlson in the wall in the first place. Because
Exactly.
Kevin Eriksson
nervy
wasn't adamant about much, but he was adamant that there'd been quite a big error there. So
Yeah, he had a nervy day, didn't he? He didn't go very well in the first 2 qualifying sessions.
But that's been all year. Like, he hasn't necessarily nailed the first 2 qualifiers at lots of rounds, and then come strong towards the end.
And managed to pull off the TQ even with a bad session. I mean, so he's done well. But I suppose championship weekend, the pressure's just different, isn't it? Until then, it's like, oh, see what happens. And like Joel said to us this morning, Anderson, just take it race by race. Stop overthinking the.
So easy to say.
I know, especially when you're team manager and not sitting in the car. It's just not that easy, is it? It is not that easy. Carlson, Schnack, Tapine and Antila and Hume. Hume on the outside gets a good start, as well as Tapinen in the middle of the grid. Tapinen going to get to the whole shot first, but is he going to come out the other side first? Arvid Carlson behind him. Carlson spins, so it was Carlson who ended the day yesterday in the wall with broken right suspension.
After that great result in Nissen, it feels like ages ago, just a week ago on the Sunday,
6 days.
It's just not working out for him quite the same way this weekend.
Absolutely crazy how soon how recent it was. Talking to Andreas Eriksson earlier, he's talking about more double-header weekends, and by that I mean one weekend followed immediately by another, so I guess that means you send your truck and your van off somewhere, you
That's
go
how the
straight
European
across,
Championship used to operate. Belgium and Holland were together, France and Portugal were often together, Sweden and Norway. Economically, it does make sense. I think teams are structured quite differently now. There's a lot of professional teams, so while you'd be paying the mechanics for a whole week, you're only paying one set of logistics. I think
maybe one set of flights,
does work.
Yeah, it does. You are relying on people that are not professional being able to have that time off work, aren't you? Particularly junior cross-car teams where it's dad running the car. But yeah, they can make it work. Sometimes they get a mate to drive the van between the 2 events and then they can fly in and out. Turpine still leads Mantila and into the joker lap. We're with Hume, so I'm assuming that is Antila. It is. Turpinen continues.
Turpinen does a 41.6.
That might actually, you know what? Antila might cover him off. He does. Antila covers off Hume with the joker. That's actually a good move.
A 41.6 for Turpinen is just 2 tenths shy of Hagström's best lap in the previous one. Hagström having set the best lap of those in the first of the races. Track much better conditions wise though than it was earlier on, as Carlson has a good old look at Hume at the bottom of the circuit, but it's difficult to find a way through there. The wall's so close.
Tapinen through the Joker. Antila was closer than that before, so Tapinen, as Hal said, banging in those quick laps at the end. Nicely done. 2:12.9 is quicker than Svedlin went in the first race. We did see quite a lot of track development yesterday when they watered the track before the session, but Hal, it's boiling hot here today. I think it's hotter than yesterday, and then the gravel starts to dry out.
It is boiling hot, isn't it? And yeah, I'm just trying to persuade our French friends to give us a nice local German Coke, mate, but they're just teasing us from behind the camera, behind the monitor here in commentary. It is really warm, isn't it? And what that does do is dry up the water they put down on the loose surface sections. Tapinen on a 2:12.9.
Yeah, he's fastest.
Is a good old time, that, isn't it?
Gefunden, nach vorne zu fahren. Wir haben ein paar Teile noch auf der Strecke, die werden aber jetzt gerade von Sven Jonas wieder zurückgebracht auf das Infield. Sven Jonas heute an der Zielflagge.
Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, Nico Kinnunen, Pete Tupera, Theo Johansson and Georg Enno Mutik.
Wir haben Arvid Karlsson, Karl Schnack, Pauli Turpainen. Nein? Nee, wir sind ein weiter. Ist mir gestern schon passiert, die falsche Gruppe aufgerufen. Wir sind in Rennen Nummer 3. Ja, genau. Die haben den falschen aufgerufen. Nein, wir sind schon ein Feld weiter. Wir sind bei der 334 bei Jonas Nielsen, bei Nico Kinnunen, bei Peter Pirna, Theo Johansson und Geiler Mutti.
Really even start across the inside three. Nielsen looked like he was going to hold on, but Pete Tupera trying for the outside move. Nielsen just gets a bit sideways. Kinnunen could capitalise here on the inside line, but the leading two find good traction, and Kinnunen actually drops back into P4. So Pete Tupera with a good start, going to take the whole shot, and Nielsen slotting in behind.
This has got last day of the season Q3 written all over, hasn't it? Everyone's just waiting. It's calm before the storm. Semi-finals it's going to be wild, but in Q3 it's like everyone's just being a little bit cautious, not wanting to get too stuck in, wanting to make the semi-finals. You're only as good as your last result and all that, and lots of these drivers have got everything into this season, so we're going to have a break now ahead of next year. Maybe we can do some national stuff, but it's not been drama full so far in this junior cross car session. A 41.1 though for P2 Pira is a hell of a first lap.
I was chewing Ollie Ericsson's ear off earlier about how people aren't going to have good liveries on their cross cars, and by that I mean the white livery is going to be, I want it to be made illegal. We're talking about what regulations we'd like for next year. You let us know, what regulations would you like? We're saying no boring liveries. See, choose a, make it pink. Just get an luminous pink cross car. Nobody's done that. It's really obvious you want a luminous fluoro orange, fluoro green, all those things. The great car, look at this, Mutik's car. You can pick it out from a mile off. Now, admittedly, if all the pace cars are in the same race, it's a bloody nightmare. But they're not, luckily. So, you know, orange, Nielsen, Pira, the lovely big numbers on the front. I've said to Ollie, we make a regulation. If you're not going to do a good livery, you're having a massive number on the front. Even there, the 337, Johansson, fine. It allows us and you at home to pick it out. Look at Kinnunen's 33 on the rear. Here's the 16 on Pira. Yes, brilliant. And a cool livery as well. You can do both. No to small numbers, no to rubbish white cross cars. No, no, no.
Kinnunen's got a great livery, like you say.
So easy to spot. The little roof thing too. I mean, obviously the roof numbers don't help us a lot unless we get a side shot. The front shot is the one that we most frequently get off the line. And I'm sure, you know, us moaning about it, you're probably thinking, well, it's easy, isn't it? It's only 5 cars, yeah, but there's 30 cross cars, 20 cross car juniors. They all change their liveries over the winter. Some move up a class, some move down.
3 screens to look at in commentary, which doesn't help.
No, timing,
Pira, though,
YouTube stream comments.
fastest ahead of Pauli Tapinen. A finish 1-2 at the moment. That first lap was an absolute banger and really helped his cause.
Look, just shuts the door, gets a tiny nudge maybe from Nielsen, but good exit, went on to win.
Qualifikationslauf bei den Crosscar Junioren und dann wird das ganze Team von Chronomotor die Zeiten zusammenrechnen und dann die Intermediates zusammenstellen. Letztes Rennen für die Junioren.
Jeri Hukar, Stubrik Fredriksson, Daniel Hindborg, Idal, Schnack and Isak Setra in this. Good start from Isak Setra on the outside, needs to swing that across, much trickier without a spotter. On the inside line with Hukar, getting a nice line in. He's trying for around the outside, it's pretty brave, does hold on to P2, might even get alongside Hukar here. That's nicely done, not too much steering angle, so it didn't matter when he got out in the loose stuff. How tried to carry the momentum through the corner, but going to get mugged on the brakes now on the run down the hill.
Patience, isn't it? We always talk about that in open four-wheel drive supercar. We talk about that with the best drivers in the world, and we've seen that a lot this year with Johan Kristoffersen in the internal combustion engine supercar, or the RX1 car as they're called now, compared to the all-electric RX1Es. You've got to be patient on the throttle, and that is such a valuable lesson to learn, not to get too carried away, not to go for gaps like on the inside here in the first corner when it's better to run the car out wide, not to take too much steering input. I fell foul of that when I was racing an electric single make Fiat 500 in the British Championship when they tried to get that series off the ground. I was leading the final, and the ECU had some problems with the city's parking steering or something. So if you make too aggressive steering inputs, it would cut out briefly. But it was a great learning lesson actually to try and be smooth. I finished third in the end, behind John Welsh's son Dan.
Oh mate, what did you do wrong?
Made too many steering inputs. They kept cutting out. Yeah.
It sounds familiar. It's definitely an
good photos though.
Good photos. Johan said to me, he said, I love it when it rains, because we were talking about how terrible I was in the cross car in the wet at Linton Hill. I was having a chat with him about it. He said, I love it when it rains, because everything slows down. And that was exactly what I needed to do. Just chill out. Like, there's only a certain amount of grip. Just use what grip's there. But when you're in the car and you're all flustered up and you're on your lock stops in the corner, it's hard to remember, isn't it?
I love driving in the rain. I was always at my best in the wet conditions. There's nothing quite like driving on the limit in the dry though.
Yes, it's so aggressive, isn't it, and committed.
When you can rely on the grip, the one thing about the wet is you can't rely on the grip being consistent unless you've had exactly the same conditions all day, but so often when it's wet the conditions are changing throughout, whereas when it's dry you know approximately what the grip's going to be like in certain corners.
More of my background was rally than rallycross, and in a forest you could never rely on the grip in the wet. That was one thing, it just depended what colour it was as to how grippy it was. It is, who's taking it? Because Hukar didn't take it, or did he? I saw a white car across the line first.
Schnack won.
That's what I thought.
2:15.
So yeah, Schnack won.
Fifth fastest. Good run.
We'll take a look at the standings for junior cross car in a moment, but with Svedlund P3 in that session and leading by some 7 points. Solly and Hagström behind him. It will be Svedlund who gets the TQ here again in Germany.
Lass mich kurz gucken, Pedopira bei vorne. Wo haben wir sie denn? Axel Schnack. 216, Axel Schnack auf der...
I bet they can hear the cross cars. We could hear them in the town centre, so you'd definitely be able to hear it if you live on the 11th floor of that building. Might be able to see the track, you lucky people. Imagine that, a view of turn 1 of Estering from your balcony. Svedlund does take the TQ for the second day in a row, and I think that's his second ever TQ, so this is definitely Svedlund's best ever weekend with a TQ and a win yesterday. Can he do the double and have a double TQ double win? That would certainly give him some power points going into next year. Muscle emoji, fire emoji. Topainen in P2, Hagström P3, Vik, Solly in P5. So your champion Hagström is third, and your runner-up vice champion P2, Oliver Solly, is in fifth. So they'll all make it through to the semis. As we said, they can just enjoy their racing today. These guys can't, because the title fight is still open. It is a 3-way fight.
You're so right, Andrew. When you're in the title fight, it's not fun. No. Like, everyone does this for fun, and the objective is to win, but when it's like this,
it's horrible.
The pressure's on.
It's horrible. Hume, Ugard, Cerner, Yillalami in person.
Cerner gets a good start in the middle of the grid, but so does Hume on the inside. Cerner now dropping back. Ugar on the inside. I thought he was going to get P2 and drops back down to P5 as Yulilami got round the outside. He has. Then back up the inside goes Cerner trying to get through the gap. He's going to hold P2. Ugar drops down to 4th, and Hume, who looked like he got the whole shot, ends up at the back of the pack. That is the Estering.
A big old clack in the rear of Yulilami from Hume. Lost all Hume's momentum and dropped to the back of the pack. Lucky for him, really, because I think if he turned Yulilami round, that would have been a surefire penalty from race director Rainis Nitis. Now has a lot of work to do from the back of the order, having been sitting in 7th overall, so really could do him a good result here to climb back up the order.
Look how close it is. Cerner is right on the back of Yulilami, 0.2 of a second, just a further 0.8 back for Person, 1.1 across the top 3.
Hume have been 22nd in Heat 1, fastest in Heat 2, not working out here in Heat 3, and that's the sort of situation where you can lose a lot of time. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 32.270 for Cerner on lap 1.
Turner's a guy, isn't he, who could have been in the title fight this year. He's had some real moments of genius. There was a couple of TQs for Turner back in Alpspin.
Oh, a little touch in the rear of Yulilami. Turner just sent the TN11 wide, managed to scoop it up. Good joker though, Andrew, you're absolutely right.
That's not bad at all, and no danger coming out amongst this lot because they're all quick. He would have liked to have been in front of Hume, I guess, but...
Has a look to the inside, but going that tight doesn't necessarily work out for you. Often you see the experienced drivers there run that bit deep and just carry the speed around the outside so you're not compromised down into turn 2. Hume backing the car in at the bottom of the hill. Oh, so pace cars run wide as well in the background.
You get sucked in, don't you, sometimes with the car in front of you. I must go as late as they go, and if they go too late, you go too late. Into the joker lap goes Yulilami. Yulilami this year I think we thought might be the champion on the basis of the very first couple of events. Takes this one with a 201.1. Compared to the previous sessions, that is the fastest, no, it's the second fastest. Hume won Q2 with a 2 minutes dead 0.2 and a 201.9 for Q1, so he's smack in between those two times.
Remember, Q2 is probably at the best of the conditions in terms of being dry, because we do all of Q1 and then Q2 for junior crosscar and crosscar, so that's where the track's had its most use, and it probably cleans a lot as well. While it might be a bit more rutted, it's probably quite clean, so I would hazard a guess that the crosscar Q2 time in this format is often the fastest of the qualifying runs for these cars.
Yeah, Yulilami, 2 brilliant results at the start of the year, and then a couple of slack ones. P2 in Alsbin, won the second event in Nisan, but had a shocker on the first day. With a third and a second at the first weekend in Tietz, we were like, wow, this junior crosscar driver's killing it in crosscar, but we'll have to wait for next year for a title attempt from Yulilami. However, not so for the pole man and the outside man on this. Ronald Boudins and Thomas Eek-Merstad are in the title fight today, but Boudins needs quite a special set of circumstances to pull it off, doesn't he?
Well, he has to take maximum points, so he has to be top qualifier, has to win the semi and the final, and that is a big ask, but not impossible, especially for someone like Boudins with the pace he's got. It's going to be tough.
He's in P3 at the minute, so Boudins is in P3. Yulilami's just gone, and Yulilami is 10 points ahead of him, so he needs to beat Yulilami, but he also needs other drivers to beat Yulilami to knock him down the order. So this needs to be a banger for Boudins. This is, can he stay in the title fight? Eek-Merstad on the outside's got to stay out of trouble as well. They've got to keep an eye on Svensson. Gotherson beats them off the line on the run to the first corner, but it's Boudins inside. Eek-Merstad outside. Eek-Merstad backs it in. Sideways, Gotherson inside him. A little bit of contact, runs him a bit deep. Eek-Merstad on the outside of 3 cars and holds on. That is brave stuff. So Boudins and Eek-Merstad, the championship contenders, show that pedigree with a brilliant start.
What pressure for Ronald Boudins, although the pressure's a little bit off him that he's the outside bet. He had to make the best start there to try and get to the front of his order and take the title fight to Eek-Merstad and Elias Svensson. Absolutely executed brilliantly there into the first corner.
Into the joke up in the background. That was a mega entry by Noel Eliasson. Did you see
Sent it in, didn't he?
Yeah, came out of the dirt on the lock stops.
37.9 for the first lap for Ronald Boudins. The best lap in the previous race was a 38.2.
Come on, Ronald.
For Robert Cerner, who didn't win the race. So Yulilami wasn't going as quick on lap time pace. This could lay down a massive marker to Boudins' title chances.
So Boudins has got to be the TQ, meaning he has to win this race, and it has to be in a faster time than Yulilami, because Yulilami is currently in that TQ spot. He's 10 qualifying points behind him. We had points up from each session. Bowdens needs other drivers to beat Yulilami too. And we have got some quick drivers, as always, coming in the later races where the conditions will improve. Crucially, Bowdens doesn't want to be beaten by them. It's such a tricky position to be in. He just has to go as fast as he can. Control what you can control.
An amazing effort made by the Bowdens team over the winter. Look at all the little changes. Look at the rear spoiler. There's so many different bits on Bowdens' car allowed in the RallyX regulations to try and get the maximum out of that speed car.
He's just 0.2 off his previous lap. It was a 38.1 on the last lap after a 37.9. He needs an amazing joke lap. In the background, Merstad is coming in really hot. Bowdens flicks the car in. A little bit of oversteer and understeer on the way. Getting straight. Lighter up, Ronalds. Over the line. Is he quick enough?
He's done it.
He is. He is. By a tiny, tiny margin. 2:0.9.
Slackens the belts. That was a good run there.
2/10
from
is that
Bowdens.
It is, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You're right.
2/10 of a
Even less
second
than
quicker
that.
than Yulilami. The tricky thing is there, he needs other people in that gap, and there's only 2/10 in between them.
And Svensson's still to come. Svensson could easily take the. Well, I mean, there's a whole roster of people who could take a quick time here.
So we won't know. Basically, we can't tell. Well, we can tell you as the session goes on. Because if Bowdens gets beaten by anyone in this session,
he's out of it.
It's over straight away. So he's out of the title fight. He'll get P3. Definitely, he could potentially still get P2, but he can't win it.
And the other dynamic still to come in this title fight is that if Svensson goes out, depending on how many points Merstad scores at this stage and what happens in the semi-finals, that could have massive ramifications as well. So there's a lot to play out in the next 1, 2, 3, 4 races of crosscar.
When's Svensson coming? Svensson is in race 4. Pentinen's in race 5.
Starting on the outside, Svensson, isn't he? Or slot 4, I think. But
yeah, he is. Yeah. I fancy his chances because he's ended up in a race with people who he should be quicker than, because he hasn't had a great run this morning. As he's Svensson was P8 and then P19.
Yeah, pulled the front right corner off the car.
That's it. Yeah, so P19 out of 30. How did he end up P19 with the front right? He must have finished the race.
Damaged, but yeah.
But late in the race, or not enough to slow him down enough. Hukar, Osterberg, Steinshelt, Tudo and Jorgensen. Good start for Hukar, but a better start for Tudo. Tudo trying to squeeze him into the inside line. Hukar holds on. Osterberg is in P2 in the TN11 with the very familiar roof scoop now after a season of running. Osterberg's got the inside line here and will hold on to the bottom of the hill, but Hukar got away.
So close to locking wheels there, aren't they? And that would be a big old spin down the hill in the cross car.
Yeah, we saw Darbach in the bank there, didn't we? Yesterday, lucky actually to miss the bank with one end of the car. The front end went in, the back end ended up going in the gravel trap. Who's going to joker on lap 1 from the back? See that, Hukar nudging a front wheel over the riser of the curve, if you like. It's Steinshelt that's gone joker, and it's a good joker too. Look how close Steinshelt was to the apex on the exit. So Steinshelt slotting out from P3, going into the joker. That will now try and close these drivers down.
Hukar's got potential here, sorry Andrew, to beat Bowdens' time at 38.0 on that first lap. So he's there or thereabouts on lap time if he can find a few more attempts, because Bowdens wasn't able to match his first lap on his second. Did though Ronalds have a brilliant joker lap? He was very tidy.
I don't think it was good enough.
But he was very good.
Yes, true.
Let's look at the global race rather than the individual lap times.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are right. 2/10. That's a great camera. Why have we seen that more this weekend? The one on the inside of the Arco.
38.1 this time around for Hukar, so he hasn't got the ultimate pace of Bowdens.
Where's that come from? I want to see that camera more. That's an absolutely brilliant angle. Still want to see that in every race. I didn't even know we had, mate. I've probably been looking down every time we've used that camera. That is a definite option. But yeah, that's a brilliant. It just gives you an idea how close they are. That's the barrier that I was saying yesterday, Hal. I'm not sure you were on cams at the time, but the one that Davy Genet was tapping on every lap in the 208. It was stunning, wasn't it? Here we go then, into the joker comes Hukar. 38.0 was his best lap. Can he deny Bowdens any opportunity to remain in the championship fight?
No.
Oh, misses it by 0.5. So that gives you, so Bowdens' time was good, but also wasn't Yulilami's. But Bowdens needs people in between them, because
Hukar's gone third.
He's not going to get the TQ if Yulilami remains in P2. You see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yulilami has to be people in between them. There's only 2 tenths.
And I think that could yet happen. But Bowdens has done everything he can, hasn't he? Like, all you can do is maximise your own result.
What a lovely, peaceful environment our office is in this weekend, Hal.
right behind the
Be
pre-kit.
careful what you wish for.
And when I arrived, I was like, look at that, that's the best office we've ever had. And then I realised it's the noisiest office we've ever had. In quite a okay, look, there are worse noisy offices, aren't there?
There are quieter offices that are worse as well.
Yeah, most offices are worse, let's be honest. We have a good office. There's another t-shirt. Our office is better than yours. Hukar Osterberg, Tudo Steinsholt, Jorgensen. You want to hear the way we're swearing about our office and all our paperwork's blowing away and the rain's pouring in from behind us?
Hasn't been much wind this weekend though, is there? So
no. What's the chat? What's the chat in the comments?
I don't know, looked across and they're all chatting about Latvian RX, so...
Ah, fair enough. Knock yourselves out.
Enjoy.
Is that going on this weekend then?
The Lada race.
Oh, that was
in
good
2015.
Are they talking about that or are we?
We are.
Good. Lucas Jensen, Davibra Jensen, Elias Svensson on row 4. This is a crucial race of Majiniemi. Svensson's got an amazing start. Moves across the inside, just needs now not to get collected in turn 1, and they're so close to doing it behind him. All crossed up and locked up. Svensson is through. Got to go top 18 now.
Great move from Jensen just to slot up the inside of Niemi in turn 1. Really composed with spatial awareness, being at a maximum there just to stop the speed car up the inside. But as you say, exactly what Svensson needed. And now let's go. Let's see what Elias Svensson can do with clear track in front of him.
This is one of those moments where as a champion you've got to get it done. He's had a couple of bad qualifiers. He's going to need to be higher up the order if he wants to win his semi-final, because being on row 3 or row 2 with turn 1 here is sub-optimal to say the least.
38.7 is not where the first lap needs to be either. That is almost a second behind Ronald Baldwin's first split.
So from Baldwin's point of view, this is good because he's going to remain in the title fight at this point with 2 races to go. But he has got to be top qualifier, and at the minute he actually needs Svensson to beat Yilolami, but not him, and that's not going to happen with 9 tenths long. Would you say 9 tenths?
Yeah, nearly a second, yeah. So,
barrier tap for Niklas Lukas Jensen in P2. This is a better lap from Svensson. It looks tidier through here. He's a little deep at the bottom of the hill. Now he gets on the gas over the line, desperate to win the title after 2 attempts of coming pretty close. P2 last year.
38.1.
Sorry, P3 last year.
38.1. Svensson's gone a bit quicker, but still not enough, despite schooling Jensen a bit in this one by 1.6 seconds ahead at the moment. Last time they crossed the line.
He was only P8 in Q1, Howard, which I assume was a cleaner run, with P19 in Q2. So, it's a spin at the bottom of the hill. Somebody, Naomi went round. Svensson on the last lap. Just what Svensson needs is a time that's going to drag him right up the order. He wants to go top 6 at the end of quali. Obviously, we won't know about that with a a slow time in Q2. Not the greatest joker. It's not going to trouble him. 201.6 though sees him slotting to P4.
Ahead of Eek Merstad, so that's interesting in their title fight.
Where's Eek Merstad? Yeah, Eek Merstad's only P6, but he's never going to go past him. Eek Merstad's going to take a few points off. The problem is, until we know what the drop scores are, we don't actually know. They've got to have a better weekend than one of their bad weekends.
Rallycross teams.
Yeah. Boring maths.
Having the starts of the championship protagonists all been brilliant though. Baldwin's had a great run, Eek Merstad had a great start, and Svensson also, the launch there was perfect, or at least the reaction was perfect, and then the launch matched it.
So Svensson takes that one. We've got a bit of a clear up to do on track. So we've got a fantastic Robin Larson on board for you, and a little interview as well. Have a look at this from a legendary rallycross driver now, double European, double Nitrocross, and a RallyX champion. Turn 1, watch this. Yes. Brilliant.
We are here with the winner of Q2, Robin Larsson, but more than a single fastest time, it was a fantastic move, the move of the weekend maybe on this famous corner at Estering. Robin, can you explain us how a regular human being should do to do the same with the supercar?
I mean, it's tricky. In the start it's a little bit maybe easier, I would say. It's easier to read the track after the start, but yeah, it was close to a mistake on lap 2, and it's such a thin line of gripping up too early and being wide. So the first corner was perfect, but the second one it gripped up way too early, and I just hope that the corner will come to me a little bit quicker. But it was close, so I'm really happy I didn't got stuck in the wall. But yeah, for sure, we're here for the fun and for learning and for the premiere in Nitro Cross, but also giving the fans a good show.
It was a training for semi and final, or what?
Yeah, I mean, we need a good result in Q3 to try to have the inside for the semi-final, but let's see how the intermediate it is. But it feels good. Some small mistakes here and there, but it feels good to be bounced back with a P1.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Great stuff from Nicholas Dubinard, heading out the paddock and grabbing some of our drives. I love the fact Robin's like, yeah, I'm just getting ready for Nitro Cross, but also we have to put on a show for the fans.
Good lad.
Yeah, he's a good lad, isn't he? Let's be honest, me and Hal are fans, and we quite enjoy a good show as well. Isak Zetra, Penton and Anderson, Kong and Terraping. Pentonen and Isak Zetra on the run to the first corner side by side. Pentonen backs it in all the way to the apex and then gets away on the exit. That was lovely.
Great job from the Finn, using all his autocross experience there on the looser surface in the first corner. There's actually tarmac in the middle part of the first corner, but the loose gets dragged in so much that it becomes even ever slippery, more slippery, ever slipperier.
That's easy,
wasn't easy at all, mate.
It's not even that's not easy for me to say.
Oh, Penton runs deep at the bottom of the hill there after the loose, and there's got Isak Zetra all over the back of him. Isak Zetra's going to look to the outside. Will he go for the undercut in the first corner? Yes, indeed, he does. Penton wide again. Great move from the Norwegian.
Coming under pressure from Terraping now behind as well. So Penton with a scrappy lap after a brilliant start. Kong went Joker on the first lap, but it's only 3 seconds off first as they crossed the line. So it's Patrick Kong. Are people going to realise that Kong is on a bit of a flyer and try to cover him off or not? 3 is enough at the moment for the leader, but it's not really enough from P2 downwards, and indeed into the Joker lap. Coming out the other side, Terraping going to merge back in. And Kong remains at the back of the pack, so good move and a spin, gone round.
Contact between the pace cars, that is exactly what you don't need between teammates, isn't it? To run into each other.
Penton facing the wrong way in turn 1. Oh, genius in turn 1 on lap 1 and disaster on lap 2.
Broken as well, I think. It's Terpering still going round, isn't it? So damage.
Terpering's damaged too,
to
isn't
his
it?
machine, yeah.
So Kong actually might get further up here because Terpering's going to lose time.
Isak Zetra must enjoy going for this Joker on his own every time after the battle in RX3 last year. Crosses the line. The lap times haven't been there. 2:02.
Oh, close.
Isn't that shabby? A 2:02.8 is going to put him 7th overall.
Terraping held on by 0.054. Less than 600ths of a second. That was close. Okay, we have one race left to go in crosscar, and at the minute Baldins is still the quickest driver, but there is nobody between him and Yilalami, so he needed the TQ, and this will not be enough, even winning this session, because Yilalami's P1 and P4. Obviously Baldins had a P3 and a P6. He needed to be the top qualifier. He's not going to be unless all 3 of these drivers go in between, and I'm afraid with fastest first, that is just not going to happen.
I've nothing to add.
No, I have nothing to add either. One of the things that's getting changed for next year, let us know in the comments, what do you want changed? I'm grinning at Peter Hellman, he wants it changed too. That's the way it goes. Stenison, Schnack and Vettel 3.
Oh dear, well, Snack is banned for not having a number on the front of the car and having a white livery. That's 2 of the rules for next year if you've been listening all day. But 3, it's got quite a cool livery, so that's allowed. Tricky, isn't it? There's not like that with the aero on the front of that car. Where are we going to put our big numbers, Hal? It's my main concern now.
No, I'm not a massive advocate of the big numbers. I just like the different liveries.
No, I want big numbers and different liveries. Pick Superior is the best livery in the paddock.
You can't have your cake and eat it.
I can do what I want. It's changed the rules, Hal. This is what people have got to start understanding. We just changed the rules. Joel Christophson's just walked in to ask Peter Helmut a question, but an FC2 at 9,000 RPM has not allowed him to ask the question. Now he is. Little nod of the head. Oh, what's going on, eh? What's going on there? So Stenison went Joker on the first lap, but is 3.8 off the lead, so it's not going to get near to those drivers.
I think they're arranging the after party.
Oh, good.
Joel does partake in the odd after party.
Yeah, I've seen occasional footage of Joel Christophson having had an adult beverage, but obviously it's quite rare.
Tree's been impressive in his learning here, and I would love to see more Norwegian drivers across the board return to RallyX next season. There's a bit of a lack of Norwegian drivers, given how Nordic heavy this championship is, and yeah, it'd be great to have more Norwegians, especially in open two-wheel drive, which we'll see next, because one of the best classes open two-wheel drive. They're all best classes for different reasons, but in terms of variety of nationality and equipment, open two-wheel drive's right up there. Crosscar's definitely the most competitive championship. Tree is 3 in the Joker to cross the line with a time of 2:02.9, and I tell you what, that is pretty handy. 2:02.9 puts him ahead of Noel Eliasson for ninth overall. Yeah. That is a good run to end qualifying for Crosscar in 2024.
So we will see the results of this, and then we will have our qualifying standings for you, and that will give us a little bit of a championship update, so stay with us. Tree with a 2:02.9. As Hal said, that is a good time. Off you go, sunshine, up into P9. Here's the fans having a lovely day. It is beautiful weather here. 40k from Hamburg. Wonderful track. And any minute now we will have the standings for you for qualifying, the end of qualifying. Let's take a look at the standings then. This is qualifying done and dusted in the final round, and as you can see, Yulalami takes the TQ. Ronald Bowdens needed that top qualifier. He was just 5 qualifying points short of it, and unfortunately that means he now cannot win the championship. He is out of the title race. It is just Eek Mørstad and Elias Svensson who remain in that fight. Eek Mørstad, look, qualifying 4th, Elias Svensson down in 10th, so he did move up a few places, but not far enough to be on the front row, so he's going to have some work to do compared to Eek Mørstad. Having said that, he was ahead in the points, but we haven't got drop scores and so on taken into account quite yet, so it's still complicated.
Indeed it is, and by the time we return for the semi-finals we'll have a much better idea on what needs to be done. Bit of number crunching to do between us, Chronomoto and Nicholas Dubernard, but I can assure you we'll work hard on that.
So we've got a bit of a track watering going on. Those fans are going to enjoy it. You can enjoy it too. And we'll be with you in a moment for Supercar Lites. No, open two-wheel drive. Let's do that first. Apparently you can take a look at some drama from earlier on today. This should entertain you. This is what it's like behind the scenes. Go on then.
McGarry continues to lead onto this final lap.
And he's now
I want to hand clap him, but I'm not going to hand clap a wasp. I
would
can
like
folder
you to
clap
do
it.
that.
Get it. Where is it? Where is it? Go on, dare you. Come on.
It's in front of me. There's Vigo's drone.
Oh!
In the background.
It's on my neck. Get off! Where's he gone? Bloody wasp! Go away! As if this job isn't hard enough.
McGarry fastest lap of the race so far on a 42.0. It's all about trying to execute the Joker now.
Hal, thank you for being a professional.
For McGarry, here he is in the extra ring. You keep fighting. Oh, McGarry's run deep in the Joker. That's not going to help his cause. The time has...
Thanks, lads. To be fair, that is funny. And we always forget the camera in here is on all the time, so we're not playing up for it. It's a wasp. I'm not even that terrified of wasp, but I can't go anywhere. What am I going to do? I'm attached to this desk. Nearly there. Get that track watered. Let's go. I could do with some water too. Open two-wheel drive. Let's see what the qualifying situation is. Bart Bell, who's on pole, is in the TQ at the moment. Simon Tiger's down in P4. And he broke his steering, didn't he? Yes, so Tiger is not in this race. You got Bell, Johansson, Tohill, Person and McGarry. So the two Irish drivers in this together. Johansson is sitting down in 5th in qualifying with a 12th and a 2nd. So both him and Simon Tiger have had one good and one bad session. Bart Bell with a P4 and a P1. Oh, good even start on the inside. Bell gets away nicely as he goes up through the gears. Victor Christensen needs to cover off the inside. Johansson, me getting my Victors mixed up. Derek Tohill, got almost stalled in turn 1.
Yeah, just stopped on the apex and lost out. Meanwhile, Johansson's all over the back of Bell at the front of the order. Bell's car gets out of shape coming down the hill as it transitions from gravel to tarmac ahead of the tightest corner on the main lap. Person, though, having a strong weekend, isn't he? Leading ahead for Peter McGarry at the moment.
Just had some water delivered, Hal. Thank you to the DMC guys, much appreciated. It is hot today. We're not even in the cars. It'll be hard work in there, won't it, today?
You get over it pretty quickly though when you're at the wheel. It's just afterwards when the sweat's dripping into your eyes and you're all clammy and horrible.
Yeah, and your mouth can be super dry, and yeah, it's really. And if you put any water in the car, that's almost always boiling hot while you're drinking it, isn't it? You can't really have it in the car. You have it on the pre-grid, chuck the bottle out at the last second, but yeah.
You're making it sound like a hardship.
No, it's not, but you know what I mean. It's just one of those things you're like, how do I manage this? And when you see the top teams and there's lovely water bottles and pumps and pipes and all the rest of it, yeah, that's not the rallycross I've done. Johansson in P2 goes Joker. That's quite early, but obviously feels the pace of the others isn't too much of a problem. Might get out in front of McGarry. McGarry's going to be inside. Johansson squeezes the door shut. Nicely done, and nice driving as well from Gary behind. So that's Victor Johansson's tactic now. So last lap, obviously Bell and Person are going to go. Now he's catching Person pretty quick, isn't he?
As we would expect, to be fair. Tricky Joker strategy for Victor. Bell, though, is driving beautifully up front. Of course, the Belgian Dutch drivers have been here before, and that makes a big difference, doesn't it? Rather than coming to Julius, a super technical and difficult track for the first time. Person's going to Joker this time around as he needs to.
Johansson might get this, Hal. Johansson's going to get a better exit. Bell just gets there before him.
Great run for Bart Bell.
TQ. First TQ for Bart Bell. Definitely not going to be beaten. Was 8 points clear. Oh, actually, I suppose Yorick won't. Actually, Tiger could go in between.
Tiger and Bex can both get ahead.
I'm calling it. I'm going to say he's got it.
Oh, McGarry's had a fair old incident there. I didn't see that. Maybe I was looking at the YouTube comments or something at the time.
I didn't see it either, mate, but I might have been looking at my championship standings. I'm modifying paperwork throughout the show, trying to keep up. We just don't get enough time between the sessions to do it, so yeah, there will be times where we both are not looking, which is the...
Pete's been very fair there to drag that car back. I would have... the wheel's hanging off. I would have stopped and waited for a recovery. We are going to see that incident in the highlights package. Sorry, Thunder then. Sorry, mate. Not the most riveting race of all time, but tactically interesting. Nice tidy joker from Johansson, but not as good as Bell. Have a look in the background though. McGarry, he's going to clatter the concrete wall, I think, here. Bosch, lucky to keep it out of the wall on the outside. But a lot of damage there on the left. Bell takes it at 208.288. Ahead of Johansson. Wonder if a result like that might persuade someone like Bell to return.
What's he picked up
full time half of McGarry's car.
Oof. It's like a videotape, you know what I mean? When the tape used to get chewed up by the video recorder and the tape came out, how many people at home would go, what the hell's a videotape? Right. Erling, Krog, Mainix, Liskowitz, Hammer and Verhoeven. Tiger and Bex are in that last race. Oh, have I called Bart Bell too early, Hal? I like the idea that I've taken a risk on it. Do you? What's going on in the comments? Come on, hit me.
I've seen lots of references to my name, but no time to read them. Hal is catching up on movies he hasn't seen. That'll take a while, mate. The Purple Sector.
Hal said yesterday that he was scared of E.T. Didn't you?
True story. Maybe not.
What was he
anymore.
said? He was a bit weird, you said, didn't you?
It was scary when I was little.
What was scary about it? The big lights up finger on a weird man from outer space.
No, the E.T. thing wasn't the scary bit. It was the way he arrived.
How did he arrive? I can't remember.
It was through the woods and the dark and all that, wasn't it?
So it was the dark. Away from the line, it's Mainix who gets the best start after the first corner, ahead of Krog in the lovely Opel Manta, which might be my favourite Opel two-wheel drive, I've decided. Although I do still like a Mark II Escort, as you know. Great exit from those guys. And then just a drag race down the hill.
Someone says, Hal, you'll have at least seen Pirates of the Caribbean in. Yes, I have seen Pirates of the Caribbean. Can't remember what happened, but I have seen it. Just scrolling up a bit here. Sorry for not replying to all of you, because there's so many really lovely comments. Thank you for that. People want RallyX merchandise. That would be great. And then I know that's something that the team are working on for next year. Something else that people are talking about is what they would like for next year, in addition to merch and stuff. And people want the Spinner of Doom. Explain that.
So the Spinner of Doom was where we used to do fastest last, always, which is without a doubt the best way to do it. But then for one session,
Q2,
we'd have the Spinner of Doom, which would spin around basically and decide whether they went fastest first or fastest last. So yeah, if it's going to be anything, it should be Q2. The only problem is the time. The
logistical. There is a logistical headache with the Spinner of Doom.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not out of the question. Victor Johansson is right behind us.
I think he's watching the stream, or he's watching the live timing on his phone.
I think he might have to come and join us. Victor, come on. He's just realised that if you stand near a TV studio, you have to put cans on and go on the TV. So I'll switch that on and switch this on. Can you hear us? Or do you want me to? You can hear us? Okay, there we go. Simon won the title yesterday. You put up a good fight. We needed that good engine all year, didn't we?
Yeah, now I look back, I should have fixed that earlier.
Well, next year, it's always next. Are you going to come back?
Of course. We just change some parts over the winter and we come.
So what's on the development program? If you've not followed all year, you need to go back and watch about 50,000 hours of RallyX to understand that Victor is basically an F1 level engineer with a hybrid Mercedes car. Here we go. Here comes Mainix. Let's just check Mainix's time. It's going to go quicker. Mainix is going to cross the line and go quicker, surely. Yes, so Mainix goes fastest and it will trot Bart Bell down 1. And Mainix, Hal, I might have called it too soon. Damn it. I reckon Bart Bell was going to be top qualified, but Mainix has just gone quicker. I might have to eat my hat. I haven't got one. So yeah, what are you going to develop over the winter?
I haven't really decided yet. We have a long trip home after tonight.
So you're going to think on the bus?
A lot of thinking.
Yeah.
Will you draw some stuff like a mad scientist?
Yeah, I have a full block with drawings and
Really?
stuff. Yeah.
Of ideas? Oh, I love that. Is it a book?
Most of the papers in a big pile.
How much would you love to look through
Yeah,
that?
very much indeed. Yes.
That's amazing. Yeah, unlucky this year, mate. Look, you've been a champion before. We know you can do it again. Open two-wheel drive seems to be growing in popularity. We've got these lovely drivers coming in from elsewhere. Now, that's what we need, isn't it? We need, to be fair, we actually need these drivers to think, I can beat Victor, I can beat Simon, because you're both the target, you're the benchmark.
Of course. And you see they have a great pace here, and it's really fun to be here in Germany and to drive.
Yeah, good track. You've been here before?
No.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
First time.
Okay, stay with us just while Simon Tiger goes out, if you've got a couple of minutes. So Tiger here is down in P4. Victor was P5 prior to the session. Victor in this one is third at the minute behind Manix and Bart Bell. Tiger really needs to win this session to try and move up a little bit. At the moment, say Simon would be on the front row of the semis, Victor would be one back, but Victor's in a good position, I think, to move up onto the front row of the semi-finals. Tiger gets a nice hold shot and holds on. Just now got to get that hammer down. What do you reckon? Can he do this?
Tiger?
Yeah.
I think so. Clear air. It's really hard on this track when you get behind someone to drive fast. You have to wait. They're going to take the Joker and up. You have to slow down.
And the Joker's so late in the lap, isn't it?
Yeah. But when you're standing on the gate and watch the cars going for the Joker, you think something is wrong because it's going so slowly.
So slowly on the way in, yeah, so slow. It's a technical Joker, isn't it?
Bex into the rear of Tiger out of the final corner on this opening lap. If anyone can beat Simon Tiger here, it's Christoph Bex, who hasn't had the weekend we expected so far, the Belgian driver. And he's absolutely going with the speed, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. Through the left-hander onto the start-finish straight was absolutely brilliant. He'll certainly go Joker. Bex has to go Joker if Tiger doesn't. There's a bit of it that says Tiger could dummy him off, but then you're going to lose time on the last lap. So
tricky that with Stur still in the window, 2 seconds behind Bex at the moment.
If I were Bex, I'd go Joker. Got to.
Oh, he's in the rear of Tiger. Tiger's defending. They both lost time.
So that might work into his advantage, but Stur is going to come out here. If Stur gets just in front of Bex, which I think he will.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, going to cost him too much time. So that entry didn't go wide enough, did it? Should have gone further round Simon.
Yeah.
Bex committed early on the throttle, but Tiger ran that tiny bit wider perhaps than you would expect. It's perfectly entitled to do that, and just Bex was in the rear.
And Bex also, unfortunately for him, that was Bjorn Stur did the best lap of the race at 39.6. He went half a second quicker than the front runners were going and just got himself slightly ahead. Tiger with the car whistling away as it comes over the bumps. Now he stops the big BMW to the right and then to the left. Flick it in, get it straight, don't get too much wheel spin. Watch for Bex on the standard lap. Tiger versus Bex. Simon Tiger gets there first. It is a 2:07.3. It's enough to win the session. So he will go ahead of Manix and Bell, and that might... What's that going to do? How am I going to be wrong about Bell?
I'm going to say you're going to be wrong, yeah.
Damn it, I think Manix is going to be equal on points with Bell, but will take it by the virtue of the better time in the last session. Someone get me a hat and some sauce. I'll get munching. What did you see here, Victor? What did you see in this race that we're probably not seeing? Track
I don't
conditions?
really know. I'm usually behind the steering wheel, so... But
not used to seeing it from this angle.
I was hoping they were going to tangle a bit more to delay each other a bit more to get a little bit worse time, but they drove a great race, both all of them.
Well, there we go. Victor's going to stay here for a second because we'll have the standings for him, and then you'll find out where you are. I reckon you're going to be P4. I think you're going to go
Front
P4.
row.
That's my guess. Here we go. Let's wait for the standings to come up. So Tiger takes it over the line. Here's the result of the race. Tiger from Bex, Bjorn Sturt and Martin Engelen. And any moment now we'll have the standings at the end of qualifying for Open 2-wheel drive. Oh no, will we? Yes we will, because that is the last race. They'll be frantically pressing buttons in Stockholm. Click, clickety click.
And I think I have a new favourite car this weekend.
Yeah?
The Opel Manta.
Yes! I said the same.
Awesome.
It's mega, isn't it?
Yesterday you had the back wheels in the front too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Sweet. Right, here we go. Where's the standings? Are they ready? They are indeed. Bart Bell takes it. Yes!
So Bart Bell is the top qualifier. Hal's disappointed that I'm not wrong. Simon Tiger goes P2, Yorick Mainix goes P3, and Victor Hansen is P4. Nice one, mate. Front row start, that's what you need,
that's
isn't
where
it?
we want to be.
Yeah, right, off you go. Go on,
Yep,
you've got work to
thank
do,
you.
I'm sure. Thank you for joining us. So Victor Johansson, one of our previous Open Two-Wheel Drive champions, and a lovely gent. I love the fact he loves the Opel Mantehau, but more than that, I really want to look at his little book, do you, of all the designs?
Yeah, definitely. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Right, Supercars are in the pre-grid behind us, along with Supercar Lites, but Supercar Lites are on the grid. Olofsson, Janssen, Darback, Anderson, and Christensen. Anderson gets a brilliant start. Olofsson on the inside too, though. Casper Janssen Anderson moves across a bit early. Rainis won't like that. It's caused carnage on the run to the first corner. Anderson's going to come out of this in the lead, but I think he shut the door a bit soon, Hal.
You can hear Anderson massively in the throttle around the outside, with Olofsson buried in the back of his Supercar Lites machine. There are the top three in the championship. Casper Janssen's definitely got something broken on his car, the way it's moving around on the brakes. Olofsson lost out badly in the first corner, but this, and Anderson's broken as well.
Right, so he's gone sideways. So is Olofsson the only person with an unbroken car? Is he going to go Joker? Go Joker. Oh, Casper goes in. What's going on in the Joker? Casper's gone in. Olofsson stayed out.
Casper's broken, runs deep. He's in right rear puncture for Anderson. Can't really see on the screen. It's so reflective in here at the moment.
Olofsson having a look now on the exit. Can he get up the inside line? He can with a broken car for Anderson. Olofsson is going to take the lead. Olofsson might be putting one hand on the trophy here. How he was last year's champion, and the two youngsters have constantly scrapped, and they're handing it to him. He's won 3 events in a row.
It's a right rear puncture for Anderson. That'll be from the contact from Olofsson in the first corner. We are definitely going to have to hear from Rainis Nicholas at the end of this race, up there in race control, to get his opinion on what happened. Anderson into the Joker. Will he be able to cover off Casper Janssen, who's also carrying damage there, remember, Andrew? Yes, he does.
Darback's going to come in too. Let's have a look up at the first corner and see what Darback can do.
Anderson defending hard in the first corner. Janssen following him too.
Super close between them.
Darback just in the background, lost a lot in the first corner. Janssen looks to the outside of Anderson.
He's hit him.
Unnecessary, boys.
They're both going to get a penalty. This is what Kevin said yesterday, wanted to disqualify them all. Wake up! You're training to go to the highest categories of rallycross, and you are not driving at that standard.
Olofsson in the Joker for the final time. Hasn't lost loads. Darback's going to widen Darback Joker earlier. Olofsson crosses the line.
Olofsson with that Hal is undoubtedly going to take the TQ, I think, because he's just beaten Tobias. No, it's Kevin Darback, sorry. Olofsson might have been handed the championship here, Hal. I think the others are going to get penalties. Lucas Anderson was in P6. Casper Janssen was in P2.
Slowest race of the session.
Look at it. Look at the state of the cars.
Slowest race win is what I'm meant to get out there.
But you're not surprised, are you, with all the carnage that's happened? Have a look back at this start. I'm sorry, but I think Anderson moves too soon. Here we go.
Where are the cones? Don't know where the cones are. He's come across there on Anderson, and
they can't disappear. There's a wall on the right.
So Anderson's coming to the rear of Olofsson. He's then rotated into the rear of
Darback got in the back. And everyone.
What happened to
I'm being quite hard on them here, Hal, I know, but they are a class act, these two. They really are. They're the best in the field, and I just feel like they've lost their heads a few times this year. So Janssen, this was Janssen trying to go around the outside of Anderson. The trouble is here as well, to be fair to them later in the race, when you're carrying damage, the cars are way more unpredictable. So later in the race, when you're looking at contact here, look, Janssen tries to come around. Does the car pull in more than he thought with the damage on it?
You've got to be patient. You've got to be patient. And you know that Darback still, the team will know, the strategist is in the spotter, and the driver will know that they need to that the driver behind needs to take the Joker yet.
So that one then, here's the result of it. Olofsson took the win from Anderson and Janssen with Darback and Christensen, but we can speak to Rainis Nicholas, the race director. He's ready to talk to us. Rainis, you were watching that along with us. What are your thoughts, mate?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Yeah, very good. I mean, it seems that it's huge carnage here, but I would say the blue car took far the best start, and he moves to the inside after the cones. And if you see here, yeah, he starts the collision, but I cannot penalize him because he turns right when he takes the best start. Actually, in this case, especially when you see here, yeah, many broken plastics afterwards, but the next episode when number 36 pushes in the rear, that's for sure not okay. But here, I mean, not much to say from my side.
I mean, it was not so much how far he moved. For me, it was the fact he moved into lanes 1 and 2, and those two cars can't go anywhere. But you know, I'm glad I'm not in your job, mate. I think it's very, very tricky to judge.
Yeah, this one was tricky, but I mean, if we go back again on slow motion here, like now they go straight.
So the cone is on the right here at the end of the Armco, yeah. So he passes the cone. Yeah, I see your point. I see your point.
And now he goes inside, and I mean, two cars are there.
So what you're saying, they could lift out of it. They could lift out the throttle because he's shutting the door, I guess.
I have to think more. I cannot give you any final decision at the moment.
Mate, no, we don't want a decision on television. That's not fair. And obviously our opinions don't count in this. You know, if you think it's a racing incident, it's a racing incident. We completely understand that. And Janssen late in the race too, but they need to tidy it up a bit, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. It's way too much carnage. Okay, we know it's booked to the first corner, but anyway, you have to give respect to other drivers and leave some space. And after turn 1, you can fight as hard as you want, but not stupid.
Okay, mate. Thank you. Best of luck. That's a tough job, Hal. You know, Rainis came with a completely different perspective than we had, and I get it. He's right. He had the best start. He turns in after the cones, but if there's no room on the inside, what do you do? It's hard.
It is tricky, and I think where Anderson had come across the nose of Darback, and then there was that small contact with the front, but it was clearly the front of Janssen's car in the rear of Anderson, and that's what rotated Anderson into Olofsson.
So racing incident, maybe.
The problem here is we call turn 1 the right-hander.
And it's actually a corner before it.
It really is turn 2, isn't it? Because it's a proper right-hander, and inevitably, and as Rainis always says, the pack's going right, isn't it? So it's really hard to judge.
I would hate to have to call that. I think that's one of the toughest calls, but I thought Anderson gone early. We didn't see where the cone was. You can see it right on the limit of your screen on the right at the end of the Armco is where the cone is. This is Tobias Darback, Lars Erik Howe, Julian Meunier and Marceau Launay. Meunier and Launay have been going well here this weekend. Darback, we think, is out of the title fight at the end of qualifying. He gets to the inside. Oh, Meunier, a little bit of contact between him and Darback. That's after the corner though. The rotation there is really tricky. Darback alongside the second French driver. Launay, he should get inside Launay here at the bottom of the hill, but it's Meunier who's got the whole shot in the end.
Much cleaner this time around. Meunier just had that bit of a margin. Darback was pretty lucky, to be fair, to get out of the wall and remain ahead. The dust is hanging now, isn't it, in this super hot northern Germany afternoon. Terrible English, apologies for that. Hogan the Joker this time around.
That's fine now.
I'm not great at English.
You're excused. It's round 10. It's round 10. The batteries are getting towards the end of their life, aren't they? It's hot. It's been a long year. It's been a long week, actually, hasn't it? With the amount of rallycross we've had, it has been brilliant. So a few people definitely succumbing to the pressure of championship weekend. But you know what? I also don't want to not see them go for it. Hardest job in the paddock, Rainis Nitish? Let us know in the comments. I think it is. I think it's really tough. What do you think, Hal?
Yeah, definitely, because you've got to have a particular mindset, and I have to. I've said all year, Rainis is brilliant at that job. Pretty clear cut, and Rainis is not someone that ever gives a lot of fluff. Those that know Rainis personally, he tells things like it is, not necessarily in a rude way, but he's pretty straight up and down, and you've got to have that mentality for that role.
Right, so getting away from the carnage behind them, the thing about keeping their head, Hal, is they are handing this to Simon Olofsson. He was in the top qualifier spot. He's won that first race with a 2:05.9, which is the target time we're looking for now. Let's see whether Meunier can get there or not, because if he can't, he is going to get there. It's a great time. It's a great time. So 2:01.7 for Meunier.
Well,
does anybody else beat him?
Olofsson lost all that time in the first corner, attached to the rear of Anderson's car.
So Olofsson drops to P3, but at the minute he was equal on points with Casper Janssen. He's beaten him.
The problem Janssen and Anderson have is that Olofsson's had such a shocking season that he's got a terrible score. Have a look back at your stats quickly there, Andrew.
Yeah, sure, I'll find them for you.
It was second day in Chirp, he scored no points.
I'm sure they had an engine fault and they couldn't get it in. So absolute zero. So
that's the problem. That's what they're fighting against. It doesn't matter what he does. He's basically got nothing to lose.
Any point here. So where with the others we're going? Has he scored 15 yet? That's his worst score. Oh, he has. Hang on a minute. Now it's 23. With Olofsson, we're going. You got a 0. Yeah. Every point Olofsson scores today is a point he's closing down the gap.
Which shows how strong he's been at the other round. How consistently strong he's been. Yeah. That's not just in final results, but in qualifying to be there or thereabouts.
Look, a third, a second, a first, a DQ, a sixth, a win, a win, a win. He's also come on very strong.
For someone
in these
who
last few
didn't
rounds.
intend to do anything more than the Chirp weekend, it's gone pretty well.
It has.
I remember those 2 DQs in the semi-finals in Alspin for that contact at the Joker. The Joker
he was DQ'd in the first one. He was P6 in the second one.
I think he was DQ'd in the heats on the second day. Wasn't he?
Yes,
put him down.
Yeah. But he didn't finish the final either. He was P6 in the
final.
Electrical
misfire or something. I think
you're right. I love your memory for it, mate. You'll have to write a book about lights at some point.
It'd be boring, wouldn't it?
I don't know about that. OMSC engineered to win. Available now. Eric Berget, Anton Soderholm, Nils Christenhaugen, Ida Tornholt. Tornholt shuts the door like Anderson did, but she gets there ahead. Go on, Ida.
Oh, takes a whack in the side from Berget, but gets a great run down the hill.
She's going to be careful, not twice in one day. No. Oh, ends up in the gravel trap and keeps it 4 wheels down. She was really annoyed earlier today. Didn't like the amount of contact she was getting.
That was so nearly a roll as well. How many times have we seen a car go over with contact in that bank?
Horrible. I was holding my breath there, but she stayed the right way up. She's still going in the background. She'd be annoyed. But it's not game over. Right, where was she?
The beauty of a 4-wheel drive Supercar Lites is you get stuck in the gravel like that and you can just drive out of it rather than a crosscar or an open 2-wheel drive where you'd still be there.
So sadly, Hal, she was in P13 and Victor Christensen, who's the only driver who's had a bad run here and was sitting up in P9.
She was a long way off on the points as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think
so she's not going to make the
semi-final.
not going to make the semis. That's a shame. There's only 13 cars and she's not going to make the cut. So
Swedish Championship finale in a couple of weeks. So hopefully for her, she can finish this race in contact in the rear of Berget from Soderholm there. STS RX teammates together with Simon Olofsson. Berget continues to lead at the front of the order. Some 1.9 seconds, so this could be close come the end. Soderholm on a flyer, nice, neat and tidy at the bottom of the hill there. Into the Joker for the final time of asking. Gets the car rotated, is going to take the race win here, and the time is a 2:04.9, third quickest, gets ahead of Olofsson. Tornholt off in the first corner as a DNF. What a shame for her to end her RallyX season like that. Ida has massively improved this year, and the second half of the season she's had really good pace. Just unfortunate for her that this weekend has just not gone her way and she hasn't been able to prove that potential. Had her first podium earlier in the season in Alspin on the second day. She was delighted with that in that crazy Supercar Lites final. One of the newest Supercar Lites ever built, the car that Tornholt drives, chassis number 50. It's still pretty tidy, a bit less tidy after today, but I'm sure they'll get that fixed. And it'll be a pleasure to see Ida back next season. That was some moment down the hill. It was a bit of a wild ride for Ida. She did brilliantly to keep it on the wheels.
Lucky it was the gravel track, not the grass bank, Hal. If that had been the grass bank, it's literally 50 metres afterward. Look at that.
That is a tank slapper. And
my goodness
that's
me.
a bike term, isn't it? But she did, she did well to hold on.
And it's hard because at that point you're out of throttle. You know, you want to pull the car straight by being on the throttle, but you're already
get in
out.
The brakes as well to try and balance it. It's
misery. And then the weight starts going each way. She's not happy, which is understandable. She's on the Scoop of Doom and heading back, and unfortunately that's either Tornholt's season over, but as Hal said, she's got the Swedish finale coming up soon. So there we go. Birgit wins that one. The session, though, is won by Julien Mounier. So Julien Mounier wins the session. Let me go back and see. Julien won a session in Neeson and wins another one here. Olofsson is the top qualifier ahead of Kasper Janssen down in P3 and Lucas Anderson down in P10. But we're going to have a chat with Reinis Nitish because I want to see if there's any penalties or anything to be applied. Those points might not have those in there. Reinis, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we decided to give 5 seconds to car number 99 and also 36. You see my screen now. That was one penalty was for this. Other one was causing collision from the start. And I see also on the notes from yesterday when I was not here, that Kevin gave a warning for aggressive driving for car number 99. So it had to be some penalty in case. I know they are fighting for the title, but in case they do something similar again, then it's straight away black flag.
I understand, I totally understand. Mate, thank you so much for taking the time to come back to us with that, and I think that's very fair when you're taking into account yesterday as well. Reinis doing the right thing, didn't make a decision with us, made a decision afterwards. 5-second penalty for both, which has dropped them down the order. They are handing an advantage to Simon Olofsson. We will tot up the points as quickly as we can for Supercar Lites before the semi-finals to try and figure out exactly where everybody is once we take into account drop scores, because Olofsson now will be scoring, won't he, because he had a 0, so his drop score is really obvious. The other two not quite so much. That's another rule change for next year, I absolutely promise you. Right, Larson had a shocker in Q1. He won Q2. Can he get the TQ? To Pinen, Munich, Martinson, and Mats Oman. Oh no! Did Larson jump the start on the inside? He looked to me to be the first car to go, but did he react to somebody else? Back onto the grid. Have we got, is the indicator anywhere on the shot? It's not, is it, Hal?
Just ask the guys if we can see a replay of the start. Here it comes.
Larson.
Yeah.
Larson goes and 3 others react to him. So Robin Larson, double joker.
Spices things up a bit.
It's going to be a tall order, isn't it? Now he's got to get the whole shot and get a proper wiggle on. But the problem is he's going to drop himself back in. He has to win this start now. And this is not an easy crew to win them against. Look, he's in P3 in quali. It's not going to be a big deal, Hal, whether he's going to make the semis from that point as long as he doesn't retire in this race.
I mean, to be fair, I'd like him to be on the second or third row of the semi-final grid for an outside.
Yeah, well, he came last year. What you mean? Yeah, I'm with you. Kevin Eriksson.
If anyone's going to try an Eriksson, it's Larson, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. Maybe we can have Larson and Eriksson in a separate semi-final from 4th on the grid. That would be ideal. Where are they right now?
That would be the only time I'd expect drifting type scoring.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we did say
some number cards.
We're going to do some points. Okay, so did Larson get shown the double joker board? I was too busy looking at the standings. I'm assuming he did, but it could have been a failed start. Either way this time, Larson doesn't get away as well as Depinen or Munich. Munich going to get to turn 1 first. Larson will be right on his rear bumper and will tuck it in tight on the inside. Lighter up on the exit. We need the drone. Oh, Larson goes backwards.
Broken for Larson. And Depinen jumps back too.
Larson might not make the semis here. That is an absolute shocker. We'll have to see at the end of this session if he's accumulated enough points, but Munich leads from Martinson, Oman and Depinen.
Didn't work out for Depinen either. Munich, they made a great launch in that brand new Seat Ibiza for 2024, then shut the door in the first corner. Great job from the German. Depinen into the joker this time around. Have to say, Andrew, there is such appreciation for the All-Inkle Munich Motorsport team here in the Estering paddock. Rennie Munich has done massive things for Rallycross, but especially here at the Estering. And Mandy August was outside the tent for quite some time, signing autographs earlier. Brilliant for them, what it would mean to the whole team to get a good result at home. There's Larson parked to the left.
Yeah, he's parked it up on the exit of the bottom corner, so Larson is out. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to mean he drops out of contention. Where was he?
81.67 is the gap.
what to
Depends whether
beat
Linneman is fixed, but I believe Linneman is going to be on the grid, just looking behind him pre-grid.
Can you see him in the pre-grid?
No, I can't.
So Linneman might not make it.
So Linneman not making it would
see
help.
if we can find out if Linneman is going to make the start. We need someone to see if his car's going to make the start. Let's see if we can find out. Louisa's going to head off and see if she can see him for us.
Holding off Oman in the background. Yellow flag still out. That eliminates one overtaking opportunity. No, Linneman's not in. Oh, he is, sorry. Linneman's in pre-grid.
He is in the pre-grid.
So is Mandy August, though.
Yeah.
That could go against
Robin Larson
as well. Munich into the Joker for the final time we're asking. Nice, neat and tidy on that middle apex. Gets the exit nailed, drives to the line, just misses the wall. The time is a 1:56.6.
So a 1:56.6, Enlund 1Q1 within a 1:56.1, Larson 1Q2 with.
200 slower.
There we go. So that's Munich bang on the pace. That's the first time this weekend we've properly seen it. Get a thumbs up from Louisa, who just in the car in the pre-good. Thank you very much. Wow. So Mandy August has missed 2 sessions with a DNS. Robin has had 2 DNFs.
She's not going to
so
affect
Larson,
it.
that puts Larson P14, yeah, as a minimum. Gary Donahue has been 14th and 12th, Hal. So likely to be towards that point again.
I think Larson will be in.
So do I, but I think it's also about whether or not Linneman, how much gearbox, is Linneman's car fixed or just presented on the grid?
That's a replay of the first corner from the air. We're both looking at the standings. Wonder if it broke the steering there. I think
hard to see.
Front left looks a bit tucked up, doesn't it? I think the front geometry's broken there. What a run though from René Munich.
I've sent Robin a message. I'll forward it to Yoel as well, and we'll see if we can find out exactly what happened to.
Oh, Robin looks pretty annoyed at that, doesn't he? Chilled out on the bank. Not the way he hoped today would go. There's confirmation of the result.
He won't be chilled out if he makes the semis, will he? It's going to be full send if he makes the semis. So let's hope that he does scrape in P12, just because we want to see that show. So Larson's car coming back in on the scoop. We're going to take the start from the drone again. Let's have another look at Larson. How, see if we can figure out where it gets broken.
Great run up into the first corner. For Larson gets that bit of rotation done because Munich's run wide. There it is. A smack from Tapai. You see the steering's broken there. Front right steering's completely gone. Tapai and give him a good old whack in the first corner. I don't actually think Reynolds will do anything about that. Maybe we can hear from Reynolds if we've got a gap. It's just a racing incident.
The trouble is Mats is inside Yoni, isn't he?
It's just a racing incident.
Yeah, there's a difference, isn't there? There's a difference. 2 races to go in qualifying here at the Estering. Hedstrom, Kevin Eriksson, Philip Toren, Magnus Dahl and Maiko Tam. We know Kevin will go deep if Hedstrom wins the start. He'll just he'll try on the bar. The S1 is coming past us now with the broken steering. Message from Johan Kristoffersson. Oman's onboard in the beginning of the show is the coolest rallycross onboard I've ever seen, and I've seen more rallycross onboards than anyone. Johan, that is a brilliant message. Thank you, mate. Glad you're watching. Hope you're good. That is a brilliant message from the 6 times world rallycross champion. That is his favourite rallycross onboard ever. We agree, I think, mate.
And I promise you that literally nobody on the planet has watched more rallycross onboards than that man.
That's brilliant, isn't it? I love that so much. I really do. Here we go then. Eriksson does get a good start, but he's beaten away by Hedstrom. He needs to get inside now and try and hold that line. He'll be as close as he can and hope that Hedstrom runs wide. Straightens out the FC2 on his outside. He's got Philip Toren. Now he stretches the legs of the FC2 down the hill. Oh, a little bit sideways at the bottom.
Good traction on the inside for Kevin. got the run, but he was never beating Hedstrom. Once Hedstrom had won the start, ran that bit deep on the perfect line around the middle.
Dahl went wide at the bottom. I think Tam might have got through. He didn't. Tam was just held off. So Kevin into here. Look at the dust. If you're just slightly offline in the downhill right-hander. Andreas came into here after the last session, sat down, was desperately doing championship points. He goes, now we have the lap time. He was really pleased with how that run had gone from Kevin. Kevin being very aggressive with the car, but he's got it by the scruff of the neck.
And that's what testing's all about, isn't it? They need to put it in the situation that it's going to be in race environments, both in supercar classes. He's all over Hedstrom on the braking at the bottom of the hill. Now, results-wise and championship-wise, you've got to say that Kevin Eriksson has got a greater career outcome than Peter Hedstrom. Be interesting fight between these two because Hedstrom is a wily old operator.
Hedstrom's just hit the barrier on the inside and the drone's been shot down at the same time. Hedstrom just with a barrier tap. Oh, Kevin Eriksson, two sideways, surely. That's a Scandinavian flick the whole way up the start-finish straight.
I think Kevin might have a puncture there.
I think so too.
Hit the wall in the background because he was massively out of shape.
It was two sideways, wasn't it? He went really sideways. He loses a position. Look in the background and see.
In the background, isn't it?
Oh, that's a shame. He should still make it. He was in P9.
Yeah, left rear puncture, I think, for Eriksson.
Oh, it's the last lap too, Hal. He's got them right behind him. There it is. Oh, is the rim? Yeah, the rim's still there. The tyre's gone. Tam and Dahl have already been, so they're going to go joker. They're going to get held up. Hedstrom's going to take this. Hedstrom was sitting in P5.
Oh, it takes the fastest time by 0.6 of a second.
Brilliant.
From René Munich.
So who's going to get TQ? We're waiting on
Tapainen, for sure.
No, you sure? We're waiting on Enland. Enland's 7 points back. Where's Tapainen in the standings?
Tapainen's currently fourth, at least 4:59.
That's what I mean.
So if he'll be it now.
So if Enland can win this,
Enland's got to fight Linneman yet, hasn't he? So that's going to be an interesting race in the final run.
If Enland goes quickest, he could take the TQ.
Yeah, he can, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see then. Martin has not had a top qualifier this session. Do you what? He won a session in Älvsbyn, 2 sessions, one each day in Älvsbyn. Martin Enland won. But he needs to win a session more than ever. That's where the tyre went, look, because you could see it went wildly sideways twice. There was a proper transition as he came up towards the first corner, as we've been calling it. Hedstrom on the exit of the Joker. Great stuff. Brilliant traction in the 208. Fires it up over the line. Okay, one race to go in qualifying here. Then it's time for us to do some 2+2 is 4 quick maths. And that's another reference.
It's normally 5, isn't it?
Another song reference for you, Hal. Well, there's the drone. There is the drone. Man down. What's left of it? He's carrying it like there isn't a lot. Look at him. He's carrying it with 2 hands. Oh, there you go. Oh, no, is that Peter?
That's
Peter's
Peter
gone
Hellman.
to pick it up. So Peter Hellman's gone to pick up the drone. Is that Nicholas going across as well? No, maybe not.
One of the TV engineers.
It is, yeah. So that is drone down. Here we go, the last qualifying race of the 2024 RallyX season. Q3, race 3 for open four-wheel drive. Martin Enland, Gary Donoghue, Marcis Martinos, Ulrich Linnemann and Mandy August. Enland needs to win this start because there are a few people in this race who are not quick enough for him to get the time he needs to steal the TQ. If he wins this session, he could take the TQ. Hedstrom set a good benchmark. 1:56.0 is the quickest time of the weekend. So he set a very good benchmark. You know what? Enland won Q1 with a 1:56.6, so he's not beyond the realms of possibility. But Linnemann could be the fly in the ointment. Got to be a good start from Enland. Got to bang in 3 perfect laps. Can he nick the TQ at the last minute? Hedstrom was behind him in qualifying, so he might be able to do it. He doesn't get the best start. Linnemann does. Linnemann gets to turn 1 first, but Enland gets it in on the bar. He's almost alongside Linnemann. Linnemann runs the car out wide. Enland going to have to give Benton starting to P2, and he does as they come down the hill.
And that can make all the difference to Joni Tapainen, couldn't it? Enland will be keen to finish the season on a high, but he's also clever, isn't he? He knows that finishing high up in qualifying will make all the difference. His grid position for the semi-finals. He won't fight Linneman too hard here, I don't think, because you know Linneman's got good pace.
Topinen's down in 5th at the minute, Hal, which is only 39 qualifying points. Enlund was only 7 behind Topinen, so he only needs to be... Where does he need? No, he does. He needs P1, doesn't he? Still needs P1, even with those differences, unless Linneman also beats the time.
I think that's already gone, Andrew. I don't think they've got the pace that the others had, especially when they're fighting like this, because Linneman will be driving on the mirrors just that little bit. It's not like having clear track like both Munich and Hedstrom did.
36.5, lap time's not quick enough. Enlund's got to go this time if he wants an alternate strategy, and he decides
he's
not
committed
to.
there, and I thought that's what he would do. He's committed to a good qualifying result rather than the best qualifying result, and yeah, fair enough.
Isn't it? Yeah, get yourself up the grid, yeah, so he's not going to go super stupid risk. And after yesterday, Hal, I mean, it was just a brilliant drive from him, wasn't it?
It was, but he missed the Pro-Am, the Pro final, didn't he, because of that oil pump issue of the Pro-Am finals. Nearly beat Matt Oman in the Pro-Am final, and what it would mean to the whole Enlund Motorsport team to finish on a high here this afternoon.
Linneman's gone 36.1, so is Martin Enlund on that last lap. If they want to be in the top of the qualifying, they've got to get, I think him being P2, as Hal said, will be enough that he won't be able to do it, because Linneman obviously is going to beat him. Can they both beat Topinen's? Topinen's further down over the line. It's a 155.2. It is enough.
Wow.
155.2. Linneman goes quickest to 156.3. Enlund has gone P2. He's gone ahead of Hedstrom. But that's going to see him in second place. He's going to get 45 points. Topinen is going to be down in P7, and he's going to get 37. The difference is 8, and the difference before was 7. He might get to
It'll be close, won't it? But they both did a brilliant last lap there, and I think Enlund had more pace. Standing there looking at the last lap, and Enlund looked like he had more to give. But sometimes it does look like that, doesn't it, when you're all over the back of someone, because you can really use them as your marker.
Wow.
Interesting.
So they've gone in a train, as Hal said, they've gone to get the good qualifying result, and actually by both being sensible, has Enlund stolen the top qualifier by 1 point, or is my maths as crap as ever? You're about to find out. Here's the result. Ulrich Linneman takes it. 155.2 is actually the fastest time today. Topinen is the man that he's got to beat. We're going to try and get the qualifying standings up for you, and then we'll be there. Let's check with standings as soon as we got them, and we'll be away. We need those standings. It will also confirm potentially the championship results for us. Let's have a look at qualifying. I know they're going tap, tappity tap. The hamsters are running in the wheels. Topinen, my maths is terrible, and I was out by 2 points. Topinen is the top qualifier, and that result absolutely cements him as the champion for open four-wheel drive, and with it, of course, he's going to take the championship for Pro-Am as well, because he'll be at the top of that qualifying table too. Hedstrom gets P2, Enlund is in P3 with Rennie Munich in P4. Robin Larsson's in 9th, Larsson is in. So Marcis Martinovs, Gary Donoghue and Mandy August have not made the cut, and that's going to give us an interesting semi-final with Larsson down there. Where's Kevin Eriksson? 11th. Kevin Eriksson 11th. So
they're going to start next to each other on the back row of semi-final one.
Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait for the semi-finals, so join us for that very soon indeed. Aye, 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 aye.
Look at your snacks.
I know, yeah, biscuits, cakes. Look at this paperwork. Everything's everywhere. There's too much going on. Right, this is the one. This is the running order here. That tells me where we're going, and I'm going to go there very quickly because we've got some maths to do. The GOAT, G-O-A-T, Holius 2023. See you in time for the semi-finals. This is it then. One last dance. And it's a 600 horsepower one, which is what we all like to see. Kristoffersen versus Eriksson for the title. You've got Kristoffersen and Bolevsky on row 1, Oliver Eriksson and Ola Christian Baby on row 2, and on the back row you've got Kevin Eriksson and Linus Ostlund. Kevin Eriksson must win with Kristoffersen P5 or P6 for Eriksson to take the title. Oh, Oh, the reaction time from Johan was unbelievable. A brilliant start. Eriksson's gone one side and then the other side of Bolevsky is Ollie up the inside. Kevin Eriksson's caught in the middle. Contact between him. He runs over that razor sharp curve. Into the Joker lap goes OC Baby. So Baby's gone Joker and Kevin Eriksson's gone Joker as well. He's at the back of a train of 3 cars there. I think that's going to hinder his chances, unfortunately, but good effort.
Kevin Eriksson made an amazing start from the back row, was up equal the second row well before the run to the, like halfway up the run to the first corner, but there was nowhere to go, got forced wide onto the curb, had to bail into the Joker. That really isn't what he wanted to do, but really if Johan's going to run out front at the front of this race, then there's not much he can do about it anyway.
No, it's a shame, isn't it? If he'd had a different result in the semi-final, he'd had the black flag incident, he would have been further up the grid here, but there you go. That's the way it goes. So we've still got the rest of this race to go, so we can enjoy some supercars around this incredible track.
Here, 43.8 for Kristoffersson first time around, 44.5 for Bolevsky, but he's much closer than that now.
3.2 back to Oliver Eriksson. Eriksson's within striking distance here of these lead 2, but he's coming up against Östlund. He needs Östlund to Joker. If Östlund doesn't go, I think with that, Ollie Eriksson's chances of a win here are going to disappear as well. We've seen all day, haven't we, that the Civic has got pace if they do a clean and tidy run.
Yeah, all weekend they've had good pace, haven't they? When they get it all together, Kristoffersson over the jump, followed by Bolevsky, who's closed this time around visibly. Ollie Eriksson now onto the back of Linus Östlund. The sparks fly as the sun sets on the 2023 championship.
Oh, Kristoffersson with that wonderful style through turn 1. On the lock stops again and through over the crest. Bolevsky's still right with him. What are the gaps? Anybody know? Östlund doesn't release Eriksson.
Fastest lap of the race, a 42.3 last time around. Oh, Bolevsky's spun! Bolevsky's gone off just as he set the fastest lap of the race so far. Linus Östlund now leading Oliver Eriksson in the battle to chase Johan Kristoffersson, but Kristoffersson is up the road.
Unbelievable. Bolevsky with the mistake dropping from P2 all the way back to the back of the pack. No mistakes so far from this round. The Polo is landing beautifully. Oh, huge jump. Ollie Eriksson. That was enormous. Östlund and Eriksson will have to split the strategy here. If one of them doesn't go, the other one will. Kristoffersson, meanwhile, is on the standard lap. He's going to go Joker on the last lap. Östlund goes, Eriksson doesn't. Good decision from Eriksson. That would have been late as well to make that decision.
Eriksson's already jokered. They jokered on lap 1, both for the Civics, didn't they, with OC Baby. So that is moving up to second for Ollie Eriksson, but it's not going to trouble Kristoffersson, who is 4 seconds up the road nearly.
Here he comes down the hill. That's beautifully done. The sun really is low, isn't it? Through that right-hander, here is Eriksson. He's under pressure from Baby, so can Baby take that second position? Kevin Eriksson's got himself up into third. He's ultra sideways in the background. Baby trying to find a way through. It'd be great for KMS to finish the season with a P1, P2. Likewise, the Erikssons don't want that to happen. It's our championship front runners, isn't it, in it? Kristoffersson through. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful sunset over an incredible season. And now he throws down. Now Kristoffersson shows us how close you can get to the barrier. You'd almost bet that that's him showing us that he can go as close as Kevin Eriksson does. Kristoffersson through the long left-hander. He missed the entire weekend at Finland, but he has missed not a single beat in the last 2 events. It was a clean sweep in Norway, and it's going to be another one here at Hollius, the legendary Hollius, as Kristoffersson comes through the final corner to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in RallyX. A brilliant drive. Oliver Eriksson P2, OC Baby P3, and Kevin Eriksson crosses the line for 4th. What a fantastic end to a brilliant year. Donuts all round. And the number 1 is on that car for a reason. At the minute, he is the best of the best, and it remains for everybody else to try and challenge him.
Fantastic performance. I'd argue that Casper Janssen did better donuts in the Lights car, but Kristoffersson was peerless.
He won't like that, mate. He won't like that.
Great
look at Kevin.
Look at Kevin's start. Stunning launch from Kevin. It'll be easier from the back row as well, but it just didn't work. You got like small contact with Baby, got forced onto the curb, and he just was never going to make the apex from there, was he? Let's look at it from this angle. Again, Kevin's been so unlucky in the first corners this weekend. He could have gone standard lap there. I'm wrong. He could have gone standard lap.
Would it have made a difference, though? I think with that much time lost
maybe he'd have been second at the end with Bolevsky spinning.
I think,
but it wouldn't have been enough.
No.
It would have been nice for Kevin to be on the podium, though, given that he's put such a massive effort into this season.
Yeah, and let's
this is Bolevsky. Let's see what happened here. Run steep onto the gravel.
Complexities. Does he get it back on the curb the other way? Or does it just not come round? No, it doesn't come round. It won't come back the other way. You're waiting, aren't you, for the pendulum effect to bring the car back to you, and it didn't come. Here's Christopherson.
See the whites of his eyes in
watch
the
this, watch
sunlight.
this. That is, there you go, lads. I can go closer. I reckon he's hit it. I reckon that's a barrier tap. You better ask him, mate, when you get down there.
Well, there's a Civic implant in that barrier already, isn't there? So the Polo would have slotted into that very nicely indeed.
I want to go take, if the car's down there, can you please take the camera and go and take a look at the rear left quarter for us, Hal? Because I want to see if there's a mark on the rear left quarter. Johan Kristoffersson wins the final of the year, the Supercar final, ahead of Oliver Eriksson and Ola Christian Baby. Kevin Eriksson gets P4, Linus Ostlund P5, Yuri Belevsky with a mistake in the middle of the race ends up 6th. Confirmation of the standings at the end of another fantastic season of RallyX action. Johan Kristoffersson is the champion by 11 points from Kevin Eriksson. Yuri Belevsky gets 3rd on the podium. Vejby missing out in P4, but great racing all year long from a host of talents, and yeah, wow. That's it. It's done.
Wow.
Well, mate.
What a season.
Yeah, thanks for keeping me honest on the jokers there in the end.
It gets like that, doesn't it? I think I need to go.
It does. Hal, go to the podium, please.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
I want you to close your boots. And what was it? Your rotary supercharged engine? Guess I should stand in the middle, should I? Wow. What a brilliant end to the year. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. I'll have a look at the comments in a minute. 2023 overdone and dusted. 3 events in the space of about 5 weeks, a little while ago. Then we had a nice gap, and then we've done 2 back-to-back here to crown our champions. We've had some drama, haven't we? We really have. There is the podium at Finnskoga Motor Club. That's actually their podium. Just to the right of that is our podium, but that is the top cars. There it is. There it is. So 2 podiums. They parked the cars in the wrong place, really, haven't they? We'll have to get somebody down there and get it adjusted. Johan Kristoffersson. There's his dad. An embrace for Johan and his dad, Tommy. Fantastic job by him. The rest of the squad down there as well. Cuba's down there taking pictures. There he is with the lens in the middle. Awesome stuff. OC Vejby, far left-hand side of your picture as well. I think it was a fitting end. Golden hour, isn't it, as well, for photos? Mint. Hal is down there with the camera, and I think we're good to go. So let's see who Hal is with.
Johan Kristoffersson, fantastic performance today to win the RallyX 2023 Championship here at Hurlius. What does it mean?
No, but I thought that I won after semi-final, and then I realized that it actually, meant more than I expected. But a championship is always a championship, and yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster during the year. Not only with the development of the car, but also with everything that happened in the rallycross world. But yeah, being able to win this championship and had 2 very, very good races at the end. And then I saw the pace from Yuri and Oliver in the semi-final, which was 7/10 quicker than me on the lap time. So I had to speed up a bit in the final.
You always seek perfection. These last 2 weekends have been pretty exceptional, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been very, very good in terms of results, but of course there's a lot to gain and learn from this as well. But I was starting this weekend with quite some doubt after first 2 outings when the car wasn't really underneath me, but then got everything together. The guys did a very, very good job, so I managed to put on some good pace also. But of course, I think the start has been our strongest part the last couple of races.
And for the sun to be setting here in Hurlius, one of the best rallycross tracks in the world, to win another title, wonderful feeling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it couldn't be better, even though the sun was a very, very tricky task to handle during this, the final, and I didn't manage to do any good joker at all, but managed to do a few other good laps, and I was telling myself that the other guys also have the same problem.
You were pretty close to the wall on the joker exit too.
I touched it.
Well, mate, congratulations.
Thank you.
Told you, I touched it. That's brilliant, isn't it? I touched it. Was that him showing off? I reckon it's a flex from Johan Kristoffersson. I really do. I told you. I touched it. Brilliant. So brilliant stuff from Johan Kristoffersson, winning last year's title at the final round at Hurlius. Of course, he turned up at the start this year and won a couple of times at Tiet before taking that new polo off to the World Championship.
I'm kind of sorry he didn't stick around, Hal, but we've had some great racing anyway.
He would have been some kind of dominant performance if he had done, though. It's a shame he's not here because Robin Larsson's competing on a great level, as is Peter Hedgestrom and co. I think this would have been a great weekend for Johan to be having. We know he loves RallyX, so I'm sure he'll be back in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure he will too. So yeah, he won last year's title. We have sent Nicholas Dubernard out and about in the paddock to catch up with some of the people who've wrapped up titles or could be wrapping them up today.
Yoni, congratulations, you are the new RallyX Supercar champion, the most young champion ever in RallyX history. How do you feel after race one and this first day?
It was incredible. I cannot even say anything. I'm in a shock right now.
In a shock, really?
Yes, it's a big thing to me because we were not even racing. We were just thinking about racing 2 weekends first, but it went quite well, and yeah, now I'm the champion.
I remember very well our first interview in Chirp after your fantastic weekend already, and it's true, it was just the first race of the championship, and the season was supposed to stop here for you and just to focus on the Finnish Rallycross Championship.
Yeah, now we are going to head to Oulu and trying to take the Finnish championship too.
This day has been a difficult day for you. It was not an easy way in qualification, but at the end of the day, you still managed to get another podium. How did you manage this Saturday?
I don't even know. It was really hard to drive the first qualifying races, but then we got a bit better setup, and yeah, that's it.
It was a lot of stress during the day when you were able to see that it was a bit of a gap between you and maybe Martin and Lund and so on. What was your feeling after Q2 before lunch?
We were just trying to take some good points, and that's all. Not pressure.
What made the difference during the final? It was also a challenging race. What was the key? What was the key in the final?
Try to survive.
What's the plan for tomorrow?
What?
What's your plan? What is your plan for tomorrow? Now you're just champion, and now you can drive completely freely.
Yeah, I think we will have a bit more attack tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Johnny. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Hampus, you are the new RallyX Crosscar Junior champion after race one. What's your feeling tonight? And I guess it's a huge relief after what happened during the qualification.
Yeah, the qualification was not so good, and yeah, in the semi-final it was good. The semi-final was good, but yeah, it could be better. And the final we had not the pace, so yeah.
During the qualification, you were just out of the top 10 after Q2. How did you manage to recover and to stay confident ahead of the Q3 and semi-final and final?
I only think now we need to push in Q3. So yeah, that was what I do. And yeah, in the semi-final we know it was only to drive into the finish. So are we champions? So yeah, it's feeling really, really good.
What's the plan now for tomorrow? You will be completely free to get another win. You can take all the risks you want. It's a race for the fun.
Yeah, we will take the win. You know, I will give everything now to get the win.
1 year ago, you showed some huge speed at the end of the 2023 season. Have you ever imagined that 1 year later you would be the new RallyX champion?
No, my goal this season was to be in the top 3, and that's winner. So I'm really happy about that.
What was the key of this season 2024? What do you think helped you to make the difference against Oliver Soli?
Yeah, it was only to push, but not be so nervous I was last year. Yeah, that was the plan this year, and getting in top 3.
Congratulations, Hampus, and see you tomorrow for the last day of the season.
Thanks.
Simon, to win in qualification today, 7 victory at the end of race 1, and you are the new RallyX champion for the 3rd time over the last 4 years. How do you feel tonight? I guess it's a huge rally for you.
It feels good to secure the championship today. So tomorrow I can drive without pressure, so it feels good.
What has made the difference during the season?
I don't know, really. Just no, I can't say. I don't know.
Some secret or?
No, not really. Just drive fast.
Today you never give a single chance to Victor during the day. What was your mindset coming here in Germany on a track where we know that everything can happen at every corner? What was your mindset coming here at the end of this week?
I knew I was going to have a tough time on this track because it's very narrow and tight, and I have a big and heavy car. But it worked out fine. I knew I have to leave Victor behind me all the time to win today, so that was my plan, and I managed to do it. So.
What's next now? 3 championship in the pocket. What are you going to prepare for us for next season? Do you have some special thing in a corner of your mind, or?
No, not really. Just put it back together and do it over again.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Simon.
Thank you.
Robin, you're the winner of race 1 here in Buxtehude. Yesterday you were just speaking to us that you were not so sure about how much time you will need to fight at the very top, but 3 best time in qualification just show that you were just impressive during the day.
Yeah, this warm-up this morning was a little bit sketchy. I was both tired and then everything was so new. So yeah, that was sketchy, but Q1 felt good, and then you just get into the rhythm pretty easy, and the heat's been doing really good. The car's been really good the whole day, so no problems, and just focus on the starts and corner 1, and it's been working good. And you could see that when the semifinals and finals starts, then the hard hits comes in the first corner. But really nice to have a win, and it was a close one. So fun driving with Peter in the final. So when you start to push, so looking forward to tomorrow. Good day for the team.
After what you have shown today, I guess that the pace coming more and more. I guess that is going to be again a Robin last Sunday, no?
Yeah, we'll see. I think the pace is good, but we need to improve the starts. It's not perfect. It's really slippery here also in Buxtehude, but we need to improve them a little bit so we can rely a little bit more easy on them. But yeah, as I said, in the semi and in the finals, you need to be calm into the first corner, and it was hard fouls in especially the final. So, but it's fun to come from behind and really fight for it also. So it's big up to Peter that drove really good.
Last word about the new RallyX champion, Joni Turpeinen, just 15 years old. I guess you are really impressed by what the kid has done during the season. What do you think about his performance? Sorry, you will have to edit more. Yeah. We have a new RallyX champion today with Joni Turpeinen, who is just 15 years old. What do you think about his performance? I guess it's not so often that we have young kids like this able to deliver at the top level of a supercar.
Yeah, for sure. He's been driving really good this season. So really small young kid. So it's looking good for him. And if you can drive that good when you're 15, then it's looking really bright. I mean, you've been picking up a lot of information, a lot of knowledge through the years, and yeah. If he can just stay calm and pick up everything he can, then he's going to be dangerous in the future.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for today. See you tomorrow, Robin.
Thank you.
Now, we always get some nice surprises, is what the producers say to us, don't they? The last 2 years we've got away with it because we have genuinely just tested candy. Yeah, so far. No, I'm not doing anything today. It's too late in the season for that kind of monkeying around.
But in 2021 at Arvika, we had to try the they basically they tempted us with candy, didn't they? And then at the last minute they threw us a curveball, or a curved fish as it was, surströmming. If you don't know what surströmming is, Google it and have a look at this. Oh. No, is it the thing?
No, if it's actually the fish, I'm leaving.
Shrimp calamari.
You will do your own sandwich.
Why is there a dry potato?
So Knäckemacka is like the thing in Sweden.
Is that it, mate?
Kinda.
It is, isn't it? Nobody eats this. Oh! No way. Absolutely no way. No chance. Jesus. I'm not. I've got a dog. That's the sort of thing I pick up in a black bag and put in a bin. That's exactly what it smells like. That's no good. Look at Oliver. What's wrong with you? What's?
Oh. No way. No way.
I can't eat much of it.
Oh my days.
You know. No, Sweden.
Where's the ambulance? Get the ambulance on standby.
You ruin it.
You are a brave soul.
Wow. Applause.
God bless Andrew. God bless Andrew.
What? I'm sorry, Sweden. I'm sure you're lovely people, but that is wrong.
Alright.
Let's go.
No chance.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys, very much. Yes. Thank you. I'm disappointed you didn't get to see the bit where the Swedish director threw up over the back of the Armco barrier after cockily saying that he would be able to eat it. Hal, do you remember? It was Robert Lindius. If you're watching, Robert,
he deserved nothing less.
That was a legendary moment. I'll eat it over the barriers afterwards. Crosscar Junior, they've been on the line for a long time, sitting there in the heat. Svedlund, Vik, Hegel, Nilsson, Schnack, Kinnunen and Hume. Svedlund with the top qualifier spot gets a good start. Better start from row 2 by Jonas Hegel and Nilsson. Dennis Vik on the outside gets contact with Nilsson. Nilsson drops it on the brakes, almost takes out Svedlund. Svedlund holds on, got to watch out the exit. Dennis Vik might be alongside.
Nilsson's been full of action there in the first corner across the course of the weekend, but did so well to not collect Svedlund in the first corner, because that would not have been fair on the driver that's been the class of the field this weekend.
Yeah, agreed, how that would have been rubbish. I love the fact that last VT, which is our technical TV speak for videotape, which is hilarious because it's old, it was called the fish thing. But yeah, foul, absolutely savage. Don't ever get surströmming. There are some places in Sweden where you're not even allowed to open the tin indoors because it's so stinky.
Anywhere near me.
Yeah.
Look at the margin that Svedlund's pulled out on this opening lap. Already a second up the road, and as usual, the poor old junior drivers running first on the road in this race order have got the wettest of the conditions just to make it that little bit more difficult.
Certainly good training, isn't it, for when they make it up into the next categories. They're totally ready for the whole track conditions thing. I reckon when they come to categories, it's like, bloody hell, this is so much easier than it was when we were kids.
Honestly, driving a supercar is
easy compared to
often
that.
Easy driving. Driving on the limit is difficult, of course, and extracting the last few percent is tricky, but having four-wheel drive and a load of torque is often so much easier than driving something underpowered that you have to be so smooth in all the time. That is such a great camera angle through the final corner. Svedlund continues to lead, a tenth slower on that lap than his previous best, but it extends his margin to nearly a second and a half over Dennis Vik, who is having a good old run here as part of the 3 strong semi-finals for Crosscar Junior here in Estering.
So we're really sorry if we haven't got back to you on mentions and messages and stuff on Instagram. Today has been jam-packed when we're off there. We've literally just stood, I think Peter Hellman might have put it on the story, with Arnold Nagy from Chronomoto timing and a laptop, with Nicholas Dubinard from Pure Rallycross, and going through the points permutations, trying to figure out what's going on. It's Supercar Lites is the one that was getting complicated. We'll give you what the rundown is when we get to those semi-finals. But yeah, it's been quite the day, so if we haven't got to replying to you or giving you the mention you wanted, we are sorry. So that's just the way it goes. It's a hell of a day, isn't it?
It's certainly busy, and
having 3 crosscar junior semi-finals is brilliant for track time for the young drivers, but doesn't always provide loads of action because the pace differential between the front and the rear is reasonably high, although interesting to see Kinnunen running at the back of this. Kinnunen being a regular finalist and front running the timesheets.
Yeah. Johan Kristofferson's building a road, if you were wondering. So he bought an excavator to build a road, and then I think he was talking about keeping the excavator because he likes it. Last time I saw him, which I think is hilarious. That's what you do in your spare time, isn't it?
Boys and their toys.
Exactly. Exactly.
Interesting that Svedland hasn't gone quicker on any of his previous laps. In his next lap, sorry, from the first time around. Obviously crossed the line on the first lap over the start finish line. You have a good old run to the start finish line off your start lap, so it should be quick, but not really improving.
But I mean, 5.6 is the gap back to the first driver who's jokered, Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, as they go into the joker this time round. Dennis Vik had a gap of 4 seconds, so these two should easily qualify. It is indeed Carl Svedland, the top qualifier, yesterday's winner who wins Semi-1. Vik goes through in P2.
mit einer komplett misslungenen Reflexion. Nur auf 6. Absolut. Und wichtig für euch, bei Topfahrern Sven und Dennis Vik. Die beiden haben das Finale geschafft. 2 weitere Semifinals warten jetzt auf uns. Die Startmaße hier auf dem Estering haben schon wieder ihre Arbeit geleistet. Nämlich das nächste Starterfeld ist bereits perfekt aufgebaut. 12 cm entfernt von der Laser-Lichtschranke, die dafür sorgt, dass ein Fehlstart eventuell angezeigt wird. Und natürlich auch, dass die jeweiligen Transponder auslösen, um die Zeit dann zu messen. Wir haben das zweite Semifinal.
Stephanie McConnell on Instagram saying, looks like everybody knows that you guys like your frosted beverages after the gift we were given yesterday. So the McConnell's watching from Jamaica. Nice to know that we've the Rallycross family is engaged with this brilliant series. To Pynan and Solly. Solly's done well this year. Credit where it's due. P2 at the first round, 3 wins in a row. It really looked like it was going to be Solly's year, and then he had a wobble at Alsbyn, a 5th and a 4th, whilst Hampus Hagström took 2 wins. Came back with a 2nd and a 3rd in Nielsen, but Hagström won both those as well, and that was really where the damage was done. But Oliver Solly on the front row with Pauli Tapainen, runner-up this year in Crosscar Junior. Oh, and it's his birthday today. I think he's 14, isn't he, today? So Oliver Solly, happy birthday as he runs up to the first corner with Pete Tupira in behind. I'm sure he'd love to make the final on his birthday. What a great way to celebrate a championship year. In the background, that is Arvid Carlson, who's gone round in the 79.
If ever an incident summed up someone's weekend, it's Carlson's spin there. What a shame for the young JC driver. Just hasn't gone his way at all.
About 20 metres away from where he retired yesterday, had after contact with Hagström.
Yeah. Especially after such a great performance in Nielsen and yesterday qualifying. Had a great run through qualifying, just not coming together, but I'm sure he'll come back all the stronger for these experiences. It's not all about winning from the front, is it? It's about having to fight your way back and ending up in scenarios that aren't ideal, so all good learning.
So I don't know about drop scores for the kids, but Nico Kinnunen was in P3 and Kinnunen didn't make the final, and Pauli Tapainen was in P4. Coming here, they were 4 points apart, but their drop scores are really hard to read. So the worst one for Tapainen was at qualified 15th in Nielsen.
That's pretty poor, isn't it? So I suspect
he's
going to get ahead of Kinnunen, isn't he, for a top 3 overall position.
Exactly, Hal. So I think Tapainen's going to manage to steal 2nd place, 3rd place. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, great job at the end of the season. It's not over till it's over, is it? You've got to keep just performing as you can.
A bit like us, really, Al.
We never perform well in the first place, mate. That's the difference.
Keep it going. There's no reverse in the cross cars. You might have heard us mention it a few times this weekend, but because of the motorbike gearbox, you have to put a transfer box in if you want to go backwards. So RX 150s have a reverse in the UK, but I can promise you it's not something you engage in half a second flat. So even if you did have a reverse,
but it ejects the entire transmission out of the back of it, and then you get some
a big bill.
Yeah,
you get a big bill.
So yeah, I think you have to be in neutral, low RPM, engage the transfer box, back into first.
I mean, you do get 6 reverse gears then, because
Yes.
it's just basically turning the gears
That's probably
around.
going to be quicker, isn't it, really? Is just stick it in reverse and go up through the gears, drive it around the track backwards, because otherwise you've got to stop again and go through the transfer box to get it back into first.
The rear wheel steer rallycross thing is one thing. A rear face rear steer rallycross car would be quite something else.
That would be a bit too wild, wouldn't it? Is that not them just become a front wheel drive car?
Or going backwards?
Yeah. Brilliant, mate. Sorry if you're watching and thinking, what the hell are they going on about? Actually, I'm not sorry, really. Biden and Solly.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, very sorry. Oh, he's been waiting all year to do that. He told me that on WhatsApp. Into the Joker lap goes Solly. He won't be very sorry if he gets out in front of Pira, will he? Coming through, Pete Superior on the inside line, and Solly's got to get there and get the door shut. He's going to be close, leaves a little gap, but just about going to get their nose to run the car deep in turn 1. Pete Superior looking up the inside. Come on, Oliver, hold on to that position. It's your birthday, mate. You've got to make it through. In the background, who's going to get there? Pretty sure it's Solly, but the cars are so filthy. It is. Yeah, it is. It's Oliver Solly.
It's ludicrous that he's 14 today, because it feels like he's been doing RallyX since we started 5 years ago.
Well, wasn't it Solly that when he was like
the
11,
Ekstrom,
Ekstrom said that was that at the All-Star Weekend?
No, that was the following
year. A couple of
year.
years later. Ekstrom offered him a drive in the Audi S1. Topinen's going to take it, and I think with that result we'll probably move up to P3 in the championship standings, and Oliver Solly gets second place. We've got Ericsson Junior in front of us here. Oliver has produced the next generation of rallycross driver. Solly did well, to be fair. Pete Superior was closer than I think he thought coming off the Joker lap merge, but he holds on to the position. Unlucky for Arvid Carlson to finish the weekend and indeed the season in the tyre barrier at turn 1, but I'm sure we'll be back for more next year.
Ebenfalls aus Schweden, Alex Antila aus Finnland, Theo Johansson aus Norwegen.
Last semi-final for Crosscar Junior. Your champion Hampus Hagström is on the pole with Oskarsson alongside. Then it's Antila and Johansson, Hukar and Mutik at the back. They're probably still pulling Arvid Carlson's car off the barrier up at turn 1, but it should be able to drive away once they've roped it off the barrier.
Just a little shove required, I'd imagine.
Yeah, roll it back and crack on. Where's the
Don't weigh a lot,
marshal?
do they?
Has the marshal given them all the thumbs up already?
No, don't think so.
That's what I thought. Where's
It's
he
not
gone?
how the procedure works, is it?
Getting a bit of shelter over on the right. How dare he? Here he is. I love the way they go straight to the limiter. They haven't even had the thumbs up. They're straight to the limiter, all of them. Semi-final, last semi-final of the year for Junior Cross Car. Hagström's got a nice start, just needs to keep Oskarsson out wide. Oskarsson going to pull in front of Antila. Sometimes the kids make the slightly older kids look not very good, don't they, really? Very sensible on the run up to the first corner, and Hagström does hold on.
We're all kids at heart, aren't we? As Hukar had the wheels almost knocked out of his hands there in the first corner. You can see from the way the front wheels were wiggling around. Oh, and it's so slippy at the end of the straight with how much loose, wet dirt they've got on the tyres, backing it in to the hairpin. Hagström, though, out front in the Hedstrom's Motorsport Run machine, and this is the sort of drive he would have dreamt of on the way to the title, to be at the front in the semi-finals. And the relief of pressure having got the job done yesterday, even with all the complication around the disqualification in the final, be so much easier to drive today without that weight on your shoulders, because we know all year when the pressure hasn't been on, especially in the early events, he's delivered, and he's driving in exactly the same way now.
Yeah, yesterday you say it was a bit of a bummer, isn't it? That's not what he wanted. He would have been on the podium knowing he'd done it, but today, what do you reckon? Win? He's got to go for the win, hasn't he?
100%.
Yeah, who won the previous two semis? Svedlund won his.
Svedlund and Tupainen, so he'll be on the second row.
He will be on the second row, yeah.
They're going for the final, but it's not out of the question from there.
No, will it be? It'd be inside. That's not a bad place. Inside second row, is it? You either want to be inside second row and defend the inside line, or outside second row and give it to Kevin Eriksson.
Oscarsson carrying that new aero on the rear of his speed car. His dad, Mats, does think that makes a difference. They were going to do it for Alspin, but decided not to because then this is Rallycross development in a nutshell. They didn't want to do it in Alspin and then give all of his competitors the opportunity to do it in the gap between Alspin and Neeson. So they thought they'd bring it to Neeson, thinking no one managed to do that in a week, and we'll see if we can maximise the car for the last 2 weekends. So a bit of a strategic move for that rear aero package. I think it's probably less effective here than it would be arguably at Alspin or Neeson, just because of how high speed those tracks are. One of the recent comments in the YouTube chat, will Oversea ever enter the cross-car chassis war? Well, my immediate response to that is absolutely not, because the constructors in the cross-car chassis war, if we call it that, are super experienced and doing a great job. And Oversea's line of work is more in cars, but
there's a lot of spares to be sold.
It's more that there's a lot of junior Ericssons, and if Kevin and Oliver keep producing kids, then it'd probably be cheaper to start building your own cross cars rather than buying them from elsewhere.
That's a good
I
point.
was actually wondering in the last semi-final if we'll still be involved in this when the youngest of the Ericssons are in junior cross car, which is not actually that far away, is it?
Not really.
Let's be real. Look at Oscarsson's windscreen, so dirty, he hasn't turned the wiper on.
How old are Timmy and Johann's kids?
So Sam has done a bit of karting, Sam Hansen, and Colin Gustafsson has started as cross kart.
That's what I mean.
One of the issues is Johan doesn't have many free weekends, so they haven't done a lot of driving yet, but they are on their way to be doing that.
Yeah,
imagine what the next generation. Like, Tommy was good, Johan is arguably the GOAT. Imagine what Colin could do.
Well, I'm excited for it. Hagström coming through. The cross-car junior champion wins semi-final number 3 and will start from 3rd on the grid in the final. Can he round out his championship year with a win here in Germany? Over the line, Oscarsson gets P2.
Antila has a bit of a celebration over the line, knowing that his weekend and season is done. It's been a strong year for Antila. 5th in the standings coming here. He's not going to quite beat Tupainen to place on the overall rostrum. Came here with a chance of that, but a solid year. And for drivers like Antila, if they continue next season, assuming that Solly and Hagström perhaps don't and move on, or if they can, well, Solly can't, of course, because he's only just 14, but someone like Antila can go into the winter expecting to be right in the fight next year.
Hagström takes it from Oscarsson and Antila. On then to cross-car, and it is championship celebration time for Elias Svensson, because by presenting the car to the grid here, he is the cross-car champion for 2024. Not really the way you want to win it. He'll want to win it with a big old send and a proper win in the final. To do that, he's got to qualify, and he's got to qualify from P4 on the grid. It's where Eriksson did it from famously in 2016, but he's up against Ylälami and his title rival Eek Murstad. Of course, Eek Murstad now defeated in that. He'll want to defeat Svensson in this final round. Svensson goes out wide. Eek Murstad drops him behind Ylälami. Hume is in there too, and at the back of the pack you've got Kalle Gotherson, I think it is. No, Gotherson up to P4. Oh, look how wet it is down the straight. All those extra RPM as well. Ylälami leads from Svensson. Svensson's gone from P4 to P2. And it is that rival Eek Murstad who's right in behind you. Only one of them's going to make it at this point. How 2 from each to go through.
Hume up the inside of Gotherson in the background. It's always at this late stage of the year where we become really au fait with the different cross cars, isn't it?
Yeah,
because there's so many of them.
It's so annoying that at this point, like, I can recognise them all on sites in turn 1, and then we go away for 6 months and they'll come back with white cross cars just to annoy us. Well, they won't, because the regulations are changing.
Who needs to get the hammer down here? Looks up the inside of these, etc. Who I think expected more from this season, really, Espen. Committing full time to this, having stepped across Marins 3.
It's a very different discipline from RX3 though, isn't it? And the
But he's done a lot of cross car.
Yeah,
just, I think
maybe it's the level, how we do know the level is extraordinarily high. I would really love to see some more Spanish drivers come up here, because everybody tells me Spanish cross car is a massive hotbed of talent. I'd love to see that.
And the tracks are quite different up here. I'd love to see some of the top autocross drivers come as well.
Yeah, totally. Be brilliant. Into turn one then, Svensson seemingly unable to do anything about the pace of Yulilami up front. Yulilami, of course, was third yesterday with a TQ and a win to Svensson. So Svensson should, in theory, have an answer for him, but overnight, Yulilami has just had a better time. Yulilami, the top qualifier, with a P1, a P2 and a P4 across the 3 sessions, and his cross car looks really underneath him.
Gofferson has a lot of air underneath him up the top of the hill there, really skipping around. That rut is really developing towards the end of this weekend, isn't it? And
we need to, just to interrupt now, we need to watch for Eek Merstad. The gap was 3.1 to the leader, and it's 3.0. So Eek Merstad is trying to get into the window, and Svensson at 0.8 is going to be within biting distance, but only just.
Eek Merstad's on the back of Gofferson now, not as close as it looked into the first corner. So there's enough air there to run without distraction. Little puff of flame from the rear of Yulilami's car under braking.
Gotherson got sideways down there as well. 2 laps to go. Is anybody going to go? Svensson going to go. He's coming in hot, but is he going to go Joker? He is. Svensson, I'm not sure that's the ideal entry. Flicks it in left and right. Watching in the background. Whereabouts is Gotherson? Eek Merstad, who we're looking for. Merstad comes through, but he's done it. He's going to hold on. Svensson shuts the door. That's a great bit of Joker strategy just to make sure they cover him off.
Hume is flying in the background as well. His best lap is 38.6. The only driver in the 38 apart from Kalle Gofferson, but it's not going to be enough to halt this leading pair.
Oh, Svensson's gone deep, Al. Svensson's gone deep. Eek Merstad wasn't quite close enough. I thought he was going to drop it there and miss a place in the final.
Styled it out. You could see it just sinking in on the brakes. Look at that bump at the top of the hill.
You just know he was in there before opposite lot going, no, please, no. Yulilami through the Joker lap now. Going to gas it up to line. Yulilami will go through to the pole in the final, and Elias Svensson, the champion of 2024, will be there for a chance to sign off his season with a win. Eek Merstad, the title rival all year long.
A shame for Eek Merstad not to be in the final after such a brilliant performance this year.
And also, Hal, don't forget that Eek Merstad was P2 last year in the standings. The year before he was P3. Really hoping that this year would be. He came here in the lead of the standings, but Svensson has done a killer job. And Eek Merstad, I'm afraid, won't be in the last final of the year, but I really hope we see him back next year for another crack at this title. He has been a contender for 3 years in a row, and that's incredible at this level with this depth of talent. Great job, Svensson. The champion just holding on here. That's the limit. That's the limit of the lock stops. Flames pouring from the back of the car. Sweat pouring from his brow as he tries to hold on. Yulilami takes it, and Svensson will be in that final. So Yulilami from the pole, Svensson from P4. This one, Ronald Bowdens, was in the title fight until today. So Bowdens and Cerner a double TQ earlier on in the season. Noel Eliasson, Rasmus Persson, who took his win, of course, last time out in Norway. Then go to Norway. Neesom, you know what I meant. Denmark,
up there.
Scandinavia. Oravan Lucas Jensen at the back. Oh, it's a bad start on row number 1. Looked like Cerner was going backwards. Bowdens gets away and coming around the outside. Persson going to try and get there. Bowdens has got it nailed onto the inside barrier, and he gets ridden up the back of twice by Cerner. Bowdens, I think, has been out dragged around the outside by Persson as well. Persson and Bowdens side by side. Bowdens is still there, and he drops it behind. Now he goes out wide of Persson. We know this is slippery from Svensson earlier, but Persson does a beautiful job to hold the inside line.
What a great job from 4th on the grid to lead on the first lap of this semi-final. Cerner lost out badly there with that contact in turn 1. Now Cerner's going to Joker. That's a great execution from the Pace Motorsport driver to carry that speed in. We need to see more drivers doing that.
Yeah, they do, and also how, he's lost the start. He now needs to not get held up. I mean, Oliver Lucas Jensen should be fairly quick. He's on his back already, but he needs some space. He wants to dispatch him if he can.
Look at the cars moving around on the wet on the exit of the first corner.
Really sideways.
Cerna's dispatched Jensen in the background.
He's done it as he's through.
Yeah, needs to now get on the back of Orav and hope that Orav Joker's next time around, ideally.
Cerna's gone deep, so there we're hoping Orav responds to Cerna's Joker. So see if Orav in the green car goes Joker or not. He does. This is to cover off Cerna behind him. But I think Cerna's done enough. This could be a brilliant performance by Romet Cerna. If he can get to the back of these three, he overlaps Orav in the Joker strategy, and Cerna is back up to P4. He needs P2 to go through. Person and Bowdens are fighting at the front. This could yet happen.
Cerna's had moments of brilliance this year, hasn't he? And came here with an outside chance of the title in 6th. Second, I think, was it? Yeah, it was second. His best result, wasn't it, in Kovala?
But 2 TQs up in Alspin for me was probably the one. Look how close he is.
Back of Person will definitely Joker this time around, carrying all that speed in.
He doesn't. Bowdens, I would have gone there. You had the extra pace,
held
and now Cerna's on the back of him. Hal, if they don't watch out, I think Cerna's already in the window.
Strategical error, I think, there from the Bowdens squad not to send him in.
1.4. Cerna is only 1.4 off the leader here. He could win this after a shockingly bad start.
But what Bowdens needs to do is try and beat Person, not really worry about Cerna. He's already in the window. You need to try and beat the drivers around you. Definitely having carried that much speed in and gone wide, I would have joked. But
if any one of these drivers is going to go, and it'll be Bowdens or Eliasson, I'm convinced Person will wait for the last lap. So Bowdens should have gone on that last lap, and if he comes out behind Cerna, then Cerna's going to go through, because Eliasson hasn't got a hope. Who's going to go? Eliasson goes. Cerna now has got to overlap Eliasson, and Bowdens has shot himself here. Cerna over the line in front of Eliasson, and now the window is still 1.4 to the lead, but he's only 0.7 off Bowdens.
Orav, sorry, makes loads of noises. Orav makes a mistake in the background while trying to defend from Eliasson. Person coming of age a bit in the final here, has had to defend hard from Bowdens. What's the gap? 1.4. Cerna.
Who's that? Got Jensen. Jensen with a problem. Does well to move out of the way as the pack comes through. We're coming down to the final Joker strategy. In goes P1 and P2. Person and Bowdens have gone in. Cerna's coming round on the standard lap. Cerna might even win this. Person comes out. Cerna's going to get it. He does. Romet Cerna wins by 0.031 after a terrible start. That is a brilliant drive. His best drive of the year by far. He wins the semi-final, and he will go through in Person, and Bowdens will not make it. So Svensson is the only one of the title contenders to book a spot in the final. He's already won the title. Can he get the victory salute? Cerna's got to be a big rival now. That was amazing, Hal.
Pace Motorsport had such a disappointing weekend in Nissan last week, and they were really disappointed. That is what that team is capable of. Great drive there from Cerna, and a great strategy as well.
He committed to that
Joker in the commentary.
Early.
That's what we need more people to do. It's all what people ought to do more of is commit early, go around the outside, carry the momentum. That's another lens gone on the drone. Vigo's having a bit of a rate of attrition today as well. Look at the bump here. Bowdens should have gone here.
Yeah, because he already was coming in hot, and he's gathered it up and lost time. He should have gone, and he might have beaten Person. I think Bowdens had a wall tap on the exit of the Joker as well. Romet Cerna wins semi-final 2 with a great drive from Rasmus Person. Crosscar's my favourite this year. I've enjoyed Supercar here as well, with a little bit more depth to the entry in terms of quality, but Crosscar has just been fire bangers all year. Dare you, Hal? Are you eating what are those things called? I can't remember.
Dead fly biscuit.
A dead fly biscuit. That's what they're called in the UK. It's like a biscuit with raisins in the middle.
You don't like raisins, do you?
I'm not mad about them. I don't mind them when they're grapes crushed into wine. Off the line, Riku Hukar gets a better start than Osterberg, but Osterberg is still there on the inside line. Hukar going to come in sideways. Osterberg looking for traction on the inside. Newgar's in behind to pick up the pieces. They make a mess of it, and they don't. So Osterberg slots in behind Hukar. Oh, now Ugar's getting really close. Ugar's going to go for a dive on the inside of Osterberg. Decides better of it. They run out the same pace Motorsport 10 as well, and it's Tamo Tudo in P4.
Always a risk, isn't it, to try and dive bomb your teammate, because it's going to be super awkward when you get back to the tent, even if they are parked at different sides of the awning. Lots of closing speed there. At the end of the lap, who's in the Joker this time around? That is Tudo, I think. Yes, it is indeed. Followed by Steinsholt. Osterberg ahead of Ugar. Oh, mistake in the background for the Belgian driver. Ugar all over the back of Osterberg at the end of the straight.
I'm looking at Tudo now, Hal, and thinking, is he doing a Cerner from the previous one? But he's not at the moment. He's 3.4 off, but that does only put him what? He's 2.3 off P. Yeah, no, he's 2.4 off P2. Who's gone Joker here at the front?
Can hear the cogs going here, mate. 38.4.
Is that Van der Vibra that's gone in? No, it's not.
Ugar's only a tenth of Cerner on best lap time, so Ugar is absolutely flying here. Up at the front of the order.
So is Osterberg in danger from Ugar? What's the gap?
Yes, for sure he is, yeah.
1.7. So Osterberg has a decision to make here. Stay out and hope that Ugar gets a ton of pressure from Tudo. Oh, somebody's pulled off.
Tudo's retired there.
Right, so Tudo's gone into the Joker.
Osterberg's dropped it into the back on the outside.
So this should be advantage Ugar. Ugar coming through on the standard lap. Should get there before Osterberg. Osterberg seems to have enough. Watch it in turn one. Oh, he goes up the inside. He's late on the brakes, and he just keeps the door shut. And Osterberg runs up the tyre barrier on the inside line.
What brilliant defensive positioning there from Ugar, just to cover off the inside, because so often you see that run up to the first corner in the desperation to get ahead of the Joker merge. And then the driver on the inside running deep, but Ugar had Osterberg absolutely covered. Osterberg clipped the wall on the inside, rode up it, and looks like he's not going to make the final on this occasion. And Jimmy Osterberg has had a difficult season, hasn't he? Ninth in the standings coming here. Only a couple of final appearances. It's been a difficult one for the Swede, who's so experienced at this level. As a driver, you must start wondering what you've got to do to get back to the front of the order, because he's fought for this title before. He's been in the final day shootout before, hasn't he? But just not come to him this year.
No, tricky. He's under a ton of pressure behind.
Must have damage from that clout into the wall in the first corner, I would suspect.
So Pace are going to have a couple of cars in, aren't they? Ugar's going to be in. Who Turner from the previous one? Who won the first? Svensson won the first one with was P2 to Yellalami. So 2 cars in. Riku Hukar takes semi-final number 3. He will go through with Martin Ugar, and that will be a fantastic encounter. But Elliot Svensson, as we mentioned earlier, is your champion by presenting his car to the grid for the semi-finals. Pow, pow, pow. Hal Ridge. Robin Larson just put an Instagram story on saying, I'm not on the flow today, I DNF in the last heat. I will start the semi-final from the last row next to Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge's commentator box. Which is brilliant from Robin. What an absolute legend. I wouldn't put it past him winning it from there. What a ledge. That's brilliant. You top man, Robin. Get after it. We want a show. He did say to us earlier the fans need a show, so maybe he's going to put one on in there for us. Simon Tiger is your two-wheel drive champion, remember. He will be up in the next semi-final. In the meantime, Bart Bell and Manix on the front row. Thurston and Tohill, Liskovitz and Stewart. Tohill's got a lovely start from row 2, but he's got to find a way to make some space for himself up in turn 1. Brakes late. Going to try and go around the outside of Manix. Can't quite get there, but he does get alongside Bart Bell, gets sideways, and he holds P3. Person inside Stewart, looking for a way past Tohill. Person's got some serious horses down the hill there. Going to go late on the brakes, get inside Tohill, is he? He does, and Tohill's in danger of getting eaten up here by Stewart in the background as well, and he goes back underneath him. Derek Tohill passes him back again, nicely done.
Tohill left the door open there on the way down the hill. He knew that the Volkswagen was coming, but was wise to the fact that Person was going to run that bit deep, got back up the inside, and I have to say, Derek's Fiesta looks like a very different car to yesterday. It looks really nicely set up, and to get super sideways out of the final corner, stirring the Joker this time around. Bell's got back ahead of Mainix on that opening lap. The two Belgian drivers, or the Dutch and Belgian drivers, sorry, going at it at the front of the order, and Tyrrell is the one under pressure from Person. Wipers on for a couple of these cars. Doesn't look like it's raining to me, so it's just the dirt that's being thrown up.
It's the exit of turn 2, isn't it? It's so wet and sticky. Everybody was saying yesterday. Robin said yesterday he didn't dare put his wipers on because the wipers can make it so much worse. He said he literally couldn't see anything. He's made a mistake. Mainix looks to pass him. Mainix going to go around the outside. Should have lifted there.
You're never going to get around the outside there, are you? Because the driver on the inside just needs to hold their line. You'll always be forced towards the wall. Mainix looks to the outside. We'll go for the undercut here.
If I was Tohill, I would be thinking of going Joker here, because these two are just going to go into it. You know, they carry on battling, Hal. If neither of these two goes, Tohill should. But then is he in danger of dropping back? No, he needs somebody else to go behind him, doesn't he, really?
Yeah, Stur has gone in the background. Derek driving on the mirrors a little bit, probably.
Is Stur within the window? He's 2.6 off the back of Tohill, and he's in traffic. Go on, Derek, risk it. Go Joker. Go on, go Joker. Go in hard and fast from now. No, he doesn't. I would have.
Yeah, and it's as I've depicted at other points, it's stalling a bit, isn't it? Because when drivers don't go behind, Mainix looks to the outside of Bell again. As he got too deep, looks to the inside on the exit, but as Robin Larson told us in commentary, you can't really get back up the inside there unless you've got a load of momentum, because there's just no grip on the inside, and you really sharpen up the middle part of the corner. Person looks to the inside of Tyrrell again, but it's just a bit of a cursory look. Tyrrell comes back to the apex. Person's in the wall, front wide. Tyrrell must Joker now.
Broken steering surely. Derek Tohill has the perfect opportunity to go in quickly here if neither of these two does, and they do. That's a nightmare. That's what he didn't need.
Stays out. Fortunately for him though, Stur is still stuck at the back of the pack. Mainix is in and out of the Joker. Tyrrell's going to get ahead. At least Tyrrell's not stuck up behind the Volvo and losing a bit of time. Tyrrell runs a bit deep in the first corner, not deep enough to lose a position.
Mainix is so quick in the Volvo though, and this is not going to help him in his attempt to get past Bart Bell. So I think Derek, if he was going to capitalise, would have capitalised when these two were battling with each other and needed them to carry on. I mean, having said that, now
Stur's got passed in the background as well. This is going to be a real fight to the line, I think, between Tyrrell and the Ford Focus. Bell's in the Joker lap.
Going to be Bell going to get this. Bart Bell comes up and misses the wall nicely and takes it. Tohill in the Joker versus Bjorn Stur, and Stur gets it. Derek Tohill out. Mainix goes through from Bart Bell.
Bell is delighted.
Yeah, super send around the outside, and Bjorn Stur with the early Joker. It paid off, Hal.
It did. Great start from Tyrrell from the second row. Mainix also made a great launch to get around the outside of Bell. Tyrrell had no traction there out of the first corner. This is where Person got up the inside. Tyrrell left the door open that little bit, then ran deep. This is where Tyrrell got back up the inside. Bell running wide there. Nearly gave it away in the middle of the race. That was the mistake from Person that ended his hopes. Bell takes the win.
Got some people watching down in Portugal. Jose Pedro Cruz, he's a licence holder down there. Good to know we've got some people in Southern Europe watching. We'd love to see, as we say, some Spanish or Portuguese crosscar. I don't know how big the crosscar scene is in Portugal, but it's certainly big in Spain. We show some enormous races as support categories to World RX. So we've got, yes, Peter has added to the stories of RallyX, us being chased by a wasp in the commentary box during live TV. Thanks, Peter. And then also me and Hal scratching our heads in between the two sessions as we tried to figure out what the points permutations were. Luckily for us, actually, most of it got settled during qualifying today. Tiger was the only title to properly be won yesterday. Ish. Tiger off the line with Victor Johansson in P2. Johansson coming under pressure from Peter McGarry in the Volvo. McGarry out on the outside there. It's Christoph Bex on the inside. Bex was so lit earlier on. I really want to see what Bex can do. It's the Volvo S40 versus the Volvo C30, and the C30 gets in front. Is Bex going to outpower him down the hill? Looks to the inside line in the background. The Manta comes as close as you can come to sticking it in both the walls and holds on. McGarry's gone round. Was he pushed round by Bex? Bex looks like he's got broken steering.
Verhoeven it is that turned him round.
Sorry,
yeah, that's definitely a penalty, although it's irrelevant now, isn't it? That was a clear takeout from Verhoeven on McGarry.
I think his steering might have been broken. How looking at Verhoeven's steering, there's no excuse. He might have broken it with the contact, but obviously if it was broken before, it would be a fair excuse.
I think it was probably in the incident looking at it, but we'll see in the replay package, won't we? Meanwhile, the two legends of this category who we know are returning next year, Simon Tiger told Nicholas Dubenard earlier on that his plan is to go again with some updates. Victor Hansen's got all the way to northern Sweden to think about what he wants to do to his big old Mercedes
with his book of designs
for next season, and I can't wait. But what I especially can't wait for is that this weekend and last weekend, if nothing else, and Alsbin to be fair, have shown us that these two are not unbeatable. With the right execution, it's possible to run with these guys. Christoph Beck's running third at the moment. I hope he makes it through to the final and can take it to these two in the final, because we haven't seen the best of Beck's and co this weekend.
Yeah, Hansen really squares that corner off every time. He comes in a little bit deep, makes it a harder hairpin and gets the car straighter earlier. Doesn't always work. It's the sort of thing you can maybe do on a qualifying lap, but not if there's somebody right behind you, because you open the door on the inside. Brands Hatch has got two lines up into Druids for that kind of thing.
I think it also works with him with the torque deployment of the electric powertrain, because he can bring that in much earlier. Depending on what his throttle angle is, he can set the electric motor in the rear.
Tiger's gone Joker, going to come out. Johansson is going to be close between them, but Tiger comes out in front. Victor said earlier, didn't he? I wish I'd had my better engine.
Here. Sorry, Andrew.
That's good.
See how he squares it up. He can really use the low down torque of the electric motor, rather than Tiger, who's got all of that power but has to wait and then get on it. Victor can deploy it much more in a linear way, so that must help him on the exits like that. But yeah, Victor was interesting in the commentary box. He's always fascinating.
Oh yeah, I want to see the book. I want to see the ideas that come for next year. We're talking about trying to go and do some features on open two-wheel drive next year, and just go and look at the different technology which is on those cars. We just don't have the resource, I'm afraid.
But what would help the resource is for people like and subscribe to the stream, because that really helps the YouTube algorithm. So if you'd like to see more stuff like that,
like and subscribe, get in the comments. That'll help the series get some more sponsorship. Then we can get some more resource. Then we can do what me and Hal do on a Sunday morning, which is go wandering around the paddock and look at things like 5-linked rear axles, Hal, like we did in Denmark.
So, for example, currently there's 2,384 people watching live at this moment, but the whole broadcast only got 248 likes. Come on.
Yeah, come on. You lot like the broadcast, you sad lot. Otherwise, we'll just switch it off. Come on. It's not even hard. Go on, lift your finger up. Go on, there it is. Hit the little thumb. Well done. We don't get paid any different. Simon Tiger and your hands across the line. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll be really urging the like and subscribe. Mate, how should we negotiate that into our contracts for next year? How many likes can we get?
No, I couldn't bear you mentioning every 3.5 seconds.
We could do some sort of cartel in the background. We go, look, you like it, we get a quid. We'll give you 50p. It could be a money spinner. Saying it on air could possibly kibosh the idea, but. There's the Manta. Victor Johansson said to me that might be my favourite, and I said that earlier on today. Victor's really cool, so it's right. It is right.
Having a look back at the replays, this is the bottom of the hill. Yeah, Verhoeven just comes steaming in there and cleans out Peter McGarry, and Verhoeven has indeed been given a black flag for that. This is the incident again. So that's Beck's up the inside of McGarry. This is Verhoeven in the background. Bosh.
Boom. Pow, right in the kisser. You've seen that episode of Family Guy. Pow, right in the kisser. Pow, right in the kisser. It's a good one. Look at the boys. Look at the boys going out well. It happens.
we've seen that with cross-car drivers. I like the fact we're seeing junior drivers, and now we're seeing it with men in open two drives.
With cross-car as well in
Svensson and Ingolstadt.
Neeson.
Yeah, we've seen the juniors do it on numerous occasions, and we get out and give each other a hug. It's quite nice, really. Oh, what's that? Delicious. We'll eat it then. Right, let's clear up the mess. Supercar Lites coming up. Hit like, went up 100. We want it to go up by another 100. Come on. One more 100 and we'll tell you a good story.
We need 1,000 likes and I'll reveal some kind of secret by the end.
I was going to say you'll reveal a part of your body or something. No one wants to get mooned, Hal. Like, you know,
no one needs that. No,
you won't get asked back for that.
What could we?
What can we do? What can we do? Well, just give us a few more likes. He says, I'll reveal next year's calendar. Well, that would be tricky.
Well, as there isn't one.
Well, no, I've got a good idea of it, having grilled Andreas Eriksson earlier. First of all, there was no calendar. Then the laptop came out with a list of potential weekends, of which there seem to be more weekends than there are rounds.
But we are
looking at more. We're looking at extra weekends. I can tell you how many weekends we're looking at. I could reveal how many tracks we're talking to. But we will need, how many likes do you want, Hal, to reveal that stuff?
2,000 likes.
2,000, that's steady on, mate. We're on 395. Let's be realistic.
I'm not realistic, I'm optimistic.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to be an optimist.
Hang on, look, it's shooting up now. Now they're catching up, look. Well, I say shooting up. We've got 5 more. Okay, let's get back to serious business, because this is the last championship to be settled here this weekend. It is Supercar Lites. Simon Olofsson, last year's champion, has snuck up big time on Lucas Andersson and Casper Janssen, who I'm afraid have got a bit hot-headed at times and made things difficult for themselves. Now, if Olofsson wins this semi-final, he is the champion. If he makes the final in any position, Casper Janssen is out. And if he makes the final in any position, Lucas Andersson must qualify in second or above from P6 on the grid in semi-2. If none of them make it, Olofsson's the champion. So Olofsson away from the line, gets a good start. Casper Janssen outside him. Janssen knows he needs a bit of a miracle here. He is the outside bet. And he goes for the outside line, the outside bet with the outside line. He's out in the dust and the dirt, but Olofsson's there in front of him. He gets a clatter from behind. I think that's from Birgit, it is. Birgit coming under pressure now from Soderholm as they come down the hill. Soderholm looking inside. While Birgit's in it, Birgit runs out to the side unless he's got steering damage, tries to cut back in behind. Christensen is there as well to try and make things difficult. He loses another place.
Birgit must have a problem there. I was worried for Simon Olofsson only in that. He was at risk there at the front of the order, wasn't he? Janssen went for the big old 7 around the outside. That's actually quite a safe thing to do. Olofsson into the Joker with a problem.
He can control this, Hal. If Olofsson, you know, he doesn't want to go to the final. He doesn't want it to be out of his hands. If he wins this semi-final, he's the champion. Imagine knowing that inside the car.
And what you explained as the cars were on the grid there took a good 10 minutes of working out with Arnie from Chronomotor, with Nicholas.
With a spreadsheet.
I cannot tell you how many permutations there are, if buts and maybes. The only clear thing really is what Simon does in this race, and then we have to react to the things around it. It's all in Olofsson's hands at the moment.
It is. We write ourselves rules. Just to give you a bit of insight into what we do, we write rules. If this happens, it means this. So, for instance, rule number 1 for us, if Olofsson wins semi-1, he is the champion. Then we move on to the other rules if he doesn't win it. So, he is winning it at the moment. Christensen has gone Joker. I think the only person who can deny him Hal on pace is Casper Janssen. That's not to say nothing broken. That's not to say a barrier tap with a wheel off, a puncture. There are so many things which can stop it. Janssen's coming in really hot.
Closing on the brakes. Casper Janssen at 37.9. Last time around, Soderholm ran super wide in the background. That's just opening it up for these two title contenders to fight amongst themselves.
I thought Janssen was going to go then because he got off the brakes a little bit, didn't he, and tried to get himself into contention.
Soderholm into the Joker in the background. Lunay doesn't go in.
So they're trying to cover off Christensen behind Soderholm versus Christensen at the merge. Is Christensen going to get there? I think he is.
Jansen's gone wide on Olofsson in the first corner.
Christensen almost into the side of Soderholm at the merge, but they're not going to trouble the leaders.
But that's for position. That's also to get into the final. We've still got the final to go later this afternoon.
It is.
Jansen is piling the pressure here onto Simon Olofsson. This is Jansen's only hope of winning this championship now.
He's beating Olofsson in this race. He has to beat him. He will go Joker now, surely. Olofsson, I thought Olofsson was going to dummy him off. It is too late. Olofsson either made a mistake or changed his mind, but he's let Jansen in too late, and that might have done enough.
Jansen did so well there to get the car rotated. He'd gone in deep, managed to get the car around. Big sound in the first corner yet again. Casper Jansen is so on top of this Lites car. It just hasn't come together for him in the latter stage of events this season. Simon Olofsson now needs to execute the next few corners to try and win this semi-final.
The gap between them was just 2.4 seconds. We know you need about 1.8 to 2.2 to get it done. Olofsson was the champion last year. Can he do it again this time round? He had a shocking start to the season with 0 points at Tjerping round 2. He rotates the car through. Jansen is coming, but he's on the gas, and Olofsson is going to go through to the final, and with that becomes the Supercar Lites champion for 2024. He's beaten the two youngsters. He's hunted them down all season. 3 wins in a row, followed by qualifying for the final today is enough, and that is a brilliant performance, almost from nowhere it felt like in the last few events.
A remarkable performance from Simon Olofsson, from Sandra Holgren, his sister, who runs the team, runs the car, spots for him in the spotters tower. What a great performance. I have to say, a really mature performance when Supercar Lites has been a bit chaos this weekend. Berger nearly fired his teammate there. Berger, STSRX driver, together with Olofsson, must have been thinking, no, in the first corner.
Can you imagine? That was where I don't know, was that tactical from Olofsson? Did he lead him in like he was going to go Joker and then turn right?
Huge credit there to Jansen. He may have done, Andrew, you're right, because he's so astute, Olofsson, but huge credit to Jansen. Applied the pressure big time, but didn't do anything silly. The temptation just to give Simon a bit of a nudge, try and push him wide, would have been real, but Casper delivered a really mature drive there, and I can't wait to see the final where this lot go for the win this afternoon.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. The title, the last title of this year is settled. Simon Olofsson is your Supercar Lites champion for 2024. He will go up against Casper Jansen, Victor Christensen, and a few others from this next semi-final. Mounier and Darback on the front row. Two drivers have had a decent season. Tobias Darback's best P2 twice. Mounier's had 1 P2 as well. Can one of them get a win? They'll need to make the final first, of course. Kevin Darback yesterday was so close to having a fantastic result, and it didn't quite go his way. Lars-Erik Haug, but the person you really need to look out for is kind of boxed in on the back row. Lucas Anderson, he was champion-elect for much of the year. He came here with the points lead before drop scores, and he gets a brilliant start. He's already alongside the row 2 cars, squeezes through the gap. I think that's on personally. It's Tobias Darback who leads as they come out of turn 1 from Mounier, and I think up into P4 is Anderson. Good start from the back row.
A trio of red cars at the front, the Haug brothers at the back. One of them has dropped right off the back of the field, but the Darbacks have been really good this season. Neither made the final yesterday, having shown so well. Anderson has a big task here because all of the 3 drivers ahead are super quick in Supercar Lites,
and it's difficult to know when he can Joker until the other Haug, and he goes, he's got lucky. Haug's got in with him, but it was a hesitant decision to go in, and he's lost time in the Joker as well.
It was, but he has great pace, doesn't he? So he's got the potential to catch up onto the back of these 3 who are fighting hard. Mounier to the inside of Darback.
Yeah, will he be there as they get down to the end of the straight? The drone's frozen, so he is indeed. Mounier takes the lead. It's a nice pass using traction for the exit of turn 2.
This is working well for Lucas Anderson. These lot holding each other up that little bit. Kevin Darback just loitering in the background a bit, waiting to see what happens between these 2 ahead. Darback, Tobias, that is, moving the car around.
I wonder if the second Darback will go in. He does, Kevin. This is to try and cover off Lucas. So Kevin Darback coming out the Joker now has got to try and get there. Oh, it's a great Joker from Darback in the background. Can he shut the door on Anderson? He can. Kevin Darback, brilliant Joker. How that was mint.
It didn't carry so much speed in, did he? But it was super tidy through the middle part of it and got great traction on the exit.
So Anderson now is in danger of not making it.
He's got to pass on track. He's got to pass on track.
If I were Mounier or Tobias Darback, I would Joker now because you know you've got that barrier.
And I've got no skin in the game, but I'll be disappointed if he doesn't make it because you'd love to see a last fight for the a win this year between Casper Janssen, Lucas Anderson and Simon Olsen to round out a great season.
I wanted to see that scrap, I did, but you know what, you've got to earn it, and this time it's maybe not going to work out. Mounier swings into turn 1. That's a great first corner for Mounier. Turn 2, whatever you want to call it.
Anderson's got wide on the entry to try and get the undercut, but Darback, Kevin is wise to it. Mounier's been brilliant this weekend, the last couple of weekends. He must come back next year because all of the learning's been done this season. You can really capitalise on that into a second term. Anderson so precise on the barrier at the bottom of the hill, really applying the pressure to Darback.
You just got to keep that door closed, Helen, and now this time in goes Tobias. So Tobias Darback will want to come out in front of his brother. It's a good joker from Tobias as well. That's two fantastically executed jokers from the Darback brothers as they come round. Final lap coming up. Mounier out front. Anderson goes out wide. Going to try and get the cut back, but Kevin is there already. He'll carry more speed onto the straight. Can he pass Kevin on the way down the hill? Look in the background. It's not close enough.
Trying everything, isn't he? But it's difficult to overtake in a single spec car around here unless the driver ahead makes any kind of error. Anderson is so precise on the barrier there at the bottom of the hill.
So close, wasn't it? Watch for Mounier going to the joker. Anderson runs up over the little hump of gravel on the inside. Mounier capes this tidy. He's going to go to the front row. Mounier going to take it. Julien Mounier wins the semi-final, and the Darback brothers both make the cut in the final round of the year. Lucas Anderson, unlucky. A brilliant performance this year from Anderson with 4 wins. But unfortunately, it hasn't come together as a season to see him be the champion. He won't be in our last final. I'm disappointed because I'd love to have seen that, but that's the way it goes. Great job by the Darbacks.
Great start from Anderson, and watch this launch from the back of the grid. He'll be disappointed, and whatever sort of brave face he puts on it, he'll be bitterly disappointed because on pace alone, he's been the class of the field this year, but when it mattered most come the end, it just hasn't come together for him. And I have to say, there's been some carnage in the last few events, hasn't there? And I'm not laying blame at anyone's door.
We've
gone a bit mental in Supercar Lites.
Several drivers.
But in this class specifically, Supercar Lites has been a bit bedlam, and it's so easy to get caught up in that, and a knock puts your confidence back a bit. It's so difficult. He'll be back though. He's still very young, and with driving like that, precision like that, I am sure he's going to go far.
He's a future champion without a shadow of a doubt, but he's just got to put it together over a whole year, and I think he will.
As Jarl Kristoffersson told us in the pre-show today, look at the experience of Casper Janssen and everything he's done in America and Europe. Simon Olsen, the most experienced driver in Supercar Lites history.
Will he be? He'll be third, will he, in the standings this year, Anderson? I'm trying to figure out what the points will be with drop scores. I'm not sure. We know Olafson's champion, but
I think that'll be close. We'll have to come back to you with that ahead of the
we will.
I
was just looking because he was P3 last year, and of course, P2 would be a step up.
What's his worst drop? You don't have on
this
there.
last year. No, I don't have drop scores here.
We'll work it out.
We will. We'll have a look. Actually, we'll try and have a look at that during the break. But it's not crucial. It's a shame he's not made it to the final. But pleased to see the Darbacks, as we said. To Podium. On the front row, the top qualifier, the champion in open four-wheel drive and open four-wheel drive Pro-Am, alongside Engeland, who I think is the man who is most likely to deny him. Don't count out Kevin Eriksson on the back row on the outside. What can he do? And Larsson's in there too. Lindemann and Owen Larsson with a banger of a start. Straight onto the boot lid of Lindemann. Is he going to go wide? Kevin Eriksson coming for the big send. Gets on the handbrake, tries to run it around the outside. Larsson goes inside and Kevin's too wide. Not this time. Larsson up to P3 for the back of the grid. Gets inside and that is a brilliant move by him.
Perfect for Robin Larsson because he's got Ulrich Lindemann ahead, who has good pace. Engeland's behind, to Podium up front. Larsson needs to be canny here with a joker strategy. Per Bjornsson on the spotters radio for Robin Larsson. We'll have a look at what's going on around. They can use Mats Omen to their advantage as well. They've got to go again on this lap and see what the gaps do. Mats Omen does joker.
That might open the window up in the background for Larsson. So Omen has gone joker straight away. That's going to open it a bit, but they need Kevin really as well, don't they? Kevin's not slow though. You could joker now behind Kevin and you won't lose too much time.
Larsson sent it in there a bit too hard, was nudging towards the wall on the inside behind Lindemann, but he's got to try something because Lindemann is very, very good.
He's quicker than Lindemann though for
sure.
Me. He's got to get out of that traffic. I'd take a risk and go now because I think Kevin might anyway. So Kevin's not going to be in your way. Larsson should joker now in my opinion. Let's see what Per says. He does. Larsson goes joker. He's out in the dirt. He gets the S1 to the right hand side. Into the left now. Get that traction down. He's got to try and get there in front of Eriksson even. And he does. He's in front of Kevin Eriksson. Ericsson. That's brilliant from
Kevin
the
lost
JC
a lot of
squad.
time in the gravel at the exit of the first corner,
Look
trying
at
the
that
outside
exit.
move.
Look at that exit from Larson. Now he's got to close the gap down.
Enlin's done a 36.2 meanwhile for the fastest lap of the race.
Watch for these drivers out front reacting. You couldn't even see all three go in here to cover off Larson.
Enlin hasn't got enough. 1.3 seconds is the gap, I think. Last time around, Enlin's going to go for it. Look at the speed he's carrying over the hill.
Enlin's going to go. Linneman's not. Enlin goes in. Larson should get back into P3 here. Can he get onto the back of the pack and potentially take the win and get himself on the front row? Larson gets back in front of Enlin. What's the gap now? Larson's the leader is 2.2.
35.9 for Robin Larson.
Tupainen might hold on. That's a hell of a lap.
Absolutely flying. The Swede Tupainen, I think, has to respond now if he wants to try and even consider beating Robin Larson, because Robin Larson is eating up that gap. Again, look at that precision from the best drivers.
How smooth he is. He just comes in. Tupainen now on Ulrich Linneman. 2 laps to go. Linneman has to go if he wants to alternate strategy. He doesn't. So Linneman's bought the fact he's going to be P2 at best. But with Larson closing in, the gap was 1.7 and 0.5. What is it this time? It's 1.3.
35.6, but Tupainen's responded on a 35.8. Tupainen is laying it down here to the double European and Nitrocross champion.
He's having to push so hard because Robin Larson, look how straight he is on the brakes. Watch this, he rolls the steering in. He's late on the throttle, he's patient. Tupainen keep it in, run it over the tarmac on the inside line. Larson going to come up over the crest. Tupainen will peel off to the left now with Ulrich Linneman. Larson needs to be accurate. He's on the Armco barrier. Flicks it back the other way. Tupainen's run a bit deep. Larson versus Tupainen to the line.
Tupainen's got it.
Tupainen by a 1/10 of a second. Larson gets P2. Linneman goes through in third, and that is a banger of a semi-final. That's good enough to be a final.
What a great drive from the RallyX Open 4-wheel drive champion for 2024. There are not many better drivers in the world of rallycross than Robin Larson.
He did a 35.8 to Tupainen in response to Larson 35.6. Larson, as you said, so much more experience. But what a brilliant race, Hal, to see the class of Larson coming back as well.
This is Ericsson's
to go, didn't he?
Effort in the first corner from
Good
the
effort.
drone. Just ran deep into the gravel. That's exactly what he says in the
wonderful
analysis of his 2016 move. It was either going to go right or end up in the gravel. Larson jokered early to get out of the traffic. That was the right thing to do. Shame for Martin Enlin, because Martin's had good pace this weekend and ended up in the wrong semi-final pace-wise.
Did you see the accuracy again
It's
on
been
the
like that
concrete
all weekend,
wall?
hasn't it? He's just been brilliant, Robin Larson.
Absolutely brilliant.
He's learned so much in the last few years, hasn't he? I think he's developed so much as a complete package, not just as a raw talent, absolute send-it driver.
Look at that. Look, we've had several finishes that close across the various categories, but 0.154 of a second, a 1/10 of a second, a 1/10 and a half was the difference. And Tupainen had to respond when Larson got on the loud pedal and got chased him down. Linneman was toast, but Tupainen managed just to open it up just a little bit more. He found pace. That's what we want. It's good to see Tupainen have to work for it, Hal. I'm not saying he's had it easy this year, but he hasn't had this quality to fight against, and it's good to see him have to work for it. Right, who's going to go through to the final with them? This one, we've got Hedstrom, Munich, Martinsen, Toren, Tam and Dahl. You'd have to have your money on the front row. But Michael Tam needs to get something done as well. It's a good start by Munich. Hedstrom's on the inside. Martinsen's going to try and cover it off. Tam goes inside Toren. Here comes Munich. Can he do something from the outside line to get in front of Tam? He runs the car all the way to the barriers. Good exit by Rennie Munich to try and get in front, and he does. So Munich holds on to P3, but it is Hedstrom who leads from Martinsen.
Martinsen's clear was bucking around all over the place, wasn't it, on the way up to the first corner, but he got up the inside, and Munich is not the driver to slam the door in someone's face. Use that to his advantage, Martinsen, but Peter Hedstrom could really take the fight here to Tupainen and Larson in the fight for victory. He was so close yesterday.
Tam's gone joker. I'm not sure about that, because he comes out behind Toren. I think it's a mistake. I think it's too early, and he is going to come out behind
Slow
Toren.
joker as well.
Yeah, that wasn't the one, I think. So Munich now, I would stay out until you know you've got the gap over Tam. That depends. Tam's going to, I mean, if Toren gets out of the way, it won't affect Tam, but he's now relying on that.
Hedstrom's not getting way up front, is he? He's done the best lap of the race with a 46.6 last time around.
What were we doing in the previous run?
35s, wasn't it? For the quickest drivers.
Yeah,
what did I say?
Yeah, 46.
Yeah, you'd be sleeping on a 46. That'd be me.
Or me. Yeah, look at that camera. That is absolutely brilliant to see. I want to see the cross cars through there in the final on the first lap when they're all in a train and all on the lock stops. Hedstrom, Martinson, Munich, Toren and Tam. What's the gap back to Tam? So Tam is 1.6 off Toren, a further 1.7 off Munich. Not going to be enough at the minute. That's 3.3 roughly is the interval between Munich and Tam, and he needs to be within about 1.8.
Martinson's blown hot and cold this year, hasn't he? But this is the sort of performance we're seeing at the start of the season. We were so good early on. I know they've had a few problems with the car, and it's difficult to fight for a championship when you haven't been in it.
Yeah, Martinson got the win in Coley, didn't he? But there were some problems for others, not taken away from him. He was as surprised, I think, as anybody was. And he's driven well. He has driven well. He's going really well here with Hedstrom and Munich. Oh, Toren's made a mistake. Tam's all over him now. Now it is a problem because now Toren is in the way. Can Tam get past on the run down the hill? No, he can't, and that's even more of a problem.
Munich's got this done if he manages to take the Joker nice, clean and tidy.
I see how at this point, when you're in a train, it's exactly what you said. If one of the people in front makes a mess of it, I might have gone there, I think, just to cover it. He's got plenty of gap, hasn't he? He does. So in goes Munich. This is to cover off behind. Finally, Toren has released Tam, so that's perfect strategy from all Inkle. Munich comes out with a tidy lead over Maiko Tam. Tam, of course, was last year's Pro-Am champion, so has to run in the Pro category here and won't make it through to the final in P4. On to the last lap, Hedstrom leading.
35.8 last time around for Peter Hedstrom. He's on a bit of a mission. He looks much more comfortable in this Porsche than he did in the European Championship round at Helios on the Magic weekend back in the well, we're still in the summer, but earlier in the summer he's been well on top of that Peugeot here this weekend, and he's going to comfortably win this semi-final. Hedstrom takes the win. A great Joker at the end. Martinson second, goes through to the final together with René Munich at his home event on his first RallyX start for quite some time. Tam, Toren don't make it through, neither does Dahl, who didn't take the start, but as last weekend we know that Dahl focused on the
Pro-Am
final.
actually, yeah, so maybe he's going to do the same again.
That was Martinson all out of shape on the way up the hill. And after that it was just Tam's early Joker that had any real effect on the outcome of the race.
Hedstrom, Martinson and Munich. I don't know what that little logo is we get occasionally. It's kind of, it's like, you know when you haven't downloaded the latest version of the software on your phone, and so you make
got the accent on the
an emoji and you haven't got it in your catalogue of emojis. You I've missed out on an emoji and you download it. It's too late. Your phone can't figure it out.
And there is a summary of Andrew Coley's life. Stroking the dog, looking for emojis he hasn't got.
I work on the radio control car sometimes, Hal. You know. Just some wet running this week after the wet running in Denmark last week when I spanked you all. There we are. Okay, perfect. So stay with us. We were going to do some maths, but we haven't got to do any maths, which is brilliant because I hate it. We like cars. If you want to see more cars, stay with us. The finals of RallyX 2024 are coming up very soon indeed. If those semis are anything to go by, hopefully we're in for some fire emojis. Stay with us. See you in a bit.
it. Oh, and Anderson's broken as well.
In one hand on the trophy here, how he was last year's champion.
Der neue Champion bei den Crosscar Junioren. Herzlichen Glückwunsch da schon mal. Aber es geht jetzt hier auch noch um den Tagessieg. Dann haben wir Dennis Wick aus Norwegen.
Finals time here in Estering for the very last day of RallyX 2024. And I cannot wait for these last races of the season at this amazing Estering circuit.
Indeed, we've got some P2s and P3s to settle. We've got the timing guys looking into that for us. Hagström is your champion here. Solly is second, but we're not sure about Tapainen, Kinnunen and Svedland. And Svedland is on the pole. Svedland gets away well. Hampus Hagström on row 2. He's had a good start, but so is Tapainen on the front row in the white car. Tapainen trying to go around the outside line. Solly's gone wide with Oskarsson. Solly dumped the back, they run wide. Hagström, the champion, goes up the inside, capitalises. Can he win this? Is he in P2? He might be P2. We need to get down to the front. He is. He's in behind. So Svedland is in the lead from the champion Hagström. Go for around the outside. Hampus Hagström, your junior crosscar champion, makes a brilliant pass at the bottom of the straight around the outside. This would be some way to sign off.
Solly super wide at the bottom of the hill there. But I thought the seeds had parted for Hampus Hagström in the first corner. Svedland stayed ahead, but Hagström with that brilliant move in the background. It's Vic, I think, into the Joker for the first time. We're asking Hagström ahead of Svedland, Tapainen third, Oskarsson, Solly, and it was indeed Vic in the Joker.
Hagström ran a bit wide there. Hal Svedland was right there, but not close enough to take advantage. Tapainen still holds on to P3. Vic with that Joker lap is 3.3 seconds off the leader, so he's not actually that far back, and we'd expect that. These kids are so good. What a show they put on all year for us.
Brilliant precision there from Svedland at the bottom of the hill, just rubbing the barrier on the inside. Listen to the rev limiters, they bounce off them. Svedland's joking this time around. This is to try and win the event. This is not to defend a position. This is to try and get ahead of Hagström on Joker strategy. Svedland comes out of the compulsory extra route. He's lost a position there to Tapainen, but we know Tapainen's got great pace. Oliver Solly sends the car towards the rear of Svensson. Now this is all about Svensson in the black car, trying to close the gap on race leader Hampus Hagström.
So Svedland with the early Joker, good move. Hagström, I wonder if Hagström, the thing is how you just don't know how much they can see, do you? Because they're trying to respond.
That he will,
you think he'll
will
go?
respond, 100%.
Right, let's see.
Because you
Hagström,
don't know what the gap is. You
yeah,
don't know
you've got no
close or
spotter.
not.
You've got no one to tell you. So Hagström should go Joker. Where's the leader? Has he gone Joker or not? He has not.
I'm so surprised by that, Andrew.
Well, there you go. He hasn't gone. Let's check the gap then. Hagström to Svedland on the last lap was 2.1. What's it going to be this time round as Svedland crosses the line? It's 3.3, but some of that will be the lost speed from the Joker.
Svedland under pressure from Oliver Solly, who hasn't been into the Joker. Wonder if Svedland's feeling comfortable enough not to look in the mirrors. Meanwhile, Tapainen's in that sort of no man's land in the middle a little bit, just up the road, and Svedland's lucky that Tapainen's quick enough that he's not catching up.
Tapainen, we've heard from the timing guys that Tapainen is confirmed as P3 in the standings, so despite Svedland's brilliant weekend here, just a little way too far back, still Hagström doesn't go. The gap last time was 3.3 to the leader. Is Hagström eking away from Svedland? I think he is. Let's check the gap this time round. Svedland is now 3.8. Hampus Hagström takes another half second off him. A 40.8 followed by a 40.9. This is a consistent champion's drive, and in the background, Oliver Solly in a bit of a scrap.
Out of the Joker, Oliver Solly got back up the inside of Pontus Oskarsson at the first corner. It was a brilliant Joker there for Oliver Solly, but Hampus Hagström
He's really performing as a champion should in this very last race of the year.
He is. He's got to go Joker on this final lap, but it's been absolutely incredible. He has only been lower than second once, and this is his 6th win of the year. Hampus Action crosses the line and sends the car sideways to celebrate. What a brilliant championship drive from him. Outrageous performance from the youngster, really. Look at that consistency, a drop score of P6. Other than that, no lower than second. Incredible, 3 seconds, 6 wins, deserving champion.
Donuts all round at the first corner, even for Oliver Solly, who's been so good as well this year. Great drive there from Topainen and Svedland.
Oh, he's gone back down. He's gone all the way back down. Hagstrom's gone down to the start-finish area to do some donuts.
What a brilliant year it's been for junior crosscar, junior rallycross in this RallyX series. These are the stars of the future. The stars of tomorrow in the junior
there
field.
He is. He was doing donuts, he was on the roof, but we couldn't find him quite quickly enough. Unfortunately, with the limited cameras we've got, we couldn't get to him. He did well. I think he was supposed to do that after the finals. I'm not really sure, but anyway, he did. We'll just have to believe us. Oh, bless him. Thanks, lads, for trying to find it for us. We do. I appreciate you coming to the studio to see us. But yeah, it was Hagstrom. What a drive. Right, juniors are done.
Little update for you, Andrew, ahead of the crosscar final.
Yeah.
Crosscar 2nd and 3rd are tied at the moment.
No way. And they are who? That's the problem.
That must be
It's got to be Baldins and Eek Merstad, but Baldins is out. He hasn't made it. In which case, Eek Merstad will get it.
Well, it's definitely Eek Merstad and...
Or is it Yulalami?
Wait for it.
Merstad and Baldins. Yeah, so it's
I'm trying to find the right page here, hang on. Wrong event. Wait.
Oh, no, Eek Merstad's not there either. No, yes, no, oh Christ, I've no idea. Hampus Hagstrom takes it from Oliver Solly. Pauli Topainen gets P3 in the standings. And look at that, Carl Svedland moves up to 4th with a wonderful weekend here in Germany. Alex Antila is in 5th place and Nico Kinnunen in 6th. Kinnunen I kind of feel for because Kinnunen came here in P3 and ends the season down in P6.
It is indeed Merstad and Baldins in the crosscar final, and of course with Baldins not having made it.
Neither's Eek Merstad.
Of course, yes.
Neither are in. So I'll just get clarity on that. Neither are. I'm writing a WhatsApp right now.
I forgot that Eek Merstad
Neither are in final. So who had the better result in the semis? Because that will go down. It will go to that. Right. Don't worry about that. Worry about this. How are we still doing maths when all the titles are settled? We're just trying to bring you some excitement at the end of the year. It's important to these guys who gets P2 and P3 in the standings. Yulalami, certainly with a brilliant drive in the semi-final to make it to the final. Hukar, Ugart, Svensson and Persson. Svensson the champion on the back row. Persson a winner last time. It's a brilliant start for Svensson, but he can't get up far enough. Yulalami and Hukar go through into turn 1.
Through the first corner, Yulalami's at the front of the order, followed by Hukar, who made a brilliant start.
So we've got a couple of tech issues, sorry guys, with the mixer back in Stockholm. Yulalami leads from Hukar and Ugar in P3. Turner's dropped down to 5th, look.
Persson there in 4th, Svensson the champion at the back of the pack.
So into the Joker, Cerner's got early Joker, and now this is the strategy with exactly
what he delivered
in the semi-final, and it worked there, and arguably the pace here would be better from the cars at the back of the pack, so Cerner shouldn't be in too much trouble. Look, he's onto the back of Svensson already. Cerner to the front, he's only 2.7.
Yulalami really eking the margin out the front, 0.6 ahead. Just a few tenths ahead, Hukar of Yuga.
Cerner needs to get past Svensson.
Not going to happen. He's really tucked in the back,
Yeah.
and this is why Cerner had such a great run in the semi-finals, was because he got that clear air. But to his advantage, Hukar is massively applying the pressure to race into Yudalami, and that will be costing him a little bit.
Yugar's gone Joker in the background, and he drops down. He's just coming up, and he hasn't covered Cerner. Cerner's gone through. Cerner's gone through on Svensson and Yugar. I think Yugar was trying to cover off his own teammate. So Cerner is up into P4, P3.
And Yudalami's pulled that gap a little bit on Hukar, just not to be under that relentless pressure. It's costing him a little bit of time.
He needs the drivers behind need these two to get into a scrap, don't they? They
and they
don't
have been,
want
but now
Hukar to go.
on two wheels, Yudalami at the top of the hill.
I think Hukar should go Joker.
He will.
He does. Hukar goes into the Joker lap, so he's got to cover off Cerner behind him, but he's also tucked up behind Yudalami, and he wants to drive onto space. Roman Cerner, I think, is going to do this again. Sneaks something inside. He's now onto the back of Person. Cerner with the early Joker in the semi-final. This is going to be epic.
Svensson is not having the sort of drive he hoped to finish this season with, but up front, Yudalami is 1.5 seconds ahead of Person. Person also yet to Joe Kitts, 2 seconds back to Ricker Hukar. Yudalami driving nice, neat and tidy at the top of the hill. Will he Joker this time around? No, he does not. Person is also going to go to the end. But look at Yugar.
Look at Cerner now. Look at the gap for Cerner. He's in P3. He's Jokered. What is the gap out to the front? Roman Cerner is only 1.3 off P1.
Sorry, I got the cars mixed up because the timing screen doesn't update until the next lap.
Yeah, sure.
Cerner all over the back now.
So it's
off Person.
And
Person
Yudalami
got a great drive out of the first corner that time around.
Yudalami's got to have an absolutely perfect lap here. It can be done. 1.3 will be very close, but Roman Cerner is hunting for his first win of the year. He had a P2 back in Kola. He was top qualifier twice and he couldn't convert it. Can he do it today with a terrible start? He runs a little bit deep. Cerner's made a mistake in the second to last corner. Yudalami coming out. Yudalami's got a fantastic exit. Yudalami takes it. Cerner with a tiny mistake in the second to last corner. But what a brilliant drive. Yudalami with a fantastic performance at the end of the year.
He's delighted. He's absolutely delighted.
Yeah, brilliant. P3 yesterday, takes the win today, but Roman Cerner, for me, the driver of the semis and the finals, he nearly nicked it. Amazing.
So close, and I'm a bit disappointed that Svensson wasn't in that mix as well.
I'm a bit disappointed Cerner didn't get it, which is mean on Yudalami, but that one mistake out, those are the margins. 1.3 was enough.
And there is your champion of 2024, Elias Svensson, doing donuts at the top of the hill in turn one. Rasmus Person also doing donuts at the finish line. Person came of age this year as well with a great result. Donuts as well for Martin Yugar, who'd moved to Pace Motorsport for this year and has had a great weekend here in Germany. What a brilliant class crosscar is.
Bowden second in the championship with a better intermediate result from today. Yudalami fourth. So Bowden gets it from Merstad in P3.
Shame for Merstad, isn't it? Because he came here leading the championship after such a strong run.
We've got so much going on here. Thank you to the hard-working team in Stockholm who were fighting a little tech issue that they didn't need just then. And neither did we. That's the way it goes sometimes.
That's the equivalent of your car getting a misfire during the most important race of the year.
There it is. That's the shot. That's the shot which unfortunately we couldn't get to because of a tech issue. So thank you to the lads for working so hard. They're under a lot of pressure, especially when we're shouting at them going, where's turn one? So well done to them. Look at that two-wheeling from Yudalami and from Hukar. It is a good win for Yudalami. It's a brilliant drive. Yudalami's been killer, hasn't he? He really has. A P3, a P2, a couple of wins, one in Neeson and one here. Waited to the end of the season to really come on fire.
Someone in the YouTube comment says Coley makes maths exciting. Not for me, it doesn't.
That could be a t-shirt as well. I hate maths. I'm so stressed out by it. But we do have the championship standings for you. Elias Svensson is the champion. Bowden's looking at Merstad equal on 189. Now that comes down to their final results. So in theory, if they'd been 5th and 6th here in the final, that would have been it. But actually, it went back to the intermediate standings because I'm guessing they both had the same result in the semi-finals. So
Hume also had a shocking weekend, didn't he, to drop to 6th.
Look how close Yudalami got to coming back to them. Yeah, Hume was in P5, but Yudalami got much closer to that championship fight. But Elias Svensson with a brilliant job. Svensson saying so close to winning the title. He's P3 last year. He was P4 the year before. And then this year, he takes the title. He could have done it 2 years ago were it not for a DQ at Hollius for an illegal exhaust, which he didn't know about.
So he's had to really work for that, and the monkey will be off his back. We've seen Svensson drive a Lites car over at Nitro. We've seen him drive a Supercar up at Strangnass. I don't know where he'll go next. I kind of hope he might stay in crosscar because he's such a sender, but we'll see. Right, Pro-Am final, no rest for the wicked. To Pinen, Edlund, Martinson, Owen, Toren and Dahl. Edlund's got a lot of wheel spin. Owen's going to come around the outside with Martinson, gets inside. He's in danger of going backwards to Toren as well. Toren is inside Edlund. In turn one to Pinen is leading as he comes out from the dust. Edlund's gone to the back of the pack. Problems for Dahl as well.
Owen went for the outside in the first corner, just didn't work out. He got understeer around the outside of the pack. There is Owen slow in the background.
Yeah.
To Pinen leading from Martinson. Edlund sends it at the bottom of the hill as only Martin Edlund can, and still maintain any momentum at all.
He's a little bit wide, isn't he? They're all running over that bump on the inside. They're desperately trying to keep their left tyres on the tarmac that's underneath the gravel here. Edlund's Joker.
He was sideways there. I think he's got a problem, Andrew, because he was sideways and the car just spat him to the right.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of issues in the Joker as well. So even if, well, look, at least he's gone Joker and can now defend for the likes of Dahl.
Edlund over-rotated in the first corner. Difficult to attribute that to a problem or just sendiness, isn't it? So we'll see how he gets on. Up front though, to Pinen under pressure from Martinson. This is what we saw earlier on, Martinson applying the pressure hard, having a good day, the Swede. Edlund in the background, some 3.6 seconds off the mark of Martinson. I would joke at Martinson if I was his spotter, just to get him back out into that clear air. To Pinen, delivering the drive of a champion in this race, the Pro-Am champion and the Pro champion for this year. And I did wonder how he was going to get on this weekend, taking on some of the best in the business, the Larsens and the Hedströms.
I think he's had to raise his game.
Really well.
I think he needed this. And again, no disrespect to the others. Edlund's learning Supercar. Martinson and Martinovs, you wouldn't describe as experts in the category. And now he's come up against Hedström and Larsen, and so he's had to go. And you said how he's gone there. He's made that extra step. Comes out really wide now, swings through the first corner. He's edging away from Martinson. Edlund, so if he has got a problem, he's done well to get on top of it.
I don't know if he has. His lap times are pretty competitive, but it's just not there, is it?
Too sendy, Hal.
But the way he went into the Jokers, it was such a late decision, or he did have an issue. Smoking the front.
The rear left looks like it
front left looks like it's got a fair bit of camber on it as well.
I think negative camber on the rear left, but it's hard to tell when we're just looking at pictures like this with all the dust and all the rest of it in. To Pinen coming through with 2 laps to go. Him and Martinson stay out. What's the gap between Martinson and Edlund? We'll take a look at the difference between them, and it is 3.8. So in theory, he should hold on to that, Hal.
Edlund with another send in the first corner. I think this is a full conclusion, really, Andrew. You're right. If you're enjoying this, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the RallyX TV YouTube channel, because that makes all the difference as Pinen climbs the hill for the final time.
He's had a brilliant season. He was 3rd and 2nd in Tierp. Took him till Kovala to get on the top step of the podium. The 2nd event at Kovala for the Finn to climb to the top step. He then won both the events in Alphen and the 2nd one in Nice. Pinen crosses the line. He was P3 yesterday, but it's a win today to round out his season, and he is the 4-wheel drive Pro-Am champion. Fantastic performance. He is 15 years old. Incredible.
Brilliant job from the young Finn. With the world at his feet, they didn't even intend on doing the whole year, but the start went so well for them in Tierp that they didn't really have a lot of choice, because when you start a season well, you've kind of got to continue, haven't you, especially at that age, and it's always tough to find the budget, especially to run one of these cars, but they've done a great job with all of their partners to be there. This is Oman trying around the outside of the first corner. Edlund super sideways, took a big old hit in the front wheel there from Philip Turenne, who also didn't finish, didn't see what happened to Oman in the background. Pinen smoking the tyres, as was Martinson on this super hot day in Germany. Pinen takes the victory. A couple of comments in YouTube about the Clios. The Dahl Clio is a 5-cylinder. The Martinson Clio is a 4-cylinder custom, as was later developed by the Wolfertson Motorsport squad. We continue.
Said Pete Top.
That's a reference I know.
Luckily, Hal likes dance music as well. Otherwise, our journeys would be very miserable indeed. Radio and dance.
I mean, they're quite miserable to start with.
They can be, yeah, they can be miserable. Where they can be, but not always. We do have a lot of fun, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you this season, as always. Thank you for your company, for all the bants, for a few beers here and there. We've been quite well behaved this year, haven't we, to be honest? And yeah, thanks to the guys back in Stockholm as well. To Pine, the champion from Martin Enland, and Mats Oman. Let me see where they were prior
Martinson
to
came
coming
close
here.
to stealing third off Oman there, didn't he, with his strong finish to the year.
Just looking for Pro-Am, it was... Oh yeah, Oman's nicked it. Actually, Oman's nicked it off Martinson.
I think Oman took it back yesterday, and then Martinson has come close there in this final.
Yeah, with drop scores and all. But coming here, yeah, it was Martinson who was in P3. So Mats Oman.
And any driver will tell you they don't care, but it does make a bit of difference getting a championship trophy to take home and help with your motivation for the future.
Open two-wheel drive.
Someone in the YouTube comment says, come on, it's not that hot, it's only 25 degrees. Well, it's hot down here with the sun burning the back of my legs, I can promise you that.
It was hotter earlier. It's nice now the temperature's gone round. It's very hot in the cars though, but the drivers,
and we're in an awning.
Hard work.
It's imagine camping and waking up in the sun.
No, it's a hard no. And remember, as we said in Neeson, how man's not hot, never hot. What was that Alf spin? I forced him to watch the video. It was Alf spin.
I watched it bleary-eyed on the plane in the morning.
He did, and he did laugh. He did laugh. He's a man of the people, really. Bart Bell on pole, Simon Tiger, Yorick Maynex, Victor Johansson, Benz and Stewart. This should be a decent final. The second row of the Volvo is just incredibly quick of Maynex, but he can't get through, and it's Simon Tiger who gets to the first corner first. Look at Victor Johansson in the background trying to find a way through, and I think he's going to. It's going to be him versus Bell on the run down the hill. Victor Johansson, can he get side by side with the big BMW? Not quite. But it's the bigger, wider, more powerful BMW, the championship winning car of Simon Tiger, who is in the lead on the run down the hill. I had a message from Simon's mum earlier.
This must be the longest total wheelbase of any RallyX final we've seen, isn't it, surely, with all these Mercedes and Volvos and BMWs in this last final of the year. And hopefully this weekend has been a precursor for next season. Let's hope that the Irish, the Belgian, the Poles and co come and join the Swedes. It would be great to have more Norwegians as well. What a fantastic category this is.
So Simon's mum, Tiger Marita, on Instagram. Hi Andrew, I'm sending you a picture of the champion Simon and his spotter Emily. I'm so proud of them both. I can't wait for today's race. Big thanks to you and Hal for the presentation of the races. Best regards from Mama Tiger, and she sent us a picture of them as little kids, and that's made me very emotional indeed. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching, and thank you for all your support on Instagram, everybody. The best welcome here in Germany that I think we've ever had at one of these events, and it is a pleasure to meet you guys. It's a pleasure to interact with you on social media. Thank you for all your lovely messages. It means a lot to us. We're just two blokes who really like cars doing a job, but it seems that you guys quite like watching, so thanks for that.
And I'm really sorry for how rubbish I'm at replying to people. I'm just useless.
But he's fine. He's a lovely bloke. Just he's not being rude when he doesn't DM you. He's just he's not great at replies. But there we go.
Quite busy.
Well, yeah, he is quite busy. He's got a kid in a supercar and he's trying to build a house. What an idiot! I keep telling him he's too busy. He needs to chill out.
Thing beginning with a W and second letter's an O and the third one's an R. Because it's not really work when you love it as much as I do.
I know, mate. We're very, very lucky, aren't we? Tiger leads from Bell and Johansson. This is a demonstration drive from the champion. He won in both the first two rounds, Kovler, and then he had that slow race with Victor Johansson at the second race in Kovler, which was just brilliant. Him and Victor crawling round. Alspin, he won both times. He was second in Neeson's first one. He won the second one. He won again yesterday. It's incredible, isn't it, really?
And look at the car. It's just stunning, especially through that section of the track. That's where we see the BMW at its best, lifting that inside front wheel. What a stunning performance from Simon Tiger. He's been brilliant this year, but what this weekend has proved to me, Andrew, and to everybody else, and in Denmark to a degree, and in Alpspin, Simon Tiger and Victor Hansen are not unbeatable in this category.
No, they are
and
not.
I think there's been a bit of a perception that you can't take them on because they're so quick. Yes, Tiger is an absolute monster. It is the class of the field, but they are not unbeatable.
No, they're not.
And I think if we have a strong entry into the future, this class can be absolutely
super competitive.
Super
it really
competitive,
can.
you're right.
And who, you know, in all-wheel drive rallycross, who doesn't want to beat Johan Kristoffersson? Yeah, it's hard, but you want to have a crack at him. He's the best of the best. And Simon Tiger is the best of the best in open two-wheel drive. The champion takes his 8th win out of 10. His drop score was a 6th in Alspin. His worst result that he's counted is a P2 in Neeson. 8 out of 10 wins. He is the winningest driver in any of our categories this year, and he takes a 3rd open two-wheel drive title. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. He took 21, 23 and 24. What a guy.
Bart Bell about to deliver the donuts at the first corner.
Is he going back down? He's going back down. He's going for the tarmac section. Oh no, wrong direction on a racetrack. It's dodgy stuff, isn't it? Is he going for it? Go on, Bart.
In front of the team there.
Go on, Bart. He's putting on a show for the fans. That's what people want to see. They just want to see. We're simple people. We just like cars. We just like cars. Right, parking more paperwork as we get further into everything. What we got, Hal? 2 to go.
Yeah.
2 to go.
I think I might have thrown away my open four-wheel drive grid already.
Oh,
no, it's here. It's in the printer.
You got some. You got one for me.
I think I might work.
Last grid of the year.
If you can't work out who they are by now, mate.
I know, mate. The printer toner didn't run out at least. There he is, Simon Tiger, 10 million horsepower into the rear. Listen to the popping and the banging as he lays down the rubber on the track. Wonderful stuff. Simon Tiger, 3 times the champion. 8 out of 10 wins this year. Just a brilliant performance. He signs his name on the tarmac of Estering to sign off a wonderful season. Look at that.
Maynix joins him in the background, making
Listen
his
to the
RallyX
applause
debut.
in the background. Hampus Hagström has come to the commentary box, and I would love you to put these on for us, mate, and have a little chat with us if you can. I'm going to
well
put
done, mate.
Yeah, you should be able to hear us. Let me put that down. Hampus, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear.
Mate, well done. Congratulations on a brilliant season. You're the champion. How do you feel?
It feels amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
After yesterday, were you a bit nervous yesterday because qualifying was not perfect, was it?
I was not so nervous, but yeah, the engine was not so good. No, but we found the pace.
You did find, mate. You have found the pace. Let me pull up here your results for you this year because it's just brilliant. We're going to come to the studio in a second and have a look. Look at this. You won into P2, 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 P1, 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 P1. You were P1 today. 6th yesterday at the Estering. That's the drop score. That's fine. But more importantly to me, mate, Simon Tiger, the champion from Johansson and Kong. We're talking to the junior crosscar champion here, but that's fine. It's all good. But look at this run of TQs, Hal. Have you ever seen anything like it? Tierp, Kovala, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just incredible, mate. It's been you're a weapon.
Yeah, it feels really, really amazing.
I bet it does. How old are you?
I've been 14 in December.
Just honestly, mate, it's incredible. So what are you going to do? You can't go to senior crosscar yet because you're not old enough. Will you come back for another season?
We will see. I don't know actually right now.
Okay, we'd like you to.
But I'm going to drive.
You'll be driving.
Yeah.
You will continue driving. What do you got to say about this kid?
Yeah, amazing, Hampus. And before this year, you hadn't really been at the front at all in junior crosscar. So an amazing step up. How did it feel to take that first top result at the start of the year in Sweden and then to continue?
That feeling was amazing.
Amazing. Brilliant. Honestly, we're so pleased for you. You're going to be going picking up a decent trophy off the podium later on. So we're going to get the Supercar Lites underway. Well done. The champion.
Thank you.
Crosscar Junior, Hal Ridge.
Well done, mate.
Absolutely fantastic. What a guy. Incredible record for Hampus Hagström. Expect to read this name at the top of lists of motorsport drivers in future. He's 14. He's killing it. Right, let's go. Supercar Lites Racing. Hampus, thank you, mate. We'll see you later.
Nope.
Thanks for coming and seeing us. Really appreciate it. Well done, mate. How fantastic, Hal. He was just stood there quietly at the back of the studio. Totally unassuming. Wonderful kid.
We talk nonsense.
I know, wonderful. I'm very pleased. He's off on his electric scooter, look. Brilliant. Okay, Supercar Lites, Olofsson the champion, Mounier, Kasper Janssen, Tobias Darback, Kevin Darback,
and Victor Christensen. Casper Janssen needs P3 in this, and then he can take second in the championship from Lucas Anderson. So he's got to get third or better. Mounier tries around the outside. Where's Janssen in the dust? He's lost out big time. He's down to P5. Casper Janssen might end up P6 if he's not careful. Simon Olofsson leads from Mounier, and Janssen has work to do if he wants to best Anderson.
Victor Christensen looks to the inside of Janssen down the hill. Mounier went for the around the outside move in the first corner. Both the Darbacks are in his shadow at the moment, but Simon Olofsson, who has come of age in the last couple of rounds here in RallyX, he's so experienced in this category and has really laid down that experience. Leading this last final of the year, Janssen jokers early on. This is to try and close back up to the podium positions after not an ideal start, but Mounier is really applying the pressure to Olofsson.
Olofsson has just been absolutely brilliant, as you said, Hal. He's been a sleeper because of that terrible result at the start of the year, but he is out here now leading Mounier. Mounier, who's bang on the pace now, and as Hal said earlier, we really want to see him come back. I want to see the Darbacks come back as well. I think the category's been fantastic this year. It's been more competitive. It's always been competitive at the front, but there's a little bit more depth to it, and that depth seems to have got closer as the year's gone on, and people have got their heads around these cars, which are very tricky to drive.
They're very particular. The weight's in the back. You've got to be so precise. It's like Mounier sends it again into the first corner. I'm so impressed with how on top of the car Mounier is, having started the year as a newcomer to the category.
Casper Janssen is 3.7 off the lead, but he's only 2.6 off Tobias Darbach. So that's the gap we need to watch, because Janssen can take second from Anderson in the standings if he can get to third in this final.
And this lot are really in a bunch, aren't they, at the front of the order. Kevin Darbach just dropping off a little bit on his brother.
He needs Christensen to go, Hal. So Mounier goes. Watch for Christensen in the background. Christensen stays out, and this is going to hurt Casper, because Mounier is going to try and
guarantee Mounier a podium, isn't it? Gets out ahead of Kevin Darbach. Great job from the OMSE squad. And
Damien Mounier. Though how Mounier he's got to run wide. Darbach in the wall. Janssen gets round, so that helps Casper Janssen. He loses a bit of time, but Darbach has ended up rotating. You think he's lost too much time?
Yeah, Darbach should totally joker now. Tobias Darbach running second. Doesn't really matter what Olofsson does, because he's so far ahead.
Get in and out. So if he can do, it'll be holding on to that position, and he doesn't go, Hal. I'm always amazed that people don't.
Me too. But there is a fight going on in the background between Christensen and Janssen, and they're both holding each other up.
Janssen's got to get through.
Darbach's still there. Olofsson almost collects.
Here we go. Watch for Janssen. They didn't know he was there, did they? Because he crashed behind them. These two at the back knew.
There's no yellow flag out on the inside. Maybe it is on the outside, but that's going to eliminate that overtaking move. Regardless.
And it's one of the best on the circuit. Well, it's really the only one on the circuit, isn't it?
That's the last lap anyway. So
Olofsson then coming through, having had a great end to his season. He won the title in 2022, I'd forgotten that. He got it in 2023 as well. And this win here, a final win at the Estering, will see him 3 times champion in a row. Brilliant performance. Tobias Darbach loses out to Mounier by 1/10 of a second, and Casper Janssen is 4th, meaning that Lucas Anderson will take 2nd place in the championship standings here. But Olofsson, 3 titles in a row. That is incredible.
They didn't plan to do the season. They didn't plan to continue the season. When they had that massive crash in Alpspin with that huge roll, they didn't really plan to continue either. And I wonder if we'll ever see Simon Olofsson again, because they're desperate to sell the car to recoup some of the money. I'm not sure what he might do.
But you know what, if he bows out, Hal, after a decade at the top with 3 titles in a row against some great championship rivals, it would be a brilliant one. Olofsson, hats off, 3 titles in a row. I was looking at the names, Hal. You know,
I would love to see him in a supercar. Just to.
Yes, me too. To see how he got on with it. Just to see how he's been up against Ole Henry Steinsold, Martin Enlund, Casper Janssen, Martin Jonsson, if you remember, all the way back in 2022. 23 was Enlund, Anderson, Casper Janssen. I'm looking back at 2021. He was 5th in 2021 when Tommy Howman won the title. But yeah, Olofsson, 3 titles in a row, and he's really had to work for it this year.
More donuts coming up from the Darbacks. They're not the easiest thing to donut, the Lites cars, because they've got loads of grip.
It's easier downhill than up. Tell you what, though, that's a bloody good effort.
It's a bloody
Those are good Lites donuts. There's a nice wide bit of tarmac, isn't there, here? Is the Frenchman going to go for some donuts as well? Surely.
No, he's been ever so sensible. He knows they'll have to rebuild all the diffs if they do that.
I think we'll see Meunier back next year.
I hope we do.
You can't do all this learning and then not return and try and use it to your advantage.
Where will he be, Hal? He must be 4th in the standings. Yeah, he will. Oh, and Tobias has had a good run as well. It'll be between him and Tobias Darback with the drop scores. I'm not sure which. Kevin Darback, I do feel a bit for him. He's been unlucky, hasn't he? But brilliant pace. He's getting there. He's getting there.
Same goes for him. I think the Darbacks need to return, don't they? Largely because we'd like them to, but also because they've done so much learning this year. Could be a brilliant championship. I wonder what Lucas Anderson will do, having he's just missed out on the title twice, really, hasn't he? So I wonder if third time lucky. So much pace there from Anderson, just like Janssen.
Casper was unlucky, wasn't he, in the final? The turn 1 went so badly, and to come back from there, he needed Christensen to joker earlier to release him and to stand a chance of getting back. Then he got stalled up here when Darback gets caught on the inside. Look, is it this? Yeah, Darback got nerfed in by Meunier, but that's a racing incident on the exit. But the car's
no malicious.
Yeah, and you can see he's not livid, which that's what makes it. Where's he going? He's going the other way? He's run. He was going to go inside, then he went outside. He just knows he won't be able to cross the track until the end of the session. Maybe he's heading out for a burger bar or something. Yeah,
his event nearly came unstuck there.
But and it was nearly Darback collecting Darback. Look how close it was between Meunier and Darback at the finish line. Championship, yeah, was Casper. Actually, Tobias did get P4, Hal. Tobias got P4 in the standings. Julian Meunier gets P5. There you go, confirmation for you guys. That's appeared on our timing screen just a few moments ago. Simon Olofsson, 3-time Supercar Lites champion in a row. Lucas Anderson is P2. Trying to see where Anderson was last year. Anderson was P3 last year. So you know what? One more crack at it and you might get there. Casper Janssen has been 4th 2 years in a row. Finally, he gets up onto the podium, and of course he will start his Nitro Cross campaign in around 3 weeks' time when we go to Richmond to kick off that series. People are up on the roofs of their trucks and their buses for one last time as we get ready to sign off the 2024 RallyX season. It is the last final of the year. Open four-wheel drive, and we've got an incredible entry for it. On the line, Tapainen, the champion, with Peter Hedstrom next to him. Row 2, Philip Martinson. Outside, in the position that Kevin Eriksson was in 2016 when he pulled off that incredible move, is Robin Larsson. On the back row, Rennie Munich and Ulrich Linnemann. All of these drivers are capable of front-running pace. Turn 1, Sparkassen Curva is going to be absolutely critical. Here we go. One last time for 2024. Good start, but Martinson's on his inside. Hedstrom going to edge to Pine on the run to the first corner. Larsson on the handbrake, goes for the mixed end. He's in the gravel trap. It's gone too deep. He's gone too wide. Out front to Pine, and surely with the whole shots they come down the hill. Hedstrom, Linnemann in the background, sideways on the dirt. Passes to Pine, and Martinson in P2 as well. Tapinen's gone backwards, and Larsson is in the gravel at turn 1. It had to be tried, and this time it didn't come off.
Linnemann swaps the polo up the inside of Tapinen in the run down the hill. What a start from Peter Hedstrom, who had such a brilliant final yesterday. Tapinen goes really on Munich.
So Tapinen and Munich go joker. I reckon Larsson's still parked in the gravel at turn 1. Is he circulating? We'll see when he comes around.
Hedstrom's
wide. Hedstrom's wide. Martinson's putting in a great performance here.
Larsson is still going, but it was a slow first sector, of course, having been in the gravel. Larsson does complete the first lap on the timing screens. This will just be a race of honour now for the Audi driver.
Backwards entries in turn 1 on every lap, hopefully for Robin Larsson. Hedstrom leads from Martinson and Linnemann. Everyone behind us joking. Is Linnemann going to go and cover off to Pinen in the background? He does. It's a good entry by Linnemann. Watch for Pinen, the champion, coming through on the standard lap. He's a little bit deep in the left hand and right hand. Linnemann's going to hold on. Linnemann holds on. Great tactics from the Linnemann squad. They get him back out. He's now got to close the gap down and hope these two fight down the front out.
Linnemann Motorsport had to work so hard today to repair the gearbox in that Volkswagen Polo. They nearly had to pull out and go home. Back up to Denmark. Great job from them. Linnemann holds the podium position at the moment. Martinson is driving so well today. He's going with Peter Hedstrom. But Hedstrom is showing us the sort of class we've seen on and on for years.
Hedstrom stays out, so does Martinson. Linnemann too. The gap between them on the last lap was 2.4 between Linnemann and Hedstrom. What's it going to be this time round? Linnemann's trying to close the gap down, but Hedstrom's driving beautifully after it's 2.5. Hedstrom edges it by 10th, but it's going to be close. Munich in the background making a pass, trying to get up
up the inside.
Trying to get up the inside of Topainen, a 35.6 in the background, then a 35.5 for Topainen. The 35.6 was Robin Larsson.
35.4.
Now he's gone again. Larsson is setting in massive lap times. Topainen's going with him though, but up front, Peter Hedstrom.
Martinson from P2's got to go, Joker. Surely he doesn't. He stays out, so Linneman's maybe going to get him. What was the gap? Linneman to Martinson last time was 1.6. Linneman's going to get Martinson definitely, but I reckon that Hedstrom is getting away.
1.2, second 4 attempts out of him last time around.
But he's come back a 10th on Hedstrom as well, so Linneman is hunting here. Can he get another win? He got one at home up at Nissenbahnen, and he's looking for one here at Estering as well.
The gap. I don't think it's going to be enough.
They're all being very careful down in that bottom corner. Martinson runs a little bit wide. He is definitely going to go to Linneman. Linneman up and over the crest. But watch for Hedstrom. Hedstrom now needs a really good joker lap. The 208 edges into the right-hand side. On the handbrake, just nips it into the apex. It's a great entry over the line. Peter Hedstrom takes the final round of the year. Linneman gets P2. Martinson drops to third. That is a great way to sign off a fantastic season.
What a joker from Peter Hedstrom. That was absolutely perfect.
Flames from the back of Martinson's car. I don't know what he's just switched on, but it's like a flamethrower up in turn one. Brilliant crowd here watching behind us in the commentary box. That was just a wild. Gutted Larsson wasn't in it, but what a way to finish the season at the Estering.
Where did Martinson's pace come from at the end of the season? And look what it means to Peter Hedstrom. He's retired more times than I can possibly remember, but he can't resist coming back. A Swedish Nigel Mansell, and that's the kind of result that can get a driver like Hedstrom back in the groove. Drove that Peugeot for the first time in the European Championship round in Julius. He came here to test for the Swedish finale in Arvika in a couple of weeks' time. Had a great race with Larsson yesterday, just missed out on the win. That was a brilliant drive in the final, and he capped it off with an epic joker lap.
Absolutely wonderful. It was perfect, wasn't it? It was, you knew on the way in, Hallam, when he got on the handbrake and he just got it into the left-hand side. All the marshals are down there flagging off for season. Are we going to see donuts? I'm not sure with Hedstrom. He's got to use that car, hasn't he, soon?
I don't think he'll worry about that.
Linneman doesn't care, does he? Linneman's into the send already. That's Supercar donuts for you. Is he going to go back for the figure of 8? He does. He chucks it around the other way and then thinks better of putting it in the wall. Come on, Ulrich. Yeah, you've bashed that car up enough. Is it Hedstrom's turn? Oh no, he's going back down the bottom. Linneman is for more donuts. Wonderful stuff.
A stretch of tarmac has seen some donuts from drivers over the years.
It's some proper history, hasn't it?
Liam Duran,
Ekstrom, though, and Ekstrom winning the title here, Hal, in 2016. He's half German with all the DTM and the love he got from the fans. For him to win it with Audi here in 2016 was brilliant. And yeah,
remember Peter Hedstrom's car is a hire car from Yannis Baumanis.
That's why
Yannis is here keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yannis has been making a list of how many donuts he does in case they need to change diff plates. Exactly, yeah, that's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Oh, wow. And then it was done.
What a way to end the year. I tell you what, Linneman is delighted, and he's delighted because in the European Rallycross Championship final here last year, he had a monster accident in that Polo. Could have been career over. Came back for the first round of the European Championship in Julius and had another big roll. Could have been career over. Came back in Nice and won at home. On the back of that, got the sponsorship to come here down to Germany just a week later. Had all sorts of problems, but second position, great result for Linneman. And I have to say again for Martinson, what a brilliant drive.
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted for him, Hal, because of just in the championship points, and Maiko Tam's got him by 2 points. He tried so hard, and that, do you know what? I rate Martinson's drive to third here better than his drive in Kovela when he took the win.
110%.
Yeah, he's gone with some fantastic drivers. What a shape for last in turn one. And a 35.4. I'll tell you what though, yeah, Linneman. So best laps, 35.5 Hedstrom, 35.4 Linneman, 35.6 Martinson, 35.5 Topainen, 35.5 Munich, 35.4 Robin Larsson. Less than 0.2 of a second across their best laps. Joni Topainen is your open four-wheel drive champion to go with the open four-wheel drive AM category. Martin Enland is second, and as you can see on your screens, Maiko Tam gets P3 by just 2 points from Philip Martinson. Got a couple of Finnish flags behind us here in the studio, which is cool to see. Maiko Tam's just walking in. We can have a quick chat with him.
Stick these on, mate. Come and say hello. Let me untangle them for you. There you go. Bosh those on. The signatures are signed down on the grid. How you doing?
Hey.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen standings on the screen down the bottom there?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, you pleased?
Yeah.
It was close, mate.
Thank you.
It was close. 2 points. Not in the final here today, but how's your season been?
Yeah, in the all weekend it's going very good. And not best today what we want to do, but yeah, we are standing in the podium and it's crazy.
Are you coming back next year?
I don't know yet, but I hope I go back.
We hope you come back as well, mate. We hope you come back as well. Look, the fans are leaving here. You've got podium celebrations to go and do. Well done. Thank you for coming to see us. Yeah,
well done, Maiko.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Take care, mate. Maiko, Tam popping in. We'll grab as many of the drivers as we can on the way through and have a chat with them.
What a difference a good result makes, because for a few rounds Maiko's been unsure about what's happening next year. Of course he's still unsure, but that top 3 position can make all the difference, can't it, to whether you return or not.
So Vigo's got a job to do here. He's got to keep the drone up for I don't know how long. I don't know how long the batteries will last for to cover off the podiums for us. I'm just gathering up my notes and having a look at things. What we got? Tour drive, forward drive pro-am. We've got crosscar. So crosscar, what was the result in the end, Hal? It was Svensson. Who got P2? Can you remember?
Not a clue. Who was it? Oh, in the championship?
Yeah, was it
Baldins?
It was Baldins. It was Baldins, and then Eek Merstad, wasn't it?
So I thought you meant in the final, because
I couldn't tell you, mate. I couldn't even tell you who won it right now. Who did win it? It wasn't Turner.
The Yellow Army.
I love the fact that if you guys knew what a mess our brains are, it's just like a mad line getting scribbled all over the place. Until dry. You come to the studio, you're welcome. We're doing paperwork. This is basically when you. This is what we do for the rest of the time.
Yes, I got Dubinard.
Hal's just throwing a piece of paper at Nicholas Dubinard. Nicholas, come round here. Come round here just so we can give you a thumbs up, mate. This is Mr. Dubinard who in the background. Come and say hello. Come on, come say hello. Yeah, you're coming. It's fine. You don't worry about that. We're in charge. But Nicholas, put these on.
It's mathematics, huh?
He's really good at maths. So we were all standing here going, oh my God, Arnie was here. We were looking at spreadsheets and Nicholas goes, no. Keep it simple. And explained it to us in the best terms. Mate, thank you. We would have been completely screwed without your very good French brain. I think Chronomotor are looking to hire another person. Nicholas is part of the Pure Rallycross team. So if you're into your Rallycross, go check out their website. Thanks for your help this year, mate.
Thank you very much.
Amazing.
It was a pleasure.
It's been an amazing season, hasn't it? You see a lot of Rallycross like I do, and this has been great battles, great atmosphere. What a season.
Exciting. A lot of pure talents around us, from crosscar junior to supercar. It's we cannot expect for more in Rallycross. So
what have you thought about the French drivers who've come over here? Obviously Mounier, I think, and you know, they've improved so much during the course of the season, Lenné, but Mounier in particular, he's had a great year.
They did really great. Coming from the French track, it's a huge work to adapt to this Scandinavian track. We don't have that in France, so it just for us it was a big surprise the first time. Even if it was in Tierp with not so much gravel, but yeah, Osbin and Kurvola, it was just like
wow,
big guys, and they did great, to be honest. So.
And how's it been for you joining the TV team at the very last minute? I think we said at the last round, Nicholas, mate, we haven't got enough time to do everything here. Will you come and sit in our tent? You've done brilliantly. Thank you, mate.
Thank you to you.
Not at all. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah. It was fun. It was fun.
Running around with a camera and all the rest of it, mate. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Really important part of the team. We appreciate you. Thank you, mate. So Nicholas Dubinard, now he can go off and do his interviews. He was supposed to be going, and we're like, no, you're not going. Come in here. So that was lovely. Genuinely, he's been a massive help, hasn't he, Hal, today? Martin Enland's just walked past. I'm basically just grabbing random people. Stick those on. Here we go. You should be able to hear us now. So, Martin, you are P2 in the Pro-Am Championship, and I think you're P2 in the Pro Championship as well. So, what a great season.
Yeah, for sure. We have done a very, very good job as a first season. We didn't manage to get Turpin, but he's super fast, and I can't say anything else than he's a really good driver.
Look, he's done brilliantly. We've been impressed by you all year. We particularly felt this circuit suited your driving style. You looked like you were really enjoying the Estering.
Yeah, we were having a great fun, and it's super fun to send it between the walls, you know. So, I mean, I have had super fun this weekend. Even though we didn't manage to get to the pro final yesterday due to the issues, but also today we had a super tough semi-final. But I'm happy with the season so far.
What's next for Martin Enlund in RallyX next year?
Yeah, we for sure had the plan to come back for next season. So, yeah, that's the plan.
Fantastic. And we've talked about you being Senland all year, and you're obviously well on top of the car. Is there a plan to try and tidy things up a little bit to try and get a bit more pace?
Yeah, no, of course, it's the best thing for the fans to send it around, but of course we need to tidy it up a little bit, and also rebuild the car, because it's a bit old in the geometry. So we will work on that for the next season.
What have you done to your hand?
During practice this morning, I went into the wall and I got stuck in the steering wheel. So it's a bit bad, but it works when you're driving. But when you come in, it's so sore. You know?
It's going to hurt more tomorrow, mate. I'm sure. Once all the adrenaline's gone.
Yeah,
it works when you're driving, mate. Then I'll give you a fist bump on the other hand, because that one looks like not the one. You better go. You got podium stuff to do.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. Thanks for putting on a show for everyone. Much appreciated. What a legend. Great stuff. So Martin Enlund is heading off. That is the podium. On the left-hand side, under the podium, is Park Ferme. Now, as we understand it... Hey, you off? You leaving? You're leaving. Okay, so bye, guys. Take care. Fantastic performance this year.
Done,
well done. Well done.
Marcel Lunet on his way out. Great first season. As you said to Nicholas, great first season from the French drivers.
Both the French drivers have done brilliantly, and I really hope we see them come back.
As I talk about it being a horrible addiction, once you've had a good first year, you've got no choice really but to try and build on that, and most of the work is in finding the budget to do it, isn't it?
I know, yeah.
But there's a long time as well. Middle of the year finish. We won't start until the start of next year, at least, obviously. So there's a bit of time
talking to Andreas, there's a chance. How many likes did we get before I start talking about calendars?
Not enough. 607. That was a great increase.
Yeah, that'll do. All right, we'll take that. So he's looking at between 6 and 7 weekends. We're looking at one weekend followed by another, as we've done here and as we did towards the start of the season. Keep a pair of events close together. He's negotiating with something like many tracks, basically. A lot of people want the series to come there. There's talk of whether we go a bit further south, but that's a bit tricky with regions and all the rest of it. So is there some sort of a sub-series which allows us to go further south, and we'll be returning to some of the venues we were at this year as well. So I know that's a bit vague. That is literally all I can tell you, but they'll be doing their best, obviously, to avoid the other Rallycross series to make sure that the drivers are available. And that's the same for the majority
of championships, isn't it? There's always discussions going on.
And Hal, it can change. That's a hint. That's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about the fact they're still trying to build this. Andreas said to me, he goes, I don't know what I'm going to do. He said, I have other hobbies. He said, I know, which made me laugh. I have other hobbies. So there are other things he wants to do.
And grandchildren.
There are. There's life. But he doesn't want to stop yet. He wants to continue to build this series, and they're looking at maybe a little bit more.
The left rear wheel's hanging off René Munich's.
It is. Do you see that? Come to the commentary box camera, and we'll see if we can see it if I move out of the way. And we'll do some pointing. Here.
There it is.
You can see it. Look at that. Just the end of my pen. See there? That's René Munich's car with the rear hanging right off it. So broken suspension on the car. A few fans having a look around that. Right. We're up on the podium. Let's go take a look at the podium.
Congratulations to Pauli Turpeinen on position number 3. We're going to continue with place number 2 on the podium with his Speed Car Extreme Junior with 225 points for the whole season. From Norway, Oliver Clayton Solly.
So we're trying to figure out what's going on for you guys at home. Who's this?
It was ever thus.
Who's this? Who did they call up then?
I've no idea, was it? Oh.
We switched off the lights.
Where's Wally?
It is, yeah. It is.
Who's Wally?
Not my own, the cap from the sponsor. Very well done.
Okay, so they're starting with the championship podiums, I believe, before the event podiums.
The strongest one in this weekend.
It's junior crosscar. I heard Turpeinen. Hampus Hagström.
2024.
Yeah, so I heard Tapainen and assumed we were talking Yanni, but we weren't. We were talking Paulie. So we have got Pauli Tapainen in P3, Oliver Solly in P2. Here is your champion for 2024. Hampus Hagström stepping up onto the top step of the podium. We're just laughing about the fact we don't know how long Vigo's battery could last. Maybe it's just gone. The buses are pulling out behind us. Who's this leaving? That's Hammer leaving. Great to see the crowd come down to the podium, particularly for this last one. National anthem for Hampus Hagström. Swedish national anthem for Hampus Hagström. Absolutely brilliant performance, as we said. What was it, Hal? I think it was 6 wins, wasn't it? Because he won today. 6 wins, 3 P3s.
Okay, sind zwar neue Junioren, wissen wir ganz genau, wie man mit der Champagnerflasche umgeht. Ja, super, Jungs.
No, they're not allowed to drink the champagne because they're children. Although, if they're with an adult in a pub, Hal, what's the rules in Sweden? Oh, they're children.
We're in Germany, Andrew.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, yeah.
And they're
Swedish
14.
people. Yeah, they can't have a drink, can they really? They're not going to want one, are they? I know exactly what they're going to want. They're going to want to ride their bikes with their mates.
They're going to be kicking a football around in a bit with their mates.
But that's what's so great about it, isn't it?
So, for your information, we don't have a camera that can see the podium.
The drone's not up.
Just waiting for Vigo to take off again to see the podium. But Vigo's not allowed to fly above people, as is part of the drone rules. So we can't see the podium exactly at the moment.
What a mistake and a maker.
With also
I'm hungry, mate. Are you? Have a look through the comments. I'll have a look through the Instagram messages. Go on. I'm sure you can figure out what's going on because they're calling out Svensson and Baldins. Sorry, Ekmerstad and Baldins.
Ronalds. Okay, we're going to take a bottle. No, he's second. But I'm sure about that. He will be here with 201 points on place number 1. The champion in the crosscar division in the Rallycross Nordic season 2024 from Sweden, Elias Svensson.
So Elias Svensson takes the championship for crosscar. He's up on the podium on the left-hand side.
And before we're going to continue with the next prize giving, first of all, we listen once again to the Swedish anthem.
You're going to be hearing this anthem quite a lot, people. Elias Svensson, your crosscar champion 2024.
The champions of the season 2024 in the crosscars, Thomas Nordstad, Ronald Bidings, here we have him, and the champion Elias Svensson from Sweden.
So we kind of got the podium from the side. And we'll just keep working on getting that drone up, shall we?
Okay, good. Now we're going to continue to the next one.
Few photos in there.
Highlight of the year, Andrew?
I was going to say something very witty there, but I decided against it. This weekend, actually, we have had some great weekends. Highlight of the year. Yeah, no, just this weekend, Al. I think the race has been brilliant. I've enjoyed it. I've felt challenged.
Not last night we went for dinner and you said, I'm bored.
Well, I was bored. Yeah, you're on your phone doing all your messages and all your emails and everything. I was sitting there on my Jack Jones eating a steak. But it's fine. Yeah, this weekend the race has been great. Just being really honest, the depth, a bit more depth in open four-wheel drive has been much better. It's just been harder. Tapinen's had to try harder to win. And to be up there. Okay, yeah, not get a win this weekend in he won Pro-Am, didn't he? Shows you how good our memories are. But Hedstrom took a win, Larson took a win. That has been epic. Crosscar obviously has just been fantastic. Have you got? I mean, can you pick one highlight? Have you got one?
Tricky, isn't it? Some of the crosscar finals have been epic.
Yeah.
Some of the crosscar finals, some of the variety in open two-wheel drive, of course, but that's my thing really. The open four-wheel drive final was pretty great, wasn't it? The atmosphere this weekend, the welcome we got in Alvspin was brilliant. The racing overall last weekend in Nissen was great. The atmosphere in Turp was a good start to the year with a great event that they've put on up in Turp.
Well, it's not that long ago.
Feels like a while ago to me.
But it's not really. So we had a couple of weeks between those two, 1 week between these. That's 3.
Kovala never fails.
And then we had 2 5-week gaps. So it's been 13 weeks from start to finish, which is mental when you look at it like that, isn't it? Especially with the double header at the end. I'm sad it's finished. I always am. I always get the blues a bit at the end of a series because as you're getting into it, particularly unfortunately after COVID, just being really honest, me and Hal both hate double headers because COVID ruined everything by going, oh look, we can do 2 races in 1 weekend, and it was fun to do 10 races in a year over 10 weekends.
I get why it's better for teams and fans and event promoters and all that, but
I know it's nice to be able to know you can buy a ticket to a Saturday and you'll see the same thing as you do on a Sunday, but it's not quite the same as when we had a longer one. But yeah, podium for open two-wheel drive. Simon Tiger, Victor Johansson and Kenneth Kong. So Swedish national anthem again. Vigo's run out of drones, Hal. What do you think about that?
What a better time for it. End of the season. Loads of time to recuperate the drones. I mean, he does have other work as well, but this is his most important work, as we know.
Just replying to Simon Tiger's mum. Right, what else we got? Let's have a look through things. Some of these are quite... I figured you and Hal, this is from Clouded Horizon Photography, I figured you and Hal would like what I say from the garbage tonight. Look at these, Hal. Old car magazines, road racers, look at this. Tiffany Dell, the full British Touring Car Review.
Continued magazine.
Yeah, 1993 British Touring Car Championship
That's
Review.
A supplement, isn't it? That's
look at that one. Network Q Rally GB supplement. Science versus Oriel, the title fight
I think
goes to
I've
the
got that
wire.
at home.
What's the sub-headline of the Astra? Vauxhall Astra.
What? And on the strap
David
at the bottom.
David Llewellyn on how to win Formula 2. Wow.
What's the one on the right? Or the left, sorry? Cars and Cars Conversion. That was a great.
Super Minis,
That was a great magazine.
Ollie Ericsson. Oh, thanks, Ollie. What a legend. Ollie Ericsson just bought us a beer. Do you want to come and have a chat, mate, or are you too busy? He's too tired,
No, he's loading tyres. That means,
mate.
yes, I can come and talk to you.
Yeah, here you go.
Anything to not
That's
talk.
all right. Oh, you can't come to the studio, Henke. We're just sitting down and chilling out, but he's going to come anyway.
I guess it's
that's fine. Switch the lights on, Hal. Go on, we'll switch the lights on. It's another podium. I think is it Lights? Pretty sure it is.
Light Championship, yeah.
It is. Olofsson, Kasper Janssen, and no, Lucas actually got P2 because Kasper didn't quite get enough. That's fine, mate. Don't worry. Cheers. It's the end of the season. Hal, this is the only time ever you'll find me having a drink on air ever, because it's the very end and it's celebration time. Mate, what a lot of hard work you and your family put in. Excuse us over the Swedish anthem. Is that terrible? We've heard it 3 times. Is it really rude to talk over it?
What?
Should we wait?
For what?
Well, it's the Swedish national anthem. You're Swedish.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, wait.
We'll wait. Hold on. He's taken his hat off. Come back to the studio. Hal, take your hat off. Show some respect.
No one needs the reflection.
Thank you, Sweden, for some brilliant rallycross drives, including this man.
And
yeah, mate,
please let someone else win in the future.
Yeah, what a brilliant year, and what a lot of work I was going to say your family have put into this series, mate. Thank you to your mum for looking after us with all the food. She's the main person that we really care about, obviously from that point of view.
Yeah.
But you and your brother and your dad, like, it's a lot of hard work, isn't it? And we've been talked a little bit about how your dad wants to expand the calendar a bit next year. But everybody loves the series. The fans, we're getting such great feedback. I hope you're getting the same.
Yeah, it's good, you know. We want to expand the series. We want to expand more drivers. That's why we try. You know, we run the whole series, but we want to develop the FC2 as well. So make a cheap supercar so we can get more from the cross car to take the step up. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's a money sport. So we try to make it available for as many as possible. And it's the long years nowadays.
It is.
There's nothing more rallycross than finishing the season with buses leaving in the background.
You try to get in or get out. You can end up locked in here for ages. Yeah, totally. Obviously, FC2, you guys developing that in public. That's pretty brave, to be honest, because you've just been really honest and open about the problems. That's how race teams develop race cars. They're off to Richmond. We're going to go racing with Nitrocross in 3 weeks' time. I'm excited for you guys in the FC1 and to see the FC2, multiple FC2s from different teams going up against each other. You excited too?
Yeah, for sure. You know, the whole idea that we have. You know, we're so tired of white shirts hiding behind doors. You know, taking decisions that no one in public, like people that actually do stuff, agrees with. You know? So we try to be open with what we do. We try to be open with the development. We try to be open with the series. Get people's feedback. You know, getting everyone involved in doing something great. You know, and that's the way to get as many people driving and as many happy faces as possible, and then that makes for good racing, in my opinion. You know, when
everybody loves the atmosphere, don't they? That is. There's Matt Oman. It's Matt Oman. Look at the reaction he gets for P3 in the Pro-Am Championship. That's what all the noise is. I wonder what was going on. That's the same we actually got when he went to the podium yesterday, Ollie, and he'd won. It was incredible. There's Ronald Bowden's walking back past us with his championship trophy. We'll come over in a minute, I promise. Look, he's calling us to his truck. How wonderful to see Matt's on the podium again.
Yeah, you know, he's had one of his best years he's ever had, I think, now.
Yes.
He's been on it this year, and it's really good to see. You know, he's not getting younger either, as many as all of us.
Oh no!
So, and he's just stepping up. And JC making a good effort to make the car fast for him, making all the controls work for him.
It's incredible, isn't it? We had an onboard today in the show, and Johan texted and was like, "It's my favourite rallycross onboard I've ever seen." And you know he meant it, and it's incredible. Go find it if you've not seen it. It was at the start of the show, about 13 minutes in, I think. Just get past the bit where me and Hal are banging on, and you'll find it. So Martin Enlund, P2 in the Pro-Am standings.
Yeah, good to see a lot of supercar rookies. Being on it,
getting in the fight.
Yeah.
With 180 points from Finland in the winning of the Florida.
It's a good turnout here in Estering as well. You know?
It's been great, hasn't it? How nice has it been to have this sort of welcome for RallyX, and the atmosphere has been brilliant.
Yeah.
I love the fact so many I know there's a lot of the paddock down there, but there are fans down there too. People have stuck around for the podiums, the championship podiums at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, they open the gates for the biggest grandstand spot here, and so they can walk straight as soon
to the
as
banks
we
and onto the finish line. It's brilliant.
Like F1, you know, as soon as we clear the track of cars, everyone just walks straight into the track. And you know, it's the same thing there. You know, we try to keep everything open, even the fans should be involved.
So Tapainen's national anthem, it's Finland. Finland. We've had the Swedish one 4 times. Enjoy this, guys. Stay with us.
Heard that a few times in motorsport, haven't we?
Yeah.
The Swedish one not so much, so we'll let them have it in RallyX.
Yeah, we will indeed. So we've got one last podium to go. Ollie, what are you up to? You sticking around, or have you got stuff to do?
Nah, I'm loading up. We're leaving for US tomorrow. So.
Yes, you are, aren't you? You coming home before, or are you staying out until Richmond?
Yeah, unfortunately, I took a truck license during COVID, 2020. You know, when the season wasn't so long. That was the biggest mistake of my life. So now I have to drive the truck back home.
So you're driving the truck home from here?
Yep.
How long will that take?
1.5 days maybe, yeah.
So when do you fly?
Thursday with the whole family.
But right, everybody's going Thursday.
Me and Kevin, yeah. Kevin
Your dad's going tomorrow, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, so you and Kevin have got to drive the trucks back.
Park everything, you know, we're going for 9 weeks.
Sweep the remains of the Supercar Lites out the trailer.
listen to the cheers for Matt Soman as he's lifted off the podium in his wheelchair. I just get so much respect for the guy, I really have. Mega.
How you guys find it? Does anyone ever ask you that?
The season?
Yeah.
We ask each other at the end of the year.
I just asked Andrew for his highlight, but he basically can remember today. And
the
last 10 minutes.
I don't know about you, but I could never. When you go, who won yesterday? I'm like, I don't know.
You're just asking questions. Let me interview you guys now.
Yeah,
so
go on then.
Don't steal my
during
job.
the year, you obviously seen a lot of hotel rooms.
Yes.
Which has been your favorite hotel room?
Here.
The room here is lovely.
Great,
yeah. Hotel Navigar.
Next question. You got to be quick, mate.
What hotel serves the best beer?
Ooh, that's tricky because a lot of them don't really serve beer, do they?
And you have to go on taste. What do you call it? Cold.
Do you what? Actually,
not heat. Like what was
temperature.
Cold? Your temperature. Size.
So Tierp, there was no hotel. We stayed at the track with you guys, so we drank some beers in a conference room, but that was great.
They
were free. They were free. Where else did we go?
Kovala. The
Kovala's
always good.
Actually, yeah, but we never have a beer there.
Alspin.
Alspin was good because it was land of the midnight sun. So even though it's 2 a.m, we didn't stay up till then. Obviously, we would set an alarm to stay to look out the window at 2 a.m. and see what it looked like. Where else did we go? Oh, Nissan last week.
Hotel America. It's not like being in America.
No, okay, so basically the best beer actually, because our flight out here was really late on Friday, we didn't leave the UK until 7, it was delayed, got to the thing, we've got 7 minutes TQ from the plane to the hire car
Sitting
desk.
on the plane to the hire car desk.
It was unbelievable. We were straight out past everyone on the run to the first corner. And then we got the car, whizzed down here in 50 minutes because it was late so the robots didn't affect us, and the bar was still open, and we got a beer before they shut the bar, and it was cold, and it was big, and it was German, and that was the best beer, Hal, I think.
Yeah, that was...
it was good, wasn't it?
It's a good hotel here, isn't it?
So this is the big one. This is the podium for the end of the year. This is your champions in open four-wheel drive. Oliver Eriksson, who stood next to us, has won this title himself. Yep. And Joni Tapainen's taken it from Martin Enland. And in P3, Maiko Tam. So one more time, the Finnish national anthem, and then we will sign off. Stay with us. Be back in 1. Go on, mate. You're fine. You could have stayed, but you're welcome. Thank you, buddy. Right, he's off. Oliver's leaving. He's leaving. Huh? That's fine. You can stay with the sign if you want to stay with the sign off. It's entirely up to you. Do you want to stay or do you want to go? He's going to stay. Right, give him his cans back, Hal. So here he is. Cans are going on for Ollie.
I'm finishing this off.
He's staying till the end.
Mate, I've got the printer here.
Don't worry about that. Just chuck the chairs out. How's it feel to win the title like that? Because obviously amazing for Tapainen. He's 15 years old. He's won both the titles. You've done it. What does it feel like?
Yeah, it's big prestige. You know, it's super competitive series. That's why we love, you know, Johan Kristoffersson,
Yeah.
one guy who always says he's the most fun he has coming back here, and it's tough to win the championship. You know, there's a lot of good drivers.
Yeah,
as you well know,
challenging tracks. You know, so. Yeah, being a Supercar rookie, go and take both titles.
Yeah, amazing,
impressive.
absolutely
So,
incredible.
Yeah, he's not an amateur anymore.
No. What a brilliant year. What a brilliant year. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all the comments on YouTube, all your messages on Instagram, all the people who've come and said hello and wanted a picture and got help to sign a book. We are genuinely honoured that you join us and have so much fun with us. We have a lot of fun bringing it to you. Hal Ridge, thank you so much, as
Thank you,
always.
mate. Absolute
Feel
pleasure.
really emotional at the end of the season, as I always do. Thank you so much to you and the Ericsson family for having us along, Ollie. You know, absolutely brilliant. You guys work so hard. I'll see you in 3 weeks in Richmond for Nitrocross. Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, should be
me
doing
too. And obviously you can keep up with Hal in the World Championship for the rest of the year as well.
Cheers, Ollie.
Thank you for watching, guys. Thank you to everyone up in Stockholm. It's a really small team that runs this series and does the TV. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. See you in 2025. Take care, people.